Yes, welcome to BLAST Premier. It's the Spring Showdown coming your way. The next 5 days are going to be jam full of action, of eliminating teams the whole way through. I'm going to be joined by Bubsky, obviously. What's up, my brother?
Yeah, we are long apart from each other, but it's good to see you in the virtual world, buddy.
Yeah, it's sunny here. It's probably getting darker there. So yeah, this is going to be a fun week of Showdown action. We know it's single elimination. Let's check out the season overall for BLAST Premier. We all kind of know how it works at this point. Spring season was back in January. Showdown's going to be these next few days for the finals that are coming up in June. That's going to be in London. There's a fall season later on this year, and obviously the world final to close it all out for BLAST Premier as well. Yeah, this is a pretty brutal stretch of the entire BLAST circuit at the moment. We talk about it all the time, Bubsky. Single elimination, cutthroat, and here's the bracket we're looking at.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of teams who had a downtrend going into the RMR, and some proved themselves and some didn't. I think this tournament would be a very good one to prove that they can actually get to the biggest stages, because if you're going to miss this qualifier, there's a lot of teams who's not going to have a lot to play in the next couple of months.
Bubsky, is there anything more exciting on this bracket than Simple playing for Falcons against Metizport?
I mean, that is the conversation starter right about this tournament. It's the return of the Simple. He promised that he would be back after Major, but all of a sudden there was an opportunity to be loaned out to Falcons. I think Falcons happily took that one to get Boris out of the scene and out of the team to potentially move up a step.
Sure, why not? Yeah, get him out of there nice and quick, and you bring in one of the best of all time. This is going to be the schedule for today. We're going to be checking out Simple later on. That's going to be our last best of three of the day when Falcon steps onto the playing field. Before that, we're going to be watching Heroic taking on NIP with all the roster changes that they've gone through and the promotion of some of the Academy players. But getting us started for the day, getting us started for the Showdown entirety is Cloud9 taking on Rare Atom. Cloud9 just coming off a nice qualification for the Copenhagen Major. Bubsky.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing with Cloud9, right? We constantly talk about these guys that, oh, they need an AWPer, stop coping, but then they prove us wrong. But it's all about, like, how do they feel about it internally, right? Do Cloud9, when they speak about the games afterwards, do they feel like they're lacking an AWPer, or do they feel like it's working? From my side, I think it's just about a question about time, but for now, they're actually proving themselves like a team to beat.
I think it's it's kind of interesting watching them try and make it work in the early days of CS2 as teams, as pretty much every AWPer has kind of mentioned, they're sort of struggling to get up to speed to have the same level of impact they had at CSGO. So op duties generally bouncing between Boomich and Perfecto on this squad. And yeah, I mean, you can say whatever you want in theory, but they did kind of breeze through the RMRs 3-0 and qualify right through. Looking good. And Hobbit's a nice player for this team as well that we see often. It feels to me like Hobbit is just someone who, when this team has a good run at a tournament, it feels like Hobbit had a good tournament individually.
Yeah, and I also think it motivated him a little bit, because everybody, when Cloud9 made that super roster, everybody was like, okay, now Hobbit needs to go. That superstar exile combo is gonna stay and like potentially move them into the top 5 rankings. But he's been one of their best players together with Perfecto and Electronic. So I have a hard time seeing him being cut off for now, but it's an interesting journey with Cloud9. Do you keep the currently performing player in the likes of Hobbit, or do you look to the old talent in form of Exile, who's had a major downtrend in CS2?
Yeah, it hasn't been great, but look at the LAN versus online for Hobbit. And important to note as well, this showdown is going to be conducted online as well. All teams from both the Americas and from Europe, all playing out of Europe online. And Hobbit's got quite a jump up. Small sample size, admittedly, of only 4 maps, but obviously a big piece of the puzzle online. Regardless, they're taking on Rare Atom. Their opponents coming up as well. And this has an interesting little mix of players involved within it as well, Bubsky. And I guess the question that I would ever pose to anyone is, certainly there is a massive language barrier here.
Yeah, I mean, it's the equivalent of big retired football players going to China in the last part of their career, right? I think Fosi and Corey had a good run with Sankel. They had that team with Kubi, who's, for them, sadly got picked up by Fnatic, and then these 2 guys was left, and they decided to go to China. I think they can bring some experience and some know-how, but to be completely honest, I think it's a little bit of a short-term move for both these players to prove themselves, and I think they have a chance here at the Showdown.
Well, it's going to be interesting. Fosi did step in and stand in for a couple months last year with the main NIP roster, so he's got some experience, and we have an interview that Banks had with him earlier today.
And in terms of saying coming into an event like Showdown, this is still an incredibly tough matchup going against Cloud9, and it's a single elimination across these best of 3s. What do you feel like your realistic chances are here? What are you trying to show yourselves as Rare Atom during an event where most people are expecting you to go out straight away?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, it's going to be tough versus any of the teams we're gonna play here. And I think Cloud9, they're a great team, of course, but it could have been worse. I think like we could have played Spirit, for example. So I'm happy with the matchup. It's gonna be very, very hard, but we'll just do our best. We'll try to have fun, just go into the server and show who we are.
And in terms of showing who you are, how do you try and show who you are? How do you try and prepare for Cloud9 in order to be able to take down such a team who's been playing so well?
Yeah, we don't really care that much how they play and stuff. We're just gonna try to play our own game. They don't really have a lot to go off if they want to anti-strat. We haven't really played any officials for like a month, so we're just gonna try to play our own game, see if it works. If it doesn't, then at least we tried, I guess. But yeah, we're just gonna try to play our own game.
Just fills you with confidence, really, coming out of that interview. Talk to me, Bubsky. Like, if your positive is like, it's hard to really look at what we like to do. It's hard to scout us. That's the best thing they got going for them. I think that kind of says it all about what this matchup is, what we're stepping into here.
Yeah, and the good old just playing our game, right? I think that says that they don't really have the technical ability to anti-strat a team of Cloud9's caliber, right? I think they lack maybe the coaching department in that aspect, but it's going to be interesting to see if Cloud9 is going to feel the pressure, because this is a kind of brutal format. We have teams flying into Europe. Normally we have that logic that all teams should at least have 1 day or more, but today here they can actually go home on the first one, so it can be hard.
Yeah, I don't even know if it increases the amount of pressure that's going to be on your shoulders, but certainly like there's just no room for mistakes. That's just the way the format works. Is absolutely nothing you can do to bounce back in any way. So we have Mirage, we have Anubis, we have Overpass as our 3 map picks as the veto comes up onto the screen. And I don't know, it's hard to make a case for Rare Atom at all. I would imagine we're both just going to be like Cloud9. There's really not any reasonable way to predict them to lose this.
Yeah, I mean, I think Asian CS in general, I'm not saying everybody from this team is from Asia, but the region itself has always had a couple of good maps. We saw Inferno from Tyloo, and also the new Mongols coming in and being really good on those specific maps. So it kind of feels like in that scene they're really good at like taking the stuff that works from Europe, but I don't know really why they do it. I feel like that's always the case of why the Eastern scene hasn't really progressed further, because there's like no IGL to teach them why we do certain things, because we see great players coming in from the region. We see BLAST, Exaggerate, we see now Sensu coming into the team. So I think there is a lot of potential in there, but we're really going to have to... I hope some team in the East is just going to buy like Glaive or some shit and get him over there and like teach the entire region how to play.
Wouldn't that kind of be the argument for why they would bring in guys like Corey and Fozy, who haven't played at the top of European Counter-Strike by any means, but have some of that experience of coming through the system and bring some of that to an Asian lineup?
Yeah, I mean, it's young players, but they are going to come in with authority over the team in some aspect, because they know the European ways of playing, and I think it's going to be way into the way that they do mid-round segments and so on. I hope Fozy, also with the experience from NIP, can actually bring that to the table and teach the other guys.
I'm not going to ask your prediction because I think we're both going to go for Cloud9, but we will bring up the little prediction game we have for all the talent. Here's the Rare Atom lineup. Summer and somebody obviously would have recognized them from plenty of years in Tyloo. This is our prediction game. So the way it works, we're all playing against each other. We all have 9 lives, just like a cat. Pretty cool. And we play against the house, which is GG Bet. So they set their line, they set their predictions. Any talent who predicts differently than GG Bet and wins that prediction, they get to steal a life from another talent member. So things are going to get a little bit crazy, a little bit cutthroat. We're going to have a lot of fun with this. The nice thing is we all pretty much hate each other. So we all want to take as many lives away from each other as humanly possible.
Yeah, I mean, first time I see the other guys pick it, I just see Launders completely running it down on the first day, going on the opposite of every single thing that the GG Bet guys went for. But I think if he's going to win today, he's going to have a great start.
Yeah, that's a Launders classic. He's been doing that for years. Either way, we're going to head off to a break. When we get back, it is going to be Cloud9. They're going to be taking on Rare Atom, and we're going to have Harriet Hugo bringing you the action. So stay tuned, and BLAST Premier will be right back.
Welcome to the BLAST Spring Showdown. We're here with a cutthroat tournament with 16 teams with 2 spots, and with Harry Russell by my side, we'll be taking on the first game of the day. It's Rare Atom Cloud9, that's what you're here for, the return of Asian CS, and taking on Cloud9, who are under question right now, Harry. We were so eager to criticize this team, but if we look at the RMR, they actually made a straight run through it.
Yeah, straight through 3-0, and the final one being over Vitality. It's no small feat for Cloud9. And, you know, I think that's always kind of been the issue, is like you occasionally would have these games, these moments where you see why it was like a team we were excited about, right? Yeah. But it is always going to come back to that same conversation, unfortunately, with this Cloud9 squad, and that is, you know, the lack of an AWPing presence, right? And you feel like that does haunt them sometimes. Yeah, and well, even without it, it wasn't just the lack of AWP, it was Axel's performance, who's been certainly struggling since this super team was born for Cloud9, and well, expectation of him to return to form is there. We hope he can show what he did in the last couple of years, especially online, and that's where we find ourselves for Showdown as well. Remember back in the youngsters days, he was a beast, Harry, he was a demon. So safe to say Cloud9 are heavy favorites today. But what do we make of this Rare Atom squad? Always the bridesmaid, never the bride? Yeah, you know, I mean, that's kind of been their story, right? And out in Asia, usually finding themselves second and third, right? Very rarely the ones throwing the bouquet, always the ones catching it, right? But they managed to make it here. And honestly, I think when you look at their run to get to this tournament, player who's very impressive to me has been Fuzi, man. Yes. Like the numbers that he's been putting up have been very consistent, and they've been fantastic. Now that's one thing to do that out in Asia, right? It's another now to come to Europe with this squad and have to try and output those same sort of numbers. But I don't know, we've seen Fuzi play at Tier 1, we've seen him play in the academy, and he's always looked pretty damn good. So I am kind of excited to see him here. Today is a day of NIP Academy players. If we look to the main roster, they've bumped some players up in their current roster woes for NIP, and yeah, Fuzi definitely looked good when he did play for that stint in the main NIP team, so I have high hopes of him individually. The question is, for players like Summer, Somebody, legendary names when it comes to Chinese CS, we haven't seen them play in Europe since 2022, right? Last time they were here was the end of the year. We saw them at the Cologne playing, we saw them at Elisa, so it's been a while for these legendary Chinese names to actually take on good teams. And even if Cloud9 are wounded, even if they don't have an AWP, even if Axel's form isn't the peak right now, this should still be a very difficult game for Rare Atom. Yeah, you know, I mean, I predicted Rare Atom to win this one. I don't know, man. I feel like something's in the water. I think this is what's in the water. This is their time, man. This is their time. And ooh, look at this. We got the player cams on. Damn. Yeah. And the GG bet odds coming down the pipeline. So, you know, they're kind of agreeing with you that Cloud9 should have this one in the bag. I feel a little worse now that I've seen those numbers so one-sided. I wonder what the odds would have been if they didn't make that run in the RMR, because they were so easy to doubt this year until the RMR came through. And yeah, maybe Vitality have looked a little shaky at you know, coming off the press into 2024. Think about their Kato bombing as well. They didn't do great there. So yeah, Cloud9 recency bias, but still heavy favorites here thanks to the odds, and we'll see if they can prove it today. They've got a pretty capable side of the bracket as well, Harry. If we mentioned the format quickly, obviously Jason and Bubsky did touch on it, but there's, you know, 2 8-bracket sides with 1 spot. So at the end of the day, Cloud9's second game would be versus the winner of Liquid Saw. Pretty doable. Liquid's form not great. Saw upcomers, but still Cloud9 favorites at least to make it all the way to the final. Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that, right? Providing they can kind of hit the ground running here and withstand, you know, roll with the punches. I think they're in a pretty favorable spot, this Cloud9 squad. You know, I want to talk a little more on Rare Atom, because Fuzi isn't the only international import there. They also have Corey moving over as well. And I remember when that was announced, that felt kind of crazy to me, right? Because Corey, not someone who you got a huge taste of up in Tier 1, right? Was kind of one of these guys who was having to grind his way through in Tier 2 and was pretty good. I think I've even played against him before. No flex there, but you know, he wrecked me, mate. So you know, that's the bar. I've got a lot of respect for him. Well, you got to keep in mind as well, these 2 players, Fuzi and Corey, were playing on Sangal together at the time. So it's more, you know, one thing when a player goes to an Asian team, you often see like these players, they take the high salary, they go to China. They usually only last like 6 months. Yeah. And it's probably it's culturally very different. They're on their own going there. I think the idea of having a duo, a young duo as well, going to this region together, I think is probably helpful for them, and as
you know, there's some synergy there on top of that in the game as well. So I like the pickup. I like that it's not just one player going to Asia. Obviously, the desk mentioned the language barrier is certainly going to be a factor, but you'll see they're all on boot camp here. All our international squads, as Showdown has no longer regional. It's now all based in one big bracket in Europe. We have, you know, an NA team, we have a Brazilian team, of course, Elevate, Imperial, we have a Chinese team. So all these teams are boot camping in Europe together, which is going to be advantageous as well, to say the least, whereas Cloud9 do look like they're playing from separate locations. So that's exciting, and hopefully the boot camp's going well, getting some much needed European practice for Rare Atom ahead of what could just be one BO3 and going home, Harry.
Boomich has had a bit of a trim of his facial hair. He's looking, he's looking good, man. We just had him pulled up there on the player cams. I'm actually quite liking it. I'm liking a more clean-cut Boomich.
What about Perfecto? Got the curls?
Yeah, I mean, he's always had good hair, but man, like, look at that.
Full focus.
You see what I mean? Like, he's given it like a nice trim. It's brought out some real definition. Damn, Boomich looking good. I see you, buddy. I see you.
Chain always on.
Chain is always on for Boomich. It's a bit of a signature. He does like it. He looks like he's ready. I would say that's a face of
focus,
and determination.
Yeah, well, there's, as we said again, there's no second chances, Harry. This is cutthroat. This is do or die. This is 1BO3, win or go home. Luckily, he's already there.
Yeah, I like that. You know, we can already see Grooves getting pretty vocal, like giving everyone a bit of a chat before they get into the game. They want to remain composed here, right? Because this is one of these matches, I think, that's like, you know, it's the easier the game, the kind of more deceptive it is in nature for you to get upset early on, especially when, you know, Cloud9 are anything but stable. We've certainly seen them have high highs, but we've seen them have some pretty low lows as well, right? We all remember back in Kata, they grinded through the player, but then they end up falling short pretty much, you know, very, very quickly there. So, you know, I think for Cloud9 here, they don't want to get ahead of themselves. They are favorites coming into this one. They're big favorites coming into this one. You guys all saw the odds. You guys all saw what everyone's been saying, right? But Groove's just making sure everyone's calm.
Yeah,
and going to play their own game here.
At the end of the day, this was supposed to be a super team. This was supposed to be a team that was going to be a top 3 team in the world on paper, obviously with Shiro in it previously, but they never even got close to that with the previous roster. And right now they're even in the case where they're not necessarily the best in CIS, right? Trading wins with VP recently. Sure, they got Revenge and Kato, but back at the Blast groups, which is how Cloud9 got to Showdown, they lost a VP there. They lost a Big, who have even made roster changes coming into this season. So it's, yeah, there's you couldn't be infatuated. He's got his T on the line, love it. You can be infatuated by the RMR 3-0 run, but to me, the only impressive win there is over Vitality. And other than that, all the results scream problems for Cloud9. But this is not where problems should appear or present themselves. This is where Cloud9 should come through with a clinical, reassuring win and take down Rare Atom 2-0. We've got Anubis as our second map, and that's a map that a lot of Asian teams have looked really good on, the Mongols especially. So, you know, I'm excited to see what Rare Atom have prepared and planned coming into this season, because you know they've been working hard for this opportunity. And as you mentioned, coming into this segment, you know, Rare Atom have been a team that have been so close in Asia. They've you know, 3rd place for the RMR in the closed quals. They fell to Tyloo there, but they beat Tyloo for the qualification to come to Europe for the showdown. So a bit of vengeance for Rare Atom, a bit of a glow up with, yeah, it's just so brutal, only having one chance, and this is the team you take on in the opening round.
Yeah, it's certainly not going to be easy, is it? But they've got to believe, Hugo. Belief is half the battle, you know? I guess.
Did that help you, Corey, or no?
No, it didn't, and I did believe, let me tell you. But, you know, how do you feel? We've kind of already touched on this a little, but how are you feeling about Cloud9's chances on this side of making a run, Hugo? Because well, obviously, right, you already talked about how they go on to play Liquid Saw. Who do you think they're going to be playing from that top side of this?
Well, you'll see all this on my GG Rep predictions.
Yeah.
But
I'm getting some spoilers out
for
there.
sure. I'm leaning with the favorites for most of this tournament. I think Cole looked really good at the RMR. OG, they have Heavy God, but other than that, it's a scary matchup. I'd say it's a close matchup, but I'm leaning Cole. I'm leaning for Heroic over NIP certainly. Okay. I think it would be disingenuous to predict NIP to win a game here with not only how good Heroic have looked, but also how awful NIP have looked, to be frank. And then, yeah, Heroic in a final perhaps versus, I'd like to say Cloud9, but they have to prove it today. It depends on how clean they make this win.
I really like that breakdown of how you think this side of it's going to pan out, bro. I think I'm on the same part.
I think upsets are so doable for some of these rosters, though. I think Saw could beat Liquid, Harry. I think Liquid could maybe beat Cloud9 if they win the opening game and are feeling better now they're in Europe. But it's a big question on the mental state of Liquid.
Yeah, right. Because the loss that they faced at the hands of Cole back in the RMRs, that's the sort of losses that either makes or breaks you as a team, right? It feels like it either ignites the fire beneath you to try more than you've ever tried before, or it's the one where you go, well, I've lost all faith. And I'm we're kind of just in a bad place right now.
And they were in a bad place. I mean, Liquid did not look as cohesive as you would have hoped. Sure, they were facing a very well-rounded roster in complexity, but there's questions for Liquid, questions that we will answer tomorrow. But before that, we need today, and before that, we need an interview with Fuzi.
So Fozy, your career until now, you started on the Young Ninjas, you had a brief stint on NIP where you got to show yourself on the tier 1 level. Then we had Sangao, and now you're in China on Rare Atom. So how would you describe your career so far?
It's hard to describe, but I started off with Young Ninjas, and got a lot of knowledge from all the coaching staff there. I think we performed okay as a team as well, especially as an academy team. I think we got some upsets here and there, reached around maybe, I think, top 36 at peak or around there, top 40. Then obviously I got the chance to play for NIP for a short while, which also was great for me. Learned a lot playing the tier 1 events, standing in for Device obviously, and learned a lot as well with the team environment there. After that, went to Sangao. We were really good for a while there when we qualified both for Blast, and we're very, very close to make the Rio major. Now I'm in Rare Atom. We had quite of a bad start, I'd say, the first 3 months with the team. But now it's been going a little bit better. Sadly, we missed out on the RMR. But yeah, we're here to play now in Europe for Blast, and it's gonna be fun.
And I want to touch on that. You mentioned the RMR here. That obviously is crushing when you can't make that. So how is the mood in the team? How is the team feeling right now coming into Blast?
Yeah, obviously we were a bit disappointed not qualifying for the RMR, but also we knew that we weren't going to be favorites coming into it. We only had, I think, 2 spots in the Chinese qualifier, and both Linvision and the Tyloo have been playing better than us. Even though, of course, we want to beat them, to be better than them. We still know that that's the reality. It's gonna be tough. Obviously, we were disappointed to not make it. I think we had a good chance in the end versus Tyloo, but it was not something we expected.
Yeah, it's always going to hurt, right? That's kind of what Fuzi puts across there. The idea of just falling short of the RMR and even having that chance. But man, that only makes events like this that much more important to this team. True. And I guess for that, we could look at kind of what the end goal is, right? Like, where are we aiming here on the back of wins at Showdown? Yeah,
and it's all for the qualification at London, right? The spring final coming up in June. And we've already got some teams there from the Blast groups at the start of the year. That was on LAN back in Copenhagen, our first event of the season. And through it, we saw, most importantly, Vitality, Na'Vi, FaZe, and VP qualify cleanly through. They made solid runs. They looked good. VP even beat Cloud9 there, as I said. But then we also had additional teams make it in Astralis and G2, who made it through that 5th, 6th decider. Who's sticking out here on the page to you, Harry, talking about London?
Well, I'm going to pick one that maybe is in, it's
I already know.
Astralis.
Yeah.
Because, obviously they had a bit of a rough time, didn't they? They had a bit of a rough go at it, Hugo. Yeah, and with Major Dreams dashed and with changes appearing in the Astralis org, Blame F out, Device taking over the IGL responsibilities. Man, just some wild changes. Bro, even moving in. So, this one is, I think, very, very interesting in a way. You know, London is going to be Astralis's, you know, major, and
that's true.
And this is a chance for us not only to see them with the new look squad, but a chance to maybe earn like a bit of redemption and try and get back on the good side of the folks at home, because I think they need it, man. I think you know, the results that we've seen from this team had always felt just a little underwhelming, and sure, there was some runs in there. There was some moments where you got to see Device back up on the big stages, but it didn't leave like a lasting impression, and it felt like changes were almost inevitable within Astralis.
Yeah, and I won't deny my biases here. They'll stick out pretty clearly, but I also do love the location change for the Spring Final, right?
Oh,
Not only because no longer do Astralis have the home crowd advantage over in Copenhagen, but now we're in London, Harry. London is cooling, and we'll see if Astralis can answer that. What an exciting venue and you know, location to hold a big CS event.
Have you ever been to London before?
I have been to London once or twice in my life, yes.
Yeah?
I do know London.
What's your name 3 things to do in London?
Go see the Big Ben.
Yeah,
did you know the Big Ben, it's not the clock, it's actually the bell inside. Fun fact, most people know that one. The London Eye. The London Eye. That's that big.
Yeah. Did you know
wheel.
The London Eye isn't actually the name of the wheel?
Oh, what is it?
It's the name of the middle.
Is that true?
No, it's not. I just wanted it to be like Big Ben.
No, that would have been fun. Have you got a third one? Buckingham Palace.
There you go. That's a good
wouldn't
one.
go there. I'd stay away. But you can if you want.
No, it's nice.
Maybe you will if you're going to the Spring Final. I know you know, tickets are already out there, and I know some people who are going, so I hope they have fun. And I hope you do too.
You ever been on a river like sightseeing tour down the Thames? Thames.
No, I haven't.
Where am I?
You're not from
Thames.
London. No, I haven't. But
Jason Moses O'Toole here down the Thames.
I know we're in. You know, well, I live in Oxford, Harry, and the Thames actually goes through the Oxford, the middle of Oxford. So
damn! So what you're saying is we could hold this in Oxford.
We could float from Oxford to London if we want to pull up to Spring Final.
Awesome! Let's do that.
Yeah, and well, only, as I said, only one of these teams from this side of the bracket can go through. Cloud9, Heroic, Liquid. These are the big names, and Complexity. I don't want to hold back Complexity from beating a Heroic, but these are the teams that are favourites. And Rare Atom a heavy underdog. We're just waiting for some tech issues, folks, if it wasn't blatantly clear at this point. It is the first game.
Really, they've been they've been telling us, go live, guys. The game is ready this whole time. But honestly, we're having a good time hanging out with everyone.
Well, we've only got one game today, so we need as much airtime as possible.
That's a good point.
And we're hoping Rare Atom actually give us a fight.
Isn't this crazy? We're on Blast, man. That's crazy.
Cool.
It's kind of sick, isn't it? It's nice.
It's good to be back. I do. You know what I'm most excited for? It's when we go into game and we hear the dun 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 dun. That's my favorite. It does
always hit, doesn't it?
That's my favorite.
It always hits.
Never change that, please.
It's so good. I remember I would annoy you to no end.
Yeah?
Keep making the various blast noises at you. When we were back in Paris, especially the break one, I would just drive you insane.
The background track. yeah, that one's a.
Oh, it's so good, man. It's so good. It gets you pumped. It gets you thick and ready for the day.
And aren't we just that? It looks like Rare Atom are in one of. I don't know which, but it looks like they're in one of the Serbian boot camps. That's what it feels like from the room.
The room feels
The
Serbian.
room is speaking. No. I've seen them before. I think maybe it looks like Relog to me.
Guys, this just feels like a Serbian room, if you can imagine.
Serbia is the best boot camp location, but Harry, I want to play some CS. I want to watch some CS.
I was going to say, you're not going to be playing, but you will be watching, because everything is ready. Play that intro. Let's go, baby. Yeah, it's building. It's building. We're going to hit it on the drop. Oh, it's so good. Cloud9 taking on Rare Atom. And now that those little tech delays are out of the way, we are ready to get this one going. It's coming at you fast down the pipeline now. Mirage to open, Anubis up next is the pick of Cloud9. An overpass waiting in the wings should we need it. But it's not a good start for Rare Atom. Already locked out by Axal and Hobbit as they are lit up coming up through the ramp. Only one kill found. And we waited all that time for this. Cloud9 just dominate them in the pistol.
Absolutely smoked in the first round of the game. That's not a reassuring beginning. You know, MR12, sure, it's a BO3, but those pistol rounds are hyper important. We've seen teams absolutely crumble without pistol rounds. So Rare Atom without the momentum in their pocket of an opening pistol, and Cloud9 all smiles after taking that one. Hobbit on the A side of Mirage, Harry, is somewhere that I love to watch him.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's a feel-good moment for Cloud9, and they're going to have some time to really think about that now as we get back in to one more little tech pause here. Now, I'm hoping it's going to be little. I kind of threw out some words there that maybe I shouldn't have. But
they're like, can we restart? That round doesn't count. We didn't rush out ramp. That's not what we did. We're better than that.
All of our keyboards broke and we just got stuck moving in one direction.
That is my excuse too.
It's like a bottle had rolled under the accelerator pedal or brake pedal. You couldn't push it down anymore.
I get you.
Yeah.
Well, if it's a bottle, you could crush it, right? In theory.
Well, no. If the lid was on, it's full of air. What are you going to do? The air wins.
I'm stronger than air.
I don't think so.
I can move my
I don't want to be
hands.
the bearer of bad air news. All right.
Also cool to notice Twister sitting behind the Rare Atom boys as well. A legendary coach as far as coaches go, obviously on both teams, but this is a guy who was even behind ENTS when they made their 2019 Katowice major final run. So worth keeping that in mind. It was a short pause, Harry.
It was only small, guys. Here we are. We're right back in Cloud9. And a chance to wreck some pistols here. You love these rounds if you're Cloud9, and you hate them if you're Rare Atom.
They are some of the worst ones. They're going to try and bleed it out, wait for some nades. When you're playing at this level, you want to get every advantage you can. So force Cloud9 to use their utility, force reinvestment, and hope this one Deagle can rip the head off. Out come the Glocks. Electronic and Window has plenty of support. Even though damage is done, he has no helmet. Very risky. He'll tuck in and let his team finish off the job. Every 9 do it. It's a little awkward, but...
Okay.
Oh my God,
Corey. Okay, right, come on, Corey.
What have you got?
Come on, Corey, let's go. Kill from him already, but Perfecto's going to spam him out. And so it is a done deal on that second round. A little bit of damage done at the end is nice for Rare Atom, honestly. It looked like it was going to be a round where they did 99 to everyone that faced them in mid, but we didn't get a single kill. Instead, they've done a little bit more damage. They forced some reinvestments here as they now look to bring out the guns.
I see Electronic show some restraint, getting headshot and just hiding a window, letting his team do the rest. Obviously, making some changes himself as well when we talk about in-game leading as of late. Wolf is out. Boomic waits for nothing. It's been him and Perfecto wielding it. It's been somewhat map dependent. And Boomic fielding it on CT Mirage right now. Goes for a quick pick mid. He'll reset. Mid control taken. Oh, that's a great shot from X-Pro though.
Mid control taken. Nice position for Rare Atom to be in. Electronic up and leaves the window, and so now room taken over here towards the connector. Boomic, hello, he's brought out the big green. And X-Pro's on the receiving end of it. Now, there was no real way to follow up to that. The one play they've got here is it looks like Fuzi's making a bit of ground over towards the jungle position, gets up into the window, and is now somewhat behind enemy lines. They know this area's been open, so it shouldn't come as a surprise, and Boomic is holding on to it. Fuzi now dead over in window.
Got the bomb.
Oh dear. Gonna go back and grab that, but that's wasting precious time here. Time that Rare Atom don't really have. They're going into a two-man hold over towards B. And with Electronic having up and left window earlier on, he joins up with Perfecto here. They are a little worried about more players in the back line.
Timing though.
And Electronic, in that moment of doubt, they've slipped on past it. Will this betray Perfecto? They hear the footsteps, so they turn around and deal with it nicely. And Perfecto closes the door on this B play.
Ooh.
Cloud9, 3-0.
That almost went very wrong, right? That paranoid timing of checking the flank. But yeah, Perfecto spins right back. And Cloud9, they didn't make any gambles. They pushed a player all the way through Palace. They knew that it was going to be a B play, but they're still too strong there with Boomic holding rotation. So yeah, trusting in their anchors, and Perfecto puts on a show. Great hold with the A4. And Cloud9 currently looking very good. We're just seeing a lot of contact plays for Rare Atom. X-Pro taking a fight at connector, but his team weren't ready to play off of him towards the A side. And he's dead early as well. Boomic right now putting this orb to good use. Great grenade, 30 damage on 3. And Deagle's just hoping for the best. But if you're Cloud9 here, you don't have to force the issue. Not without a flash at least. Pop down below his summer. And right now, Cloud9 can just comfortably sit back. You can see them conceding most of their mid control, forcing Rare Atom to come and get them. More flashes.
Yeah, you know, they are just continuing to fight this. I like it from Cloud9. They know they have Rare Atom boxed in at the top of mid, and so lock him out with the Deagles, play the range game, lock him down, boys. Cloud9, 4-0. Still nothing for Rare Atom. I'm using nil a lot, like this is football all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Because it ends in London, mate.
Couple of Londoners. Yeah. Yeah, right now I've not seen any, you know, splendid shooting.
Well, you know, one gun round here.
Yeah,
one,
sure,
come on,
give them that.
man, come on, your forehands in. Oh, it's not like what I've seen from Rare Atom.
No. Let's give them this gun round, then we'll get worried.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I can co-sign that. Cloud9 looking great to open up. Lack of an AWP, says Boomich. What are you talking about, mate? Here I am, pushing in towards the Palace. Boomich is ready to go on the big green. Summer is right there on the other side. Oh, and, well, sucks for somebody, mate. Didn't even get to play the damn game.
Who?
Get it?
That's the only one.
Here we are.
Double push. It's being held up in Palace, and the AWP's gone back, so Boomich can't even trade that. Nice opener for Summer. Cloud9 attempt to clear out A, and they have the man advantage. It's a high-risk maneuver. Meanwhile, ready at B to pop is X-Pro. He's got a 1v1 available.
Oh, but it's a little disjointed here for Rare Atom, right? Like, even if he goes now, what follows that, right? If he gets the kill, sure, he can try and hold down the B site while his teammates scramble to rotate over, but even then, you've got to worry about these fights in through lower. So this is actually a good timing to start to regroup over in the apartments. Rare Atom, they had me worried. They had me going there for a minute. Had me in the first half, not gonna lie, but here they are, moving back together now through the apartments, ready to hit this B site, and it's just perfecto there.
1 kill's nice, 2 kill is excellent. Nothing should mean around for Rare Atom. See if they can find him. They jump out. Fuzi gets that shot on a rotation, so now really pressure on Perfecto. The round is in the palm of his hand. Can he clasp it? Good grenade puts him halfway down, but he still takes one with him. I don't know if that's temptation for Cloud9. They've got the money to rebuy, but it's a risk-reward game. If Rare Atom don't throw themselves into this AWP, it might just be a save. Very well done. Methodically cleared on B, and good utility to supplement. That's even Fuzi finding his first AWP kill of the game. So Rare Atom on the board, Harry. I'm impressed.
Yeah, there we are. There we are, right? We said we were given to this gun round to show something off, and that one looks far better. I think, Fuzi, you've got to keep a keen eye on this guy, right? As mentioned, on their run to get to this event, the numbers that he was putting up out in Asia was phenomenal. And so you hope he can kind of showcase that here. He's also someone who's had a good deal of experience playing towards the upper echelons with a brief stint in NIP. So let's see if he can now start to really find his footing, kind of cement a bit of ownership over the server here. He gets his first on the AWP in that round there. And that's got to be the beginning of something for Rare Atom.
Boomich has put the tea mug down, Harry. Not the kettle. What would you call it?
It was a teapot.
Teapot. That's
it was a teapot. Yeah. Short and stout.
Can
he handle what's happening in mid? There's his spout. First man down. Summer dead as Boomich rings out on the AWP. No trade as Axal swings it ultra wide.
Oh my God, they are sending it. I like that volley as well. Safely thrown. It's going to get behind the boxes. No one can even cross. The AWP's trying, but Axel sees it and goes, nah, actually 5v2. Not my cup of tea.
Boomich just an AWP god, man.
Yeah.
2 kills in the round already, and it's all left onto X-Pro and Fuzi, who... They check the boost, good check, but not going to win either of the fights, and so it's a convincing shutdown over in mid. There he is, Boomich. Loving life on the AWP.
Yeah, it's a different level to, you know, what we usually see Cloud9 play up against.
Come on now.
But I'll still give him...
You got to give him his dues, man. Look, he's looking good on the AWP.
This ain't a tier 1 game. That. Yeah, for now. CT side, Mirage against Rare Atom. It's getting the AWP +1, the thumbs up, double thumbs up for Boomich. Lots of opening picks. I keep giving them to him. He's
going back to window again. Let's go.
These smokes don't feel like insta smokes because he's peeking before they bloom. Obviously, spawn changes recently. We are playing on the new patch, but this is something that Rare Atom will need to keep in mind if they want to take mid quickly. They are, again, they've got players out top, and Fuzi coming from lower as well. Boomich isn't connected this time.
Oh, there he is, Boomich. Out like a bandit.
X-Pro is hating him right now. Keeps getting off.
No one can deal with the Boomich AWP.
Big Boom's in the room. You know about it.
He's bought the gravy, Dad. But does he have the stuffing? Summer.
Oh!
That's an awkward jiggle. He knows about the ramp push,
Nice.
but it's a double play between Electronic and Hobbit. Boomich has found another on the AWP, just keeping it very mobile here. Rotates in, will get cut down. Somebody and Fuzi have given Rare Atom a chance here. 3 kills in the blink of an eye, and suddenly that bomb is getting planted. Somebody is low on health, but he's going to be able to cross out towards CT and get his hands on that AWP.
They saw it, though.
They're going to wait for this flank. All the stock is being put in Perfecto right now. He might never find anything. Coming through Palace, it's a little awkward. He's going to miss this ramp player entirely, and so the round is set up for Fuzi to win. Ooh, somebody nerve-wracking over towards the spawn, but he's homed in on Palace now, and Axal moving in. He loses his teammate, and then they realize now this round is just too far gone, surely! Axal didn't even see somebody, but it works out brilliantly. Both kills. The round isn't theirs.
Why didn't he go for it? I feel like that was on the edge. I feel like that maybe could have been doable, Harry.
I don't know. I don't think he like fully it didn't dawn on him immediately.
Because he stopped. He turned back. Like
he thought about it.
I think he had time. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna throw it out there. Get in the demo. Figure it out. I feel like he could have won that off the spray.
Damn, Axal. Damn, bro.
Yeah, I could be wrong.
Look at this, right? So this was how it all started. This was actually a really nice, kind of 2-man play out through the connector. They managed to salvage a round that looked like it was getting out of hand. Axal then does that.
If he made it to under, he had time, dude.
He did make it very far.
He had time.
He definitely had time.
Well, they get the round, but at what cost, Harry? No orb saved. Galils are out. Limited util. They're just happy they're here. Seeing these ramp smokes been a problem. More so from Electronic. It's Hobbit up closest time, and a lot of players about to explode. Oh, giving away his position for nothing. He doesn't know how close they are. Look at the spin out Palace. They're creeping towards him. Great spam from X-Pro. His team are already flooding out. They're deeper.
Here it is.
You should be ready for, but Boomich gets his.
Big boom. Oh, boom at that. As he lines up a second kill from it, X-Pro's tagged up, crossing, and tries to make it into CT, but he's got a battle for control here and turns at the wrong time. It's all on somebody. Oh God, he's so screwed. They're all around him. They are all around him. Now they know where he is. They've got him boxed in, and it's Boomich on the AWP to seal the deal on that round.
Was there ever a doubt,
Yeah.
Boomich, tier 1 AWPer? We all knew it was coming. He just had to warm up,
Look
Harry.
at him, man. He's just biting his lip. He's having a good time.
That feels good. Some great shots, catching those crossing players, the stairs flick, the closer, when he almost gets headshot. Boom, highlight collection, give it to me. Great recovery from Boomich, and he's been getting a lot of opening kills. The impact is there for Cloud9. I like the variety of pace we're seeing from these Rare Atom boys. They're going for quick executes. They're getting a lot of room. They're getting into post-spawns. We've also seen them do the slow mid-control takes, but Cloud9 seemingly have the answer for everything. That's a danger. If you're going for rushes, you're getting bombs down in the first 30 seconds. You know what Cloud9 have? They have all the util in the world to flush you out of these positions. That's why you need to see Rare Atom really play slower rounds, draw grenades out of Cloud9. But the longer you draw out rounds against a team like this, the more they're going to get impatient. They're going to push you. And look at Electronic right now. He's sending it out mid. He's got plenty of support. The molly forces Corey out and into a casket. Casket. That's the one.
Right, sorry, I was confused.
It's the same spelling.
Verbiage. Here we are, Hobbit. Just taking a nice wide fight, and he's going to get given them.
The anti-ecos have been unbelievably clean.
More than willing to fight over in mid, right? Constantly just taking that as like a chance to stifle the round from ever getting dangerous. They're just swinging out. They've got support from Boomich's AWP. They usually got a man up through Cat. That round you had Electronic running wild down in mid. No, this is a very convincing look from Cloud9, and it feels like, they're They're playing like they know they're the better team right now. They're not afraid to take these fights. And that's exactly what you wanted to see. I think this is a very reassuring look at this Cloud9 squad.
Absolutely. It's what you'd want to see. If you're playing scared in this game as Cloud9,
so you're not going to make it.
You're not going to make it, bro, yeah. All Palace pop, blind spray, Hobbit lets one in. He still takes a kill with him. Gonna cross again, but still Cloud9 keep up the assault of flashbangs, even a nade onto Tetris. They're getting burned. Everything is being thrown at them, Harry, even the kitchen sink.
Oh, and as summer falls, you kind of lose your point man here if you're Rare Atom. And it's so awkward when you get trapped down in sandwich like that. You don't really have a leg to stand on. They can peek over the top. They can swing you a bench. They can swing out from triple. His teammate locked in at Tetris can't even help him. And so that one gets shut down convincingly. And that was, you know, Rare Atom kind of attempting a bit of a pace change here, right? Kind of throwing caution to the wind on a faster A pop out through Palace. They even hit the timing to catch Hobbit. It felt like that had all the makings of a Rare Atom round. But the rotates are immediate. Hobbit somehow gets out with a kill there. And then, you know, that util that you mentioned when you play these faster rounds, when Cloud9 have got everything to fall back on, it just starts raining in. You've got flashes, you've got mollies, you've got nades, it's all coming your way, and Rare Atom can't deal with that.
It's felt like Cloud9 have had the perfect positions in so many of these rounds, right? Not, you know, if they're doing a triple mid take, they're so quick to rotate A. Hobbit's in a different spot every single round. He's looking really solid on the A side. And now, again, pistols flood into middle, but they won't last long, not with Axel keeping this pressure on. It's a nice Molotov as well. Burning out the bench, meaning he can fight wide and not worry about that awkward headshot angle. These Deagles do not feel like a threat to Cloud9 right now.
This is like one of the first anti-eco rounds that hasn't just immediately been locked out in middle. There actually has been a bit of respect forced. Cloud9 have to slow down. Yeah, they are looking to come back through with the re-aggression. They've got two players over at Cat ready to do exactly that. Man towards Con as well. And so there's the re-aggro out through mid. You think if you're Rare Atom, for a moment there, you've been given some room to breathe, but Cloud9 do all that only to take it away on their say-so. A nice kill onto Hobbit, sure, but it's not going to win you the round. Somebody was tagged up right at the start, and so here's the closer. Electronic's going to get it.
Yeah, perfect position.
More boomage. More boomage. They are all hunting him down. Cloud9, merciless.
Yeah, and now I will say it, Harry, because we're deep into this game, I'd say. I haven't really seen the shooting I was expecting from Rare Atom.
No.
You at least, you know, I'm not going to judge like the depth of the playbook, and I actually think they have had a nice variety of rounds. They've had these slow mid takes, they've had these Palace pops. They've been switching it up, but I'm been hoping for some sick aim coming through. Some just showcasing some fantastic individual work.
Fuzi on the AWP, lighting it up.
He's only had one AWP. Yeah. This is second AWP, so I'll give him that. But you know, it hasn't outstanded me yet with the aim I've seen from Rare Atom, so I'm hoping for something to come through here. It's the last round of the half. They've missed their top mid smoke.
Oh, they're going to try and make the best of it by playing on through.
Actually, it might be purposeful to block connector.
Nice bit of nade damage. There's that Fuzi AWP again, chiming out with a kill. Boomich missed shot over towards the connector, so ground is conceded in middle, and so finally Rare Atom have a leg to stand on here. A 5v4 and the mid control they've been looking for in what feels like every one of these rounds. Now they've got to do something with it. They're looking for 3 on the half here.
I like the re-smoke there. They can play into it if they want. Get a player up in window. Corey's going to be in ladder as well. So plenty of eyes on Boomich's AWP, and he makes a nice read to move back. He's reconsidering it. But Boomich likes to get involved, and with the game he's having, I won't judge him for it.
He likes to be near the action.
Just checking his jungle timing, because you see that A players are double set up deep to play for ramp. There's only one player here, but the bomb's coming back. And I got to say, Harry, it's all on the flank in mid, because Cloud9 have the perfect crossfire in this A site to deal with it.
The one thing that scares me is it feels like Corey's more in a position to try and cut down rotates as opposed to, you know, be involved in flanking this A site. And so if the bomb gets dropped over at ramp with this much time left, it's a done deal on the round. This kill from Corey takes the attention away for a moment. Now they spot the ramp play. Electronic, one kill, right place, right time, and he might have just won it there. Perfecto's hunted down by that second lurking player, and so Rare Atom will manage a third right at the end of this first half. Well, if you're a Rare Atom fan, maybe it's time to avert your eyes from this one. Cloud9 looking really good in that first half there. They managed to put up 9 rounds. Rare Atom kind of break through right at the end with a cheeky third put up on the board, but I don't know if that's going to be their saving grace here, Hugo. It felt a little disjointed in that first half, and the players that we need to be stepping up here for Rare Atom haven't really been filling those boots. On the Cloud9 side, it's been a bit of a masterclass on the AWP from Boomich, and other than that, I don't think there's a weak link as you go across the board. Everyone's looking good. This is the Cloud9 you want to see, and they can cement this map right now if they pick up the pistol. Somebody's got his work cut out for him. 1 kill, and it's the end of the line. Fuzi, nice response as he taps back from the market. Rotates, moving over now for Rare Atom. They've got the man advantage, but they're going to have to break on through and retake this one, 4v3.
Great position taken by Axel. That smoke gives him cover, and Fuzi's just going to walk into it. He does recover the shot. USP's finding faces. It's all on Perfecto, back of the site, and nothing to deliver. Rare Atom will find that pistol round, a much-needed one, splitting even here as both CT sides take pistol on Mirage, and Cloud9 with a plant and the confidence of that CT side was surely expecting a buy here. Galil armor round 2, nice place to be. Nice shots out of Fuzi as well. That's who you want, Harry. That's who we've been looking at coming into this event for Rare Atom. Swedish star.
Like, man, they can split the pistols, they can split the Atom, but now they need chemistry. Here you go, right?
Wow, that's a
there you go. Kind of a science link in for everyone at home. If you're a science fan, let us know. But yeah, Rare Atom. Could this be the beginning of something here? As these scorelines close up, and they close up quick. Cloud9 coming in with a 4 spy after the bomb plant, but they've already lost one of these guns out in mid. A taste of their own medicine there as the top mid aggression is thwarted from that double window peak.
Does no one have instas, right? Again, timing very close for Rare Atom. Maybe had an advanced spawn. Actually, I say this, the Mirage CT side spawns are better. You don't have those very back spawns now. So I wonder how that does affect insta window timing anyway. Right now, we keep seeing players catch kills before that smoke blooms. Cloud9 don't have mid. Rare Atom have pushed the top side. They know a site hit's coming, and they're rotating quickly.
Hobbit is quite the burden to bear here.
4 on A, Harry.
Deep in the front lines, and Fuzi's even flanking around from behind, so Cloud9 are on a timer. They are on one hell of a timer at that, and it's not going well. X-Pro opens up, Hobbit dead. Even though there's this reply from Axel, everyone else is just getting thinned out. Boomich barely even makes it past the connector. You're counting your lucky stars that you even get the bomb planted here, and for Boomich, best attempt might just be to get the hell out of there while he still can.
Where can you go? They're probably wondering where he slipped off to, but they're coming in with the clear, and saving his gun is probably the best move. He's going to try tuck in.
I can't believe they're tapping it, man. Like, come on, someone. Oh, nice. God! There's an upgrade. There's something.
Oh!
But that's the end of the line. Right. Boomich makes out like a bandit. Goodbye as he takes that M4. And they'll take the plant money as well. So all in all, for Cloud9, they managed to make something of that round. But a nice response from Rare Atom as they piece together very, very quickly what's going on. And it's all thanks to Fuzi's push up through top mid.
That was very quick for Fuzi. And yeah, they fully believe it as well. They know Cloud9 will probably keep it fairly basic in the early rounds of this half. And Cloud9 just explode A into the entirety of Rare Atom. So you love to see it for Rare Atom. Okay, Insta's coming in. Let's check this timing now in window. As I mentioned, those further Mirage CT spawns. Yeah, I think the spawns are... Fuzi could have peeked window there. He just set up the mid-molly. That's interesting. That will change Mirage significantly. With such powerful CT spawns. Because I feel like even your bad spawns will be able to get to window pretty quickly. Still have Cloud9 taking middle. That smoke doesn't put them off. Fuzi's in the window and Hobbit jumps in unawares. 5v4 for Rare Atom. Another opportunity granted here with the man advantage. Fuzi escapes.
This one's got some legs on it, doesn't it? Rare Atom. They lose Summer over here in mid. That is such a big kill for Boomich to have found. It's this equalizer, but it also just kind of pulls the attention away from where Cloud9 were looking to end up, which was this B hit. Rare Atom are quick to react and try and deal with Boomich over in mid, but they're still left a man down here with the sight lost. And Fuzi's walking in, but it doesn't feel like X-Pro wants to join him. Yeah, they should be saving here. They've already lost the sight for a long while, so they will just have to bow out, give Cloud9 the respect on this one.
What a painful reality check, right? You get rid of Cloud9's force buy like that so easily with a great read, and you feel like you're going to be back to, back to your punches here on CT side Mirage. Such a comfortable place to be, but Cloud9, I like the fake. They go for a mid take into a con fight with 2 players. It looks like they're setting up for an A split, and Rare Atom only have 1 player at B, so Cloud9 just explode in. It's a nice, bit of a fake out there for Cloud9. They don't make it look like B until it is. So no warning for Rare Atom. They find out the hard way.
Boomich is doing work. He's even turned the lights off, man. Like, that's how...
Shut the curtains.
He's wired right now, man.
Oh,
curtains drawn, lights off.
Who doesn't want a game in the dark?
Yeah, full gamer den. Not electronic, not Dennis. I tell you what, mate. He's got all the lights on in his nice little room.
Yep, that's where he is. Correct, Harry. Cloud9 playing from home.
I like his rug. You'll see it next time we have him up on the player cam.
I like Boomich's back wall. It's got some nice patterns on. Probably can't see that anymore, though.
See, with Boomich, I more admire his balls, man. Like, look at this. He's playing with so much confidence across this map right now.
Very true. Fuzi, the only guy who's positive. If you count one as positive, do you? Maths fans? I've been told it's not, but I feel like it is, but I also don't know maths.
He's just, he's breaking even, man.
He's a 1.0 KD positive, Harry. Math fans.
You're asking the wrong guy, dude. I don't know, man.
True. Mid take coming in. They're hoping for a boost, it looks like. Re-smoke, denied. Oh, are they going to set up a ladder? Vent's not broken. Cloud9 are coming quick up cat.
Player up through the ladder might get boosted at just the right moment, or might miss the timing entirely. It's on a knife's edge, but there's Boomich leading the charge. Corey will get one on that backstab set up in the ladder room. He's at least got them boxed in, but that's where Hobbit alleviates all the pressure, and Cloud9 keep it very fluid again. Concealing their intentions on this one, they leave the back door open with Hobbit lurking up through the connector, and if he can win this fight, the round is almost set in stone for Cloud9. Hobbit has done some heavy lifting here. They bypass the Rare Atom lean over towards B. Now that they've got the bomb down, they've got Boomich set up to play around it, and Hobbit just still taking heads off in towards the spawn. This one is a done deal. Boomich don't even want to allow the save, but he's not given a choice.
I feel like that's a, lack of experience by X-Pro going for that fight in CT. It's a swing kill of the round in a 3-on-3. Without it, like with him dying, you can't win the retake, but if he waits for his teammate who's right behind him and he waits for Fuzi to flash, they could actually trade Hobbit and you got a 2v2, you got a winnable round, but instead he goes alone. He had a choice not to, and he picks the wrong choice. So Hobbit wins a couple of crucial kills there, and I like what you say about the round being fluid. That is a lovely rug. Looks fluffy. The round did look fluid, Harry. Giving Cloud9 a backdoor, an escape route after they take cat, because that was a B hit. That wasn't some convoluted fake. It was a B hit where they lose the apartment's player, and then the flanker gets killed. So of course you go back. You have Hobbit in such a good position. So I like what Cloud9 did there in the mid round. They're looking confident on T side. 11-5. 2 more will do it on their map pick. Or sorry, Rare Atom's map pick.
All right, there's no crazy fakery here. This one is looking just like an all-in B hit. And sure, don't let Boomich fool you over in mid. He's kind of there to just put some pressure on early. But he won't hang around. He's going to go rejoin the rest of the gang. Actually clearing out the spawn, seeing if anyone has gone aggressive through ramp for Rare Atom. And they have, but they're a little slow on this push. X-Pro will be checked, but he's going to win that fight. Hobbit now dead. This one could get weird with a bit more follow-up damage done onto Perfecto. Cloud9 are wounded. They're going to lob in all this util and try to move in out through the apartments now. Boomich is up the short side. And he's going to secure a key opener. That kill on a somebody could shake this round up in Cloud9's favor. Fuzi will at least get the trade, but as he tries to go for even more, he's locked out of it. Rare Atom, they eventually took that ramp control, but now it's going to leave Corey very far removed from this retake. With Summer dead, back in the market, Corey's got nothing to do here. Low HP on Perfecto, sure. And so he's just going to play for the exits. Cloud9 do not want to leave through the apartments. They're all going to group on the market side. And so Corey will not get the reward from this. That is a Mac 10, my brother. It's kind of the same as what you had already.
I would call it a downgrade. Oh, you know, Axel's having a fantastic game numbers-wise, but I love watching Boomich on this team. I feel like he is so impactful in every round that Cloud9 win. It feels like he's having the highest impact in the server right now. He's in all the swing positions. He's putting himself in great spots. That kill up from Cat's side as his team are, you know, popping. That was really, really nice. Yeah, the Boomich Axel 1-2 punch right now is a knockout blow, and Rare Atom on their map pick are facing an early fall, 12-5, a desperate buy, and Cloud9 looking confident, waltzing over that finish line. We do have an ace stack here. Maybe there's some hope.
All in exec with once again Boomich lurking out through middle. Summer picks up the first, but it's swiftly dealt with. Axel going to trade that out and now look to take a bit of space. Boomich given room up through the connector. Dead swinging on out, but it's immediately traded, and they still don't know about Boomich. They still don't know about this man who's come up all the way through con and is now lurking into jungle. This could be the undoing of Rare Atom here.
Because they forgot the bomb, I hope they go cold and don't move. Electronic can sit under this balcony. He doesn't need to do anything. They can just give Boomich time to lurk and find a kill. He won't be able to, it looks like, but it's going to make Rare Atom potentially doubt that this is actually an A play. They start clearing, but awkward timing, getting caught, and that slowdown, while not intentional, was again a great mid-round decision for Cloud9 because of the bomb drop. They're ready to close the map right now. Failed jump up, recovered well, and the map almost ending. X-Pro has to give it his all, sending through this spawn. He can't finish his meal, and Boomich closes the game. At least game one, map one for Cloud9, and Nubis up next. Cloud9 looking good.
Yeah, you know, fantastic effort across the board from everyone on Cloud9. Not really a weak player in sight. Boomich spearheading that movement to make it all happen. And then you had some great performances from guys like Axel and Electronic around him. On the other side of things, for Rare Atom, now that their map pick has slipped through their fingers, this gets real dicey. And Nubis coming down the pipeline next, and I don't know, I'm feeling like it might be the curtain call for Rare Atom here.
It's a sad reality, but it's also the one that we expected, Harry. It's the one that we kind of want, in a sense, from Cloud9 to come through and look confident, especially in an opening round where they have no reason to look weak. They are the favorite on their side of the bracket. They're a team we expect to see in the final. And, well, Cloud9 looking to take a 2-0 to start the show.
Oh, and look at that. The Fuzi one-man army is not enough. For Cloud9, it is a lovely distribution. And, man, I mean, you know, with Anubis next, it's looking prime at the moment.
Well, map 1 in the series went just about the way that we would have expected. Cloud9 with a nice big victory, went 13-5 over Rare Atom. Complete shutdown, old bubs.
Yeah, I mean, they played their game. Fousey said before the game, we're gonna try and see if it's enough. It wasn't enough, but I think they played a couple of good rounds. It wasn't like a full mess, but surely Cloud9 the better team on the day.
Well, and we can bring up the stats too from the game as well. It was really just kind of Fousey in that interview who was contributing from the Rare Atom side, you know, just in terms of numbers. But I mean, you go over to the Cloud9 side and it's just a whole different universe over there. Axal with 18, Boomich with 18, Electronic with 16. Yep. They were having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a luxury as a player to play these type of games because you really want to, at some point when you're in front that much, you kind of just gonna be like, okay, who can get the best score? Who can get the most amount of stats from these easy games, right? I remember back in the day that you would, okay, I'm gonna buy the MP9, I'm gonna rush top mid because if we lose it, whatever, like you always try to play for the confidence, and I think Axal really got something for this game.
Well, Cloud9 didn't lack confidence at all in this map. Like the amount of just battles we saw, like especially in middle on Mirage, but that was a team that was not scared to take any fight whatsoever. And that was, I know Harry and Hugo kind of pointed it out. That's kind of one of the cool things you want to see out of Cloud9 as the favorite in this is just like, force me to respect you, and if you can't do it, we're just going to run you over.
Yeah, I mean, Adam is probably used to being able to run that default a little bit more smoothly here, but Cloud9 is actually not going to give them the chance to even take top mid in many of the situations, and I think it gave a lot to Rare Atom being not super confident in the mid-round situations because constantly pushes coming in from the Cloud9 side. Even Boomich with the AWP had a lot of good moments, so yeah, it wasn't the best time for the Rare Atom guys.
No, but I mean, you know, we're going to switch over to Anubis at some point, and I mean, I guess the question just becomes: is it going to be much of the same? Is it going to be this kind of disrespectful in your face? Is there anything Rare Atom can do to put a stop to this?
I would love to say yes, but nothing on this map gave me the confidence that they're going to be able to beat Cloud9 on Anubis, which is one of the maps where we have actually seen Cloud9 being one of the best in the world. So it's not looking too shabby for the Rare Atom. A quick flight back to China might be in the cards.
Yeah, it just gets like bad to worse when you go over to the next map. So that's absolutely brutal. And for somebody in summer out of Tyloo, like they're not even having a chance in this series. It feels like to compete, but I don't know. I guess we'll see as the showdown progresses. I know both of us are kind of talking like Cloud9 has already kind of won this series and have moved on, but you got to think for Cloud9 as well. This has also put some finishing touches, some final touches on maps leading into the Copenhagen Major. Yeah,
I mean, I think it's a good tournament for them specifically, obviously, as they qualify with a lot of comfort in the RMR. Too many surprise. I don't think we expected Cloud9 to go 3-0 because it was such a mess at Katowice, and also at the first blast, it wasn't the greatest. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're actually able to get that fear into other teams' eyes, because at some point, people probably felt that Cloud9 was a done team and we were just waiting to get after the major so they could change, but all of a sudden it looks better.
Yeah, ever since they brought Boomich in, it's been a steady improvement, because I mean they got this roster was just so incredibly hyped, or I guess the roster before this was so incredibly hyped after the high profile signings of bringing in, you know, Electronic, bringing in Perfecto, and having Shiro on the roster before he obviously dropped out. But the fact that Boomich is really the most impactful, it feels, of all those signings coming in is actually pretty crazy when you think about it, because when he departed Na'Vi, like, he was out in the cold. Yeah. Nobody was really knocking on his door. So to have him come back in and have this level of impact is super awesome from Boomich.
Yeah, and it's also, I think everybody agrees that Boomich is a top IGL. I think many teams wanted him if it wasn't for all the things that happened outside the game, right? And sadly, it happened the way it did, but it's so strong of his character to go through so much and still come back to the scene with that amount of level and that amount of confidence. Like, just going into a team with superstars to your left and right and be like, hey guys, I'll just play the AWP a couple of rounds, and really actually perform at the same time. I have the biggest respect for Boomich going through that.
Well, he's got some experience playing with superstars. He has played with Simple, so, yeah. You know, and obviously some of the other guys already. So yeah, he's a little bit familiar in that territory. But it's been all looking good. It's been all positive signs for Cloud9. All right, we're going into Anubis. Where on the map does Cloud9 just completely? What is the area of the map that is most open to just disrespectful Counter-Strike?
Yeah, I mean,
is it like mid pushes, dark peaks? What do we got?
Yeah, it's very much on Axal, because Axal is on these anchor roles, so he's gonna get a lot of solo duels. If if he's not able to like withstand the level that Rare Adam is coming with, we've seen him in the last couple of months has a very big dip against some better teams. But I think actually Anubis is one of the maps where he's a little bit more comfortable. I think that we're gonna hope, and I'm a big Exile believer. I haven't left the hype train yet, so I hope to see him just take.
I think you might be the last one on that train.
I am the last one. I remember speaking with you guys behind the scene. I'm like, damn, Exile, he can become good, and you guys was like, nah, man, it's over. And I actually think he has the level to take it back. I think he needs a certain amount of comfort. I think Electronic kind of pushed him a little bit into some uncertain times. But I think with the time in this roster, I hope that he's going to be able to find just a little bit of that old level.
Yeah, I think all of us want that Exile. I think all of us want that Exile that we believed at one point was going to be like some super sick rifle star player, and it's just been so long and so many disappointments. But I think there is a certain element, like as Boomich comes in and makes this team better, I think Exile's been slowly kind of creeping back up. But regardless, like he's still got incredible skills, right? So even if he doesn't end up being like the star player, the guy of the team, he's obviously a really strong piece at all times within this team.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some incredible downfalls beforehand, like Colsera from one year to another almost become irrelevant. But this guy takes the cake, right? Like from the number 4 in the world to just completely out of range of the top 30 last year. Obviously, He was pretty close. I think he was 24 or 25. But like the impact you felt on the server was almost non-existent compared to what he brought in that online era. In the online era, he was the rifler to watch on that Gambit roster, and he was so innovative in his way of lurking. I remember watching the old demos on Vertigo, like him towards B. Good luck to anyone holding B on the CT side, because he was nasty back then.
Yeah, he was a monster. Good news for him. We're still online. So we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Anubis. Cloud9 looking to close out the series against Rare Adam.
Cloud9 kill it on Rare Atom's map pick, and so now we get ready to head to Anubis. This is one where Cloud9 have made a bit of a home for themselves. They felt quite good here. Only teams they've lost to, you're looking at the likes of Vitality. They had a weird one to Big in there, but you know, Big and no strangers to this, and as we kind of touched on before, Cloud9, they do sometimes fall off, you know, they're not immune to it. On the other side of things, for Rare Atom, it's a map that they play, sure, domestically, they have some good results on it, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to match up to Cloud9 here, especially not after the first map that we just got to see, where Cloud9 looked very comfortable.
Yes, if you know, first game didn't instill any faith in Rare Atom for me, and if anything, it only upped Cloud9's value. Obviously, this is a level of team that they should be beating dominantly, and so they're doing exactly that. And you can see the GG bet odds get even more.
I didn't think they could get more one-sided, but they have. They have.
They get it to the point where, you know, you can't even bet on Cloud9 at this point. You just have to believe and watch the game and enjoy it for what it is. And what it is, Harry, is a fantastic showing for Boomich and for Axile.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Boomich kind of stole the show, didn't he, in that first map? It was so easy to really home in on him. But here we are. Let's see, can Boomich keep making these big money moves? Is he going to keep showing up on the AW? Let's see what big boom in store as we get ready to head to Anubis, where Rare Atom are going to have their work cut out for them.
AW, please, Boomich, show us what you got on the CT side. As Rare Atom start T-side. I think that's good for them, if anything. It's a pretty T-sided map. And let's see if they can send it. Already running amok down middle. No one here to stop them. We have a couple of pistols for Cloud9 in the A site. Boomich already going to back up or Axel into the heaven. And we have a bit of a floating cab for this pistol round.
I kind of like it. It's kind of sick.
Yeah, movie mode will just slaughter them. It's like the first pistol, Harry. It's like Mirage all over again. Everyone dies with a whimper.
Yeah, nothing done. No love for Rare Atom from Cloud9. They light them up on that play. Fast out through mid into the A site and into that crossfire, into the dual Berettas of the Elect. I tried to think of a cool nickname for the dualies.
You can workshop it. Those are, I love the dually meta.
Yeah.
I know some people getting annoyed at it. It must be annoying.
Well, because, you know,
definitely.
if we talk historically, Hugo, just for a moment, if that's okay.
Please.
If we talk historically, you were a bit of an anti-dually guy.
I was, but I saw
I
the
think
light,
it's a matter of public record.
I think I will agree. I would like you to acknowledge that when presented with new evidence, I do change my mind.
Of course, far be it from me to say that
I was a denier. At least I'm not like Scrawny, who still doesn't like them. At this point, get on the train, buddy. Yeah. Get on the train.
It's leaving, man.
It's fine.
The train's
you don't
gone.
have to play them. You don't have to play them, but don't deny them. I don't think he denies them. He just doesn't play them. But they are very efficient. They are very effective. Henry recently has been dropping us the double dualies and playing the Zeus like Rops. And I've got to say, he's had great success on maps like Inferno, on maps like Nuke.
No, JKS has been doing the same thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know if I mentioned that, but yeah, I've played with him sometimes. That's and cool. He drops 2 dualies, plays the Zeus, goes sits cave on Ancient.
It's actually a great meta. It's actually, yeah, that was good.
That was pretty good, right? Well, you can tell I've been hearing it.
Can I hear one more?
That one was like a bit more avant-garde.
Yeah, no, I like it. I like it. I hope we get
Perfecto loves it, mate. Him and Boomich are bantering. One thing I'm going to say about Boomich is I think also you got to look at what he brings outside of the server. He actually does. Whenever I've done any filming with these guys, whenever I've spoke to this team, Boomich is very much the guy kind of keeping the smiles, you know, he's always throwing out jokes. He's always keeping everyone in like a good place mentally. And I think, you know, that's something that this Cloud9 squad benefits a lot from. Is he's like a very just pliable character. He knows that he's like a bit of a jokester, a bit of a trickster, but also he can screw his head on straight when he has to, and he will, you know, get the best out of his team.
And he had a very impactful first map, not just in the kills, but where the kills came through, when the kills came through. So let's see if Boomich can keep that up in map 2, and it will be elimination for Rare Atom if that's the case. We've got a 4-spy with no bomb plant, worth noting. So Rare Atom want to flip the script early on this T side.
Yeah, you know, you can do this, but there's a reason why, you know, you don't do this, right? Like, I don't know, these forces feel like you have to have a very good idea behind what you want to do with a buy like this, and with how Rare Atom have kind of started off, they're spread out. They're holding a bit of a default early on, but I hope that it culminates into something deeper than that eventually. You know, they went in and kind of sought their fortune on all the edges of the map, on all the extremities. But now where's the idea? What's the end goal here? Is it going to be another one of these explosions out through middle? That looks to be the case, and Cloud9 are at least giving them the room to do it.
Yeah, the issue is you don't have a rush buy, you have a default buy, you have Deagles, and so Rare Atom have to just kind of walk the walk into a bomb site and hope they hit some nice headshots. They can't run and gun, except for Summer with a tech. 2 on A, Axal and Boomich, the top performers of the previous map, and Axal, eyes on the prize right now. You can see the util come in. What a fantastic D for Fuzi. Boomich does not have the gun for the job. He finds a headshot. Boomich spraying and praying, but he's trapped out on the pillar. He needs more from this position. They will not allow it. The Eagles break their way in, and a bomb plant comes through.
Oh, that's a big fight for Corey to win. Hobbit runs to his death. This M4 locked in the fight to Perfecto, and Summer is going to pick it up. So with the pistols, Rare Atom, they knew what they wanted to do with them, and they managed to break apart the A site. That's a bit of a disaster for Cloud9. Bit of an early roadblock here. What could have been a strong start, much akin to how they got the ball rolling back on Mirage, now gets thwarted somewhat here, right? Cloud9 will likely throw some money into the next round themselves. How much of a hope do you have of actually winning it?
Yeah, it's going to be far worse, right? Rare Atom getting out with stolen M4s. Cloud9, they say one on Electronic. Some good exits coming through, but that's a fantastic round for Rare Atom. They find the gap. It's in middle. We have Electronic, who's the mid player, doubling up at B as they're about to push Dark together. So a perfect timing play for Rare Atom to walk out mid that late in the round. And Cloud9 just left to the wayside. It all falls with Axel just getting tapped in the opening seconds. He can't even get a shot off, and Boomich's gun was not the one for that position. So, Rare Atom, what have they got here? Got to make the most of a force buy like that.
It's exchanged over in middle. Electronic tries to thread the needle, but ends up in the eye of the storm, locked out by Corey and Fuzi early on. It's the international duo here, making it work for Rare Atom. And if you're Cloud9, this one is already gone past you. This one's already gone right over your head. There's no chance for them in this round. And so the Force by Wars won out by Rare Atom. The best Hobbit can hope for now is an upgrade, and Summer will not let that happen.
This is where we really could see Rare Atom start to show some prowess here, because even though it's, as Bubsky was saying, before this map, it's a great map for Cloud9. It's one where they are one of the best teams in the world. At the same time, with the momentum broken early, with the T side of Anubis, and with hopefully some warmed up players now for Rare Atom that we didn't really see in the previous map, with the exception of Fuzi, they could start to run around a little bit, run some rings around Cloud9.
Yeah, I think, when you come into this series as well, if you're Rare Atom, you probably have some jitters early on, you're freaking out a little bit. It's your map pick, so you have some level of expectation. You're like, yeah, okay, we want to get on the board. But you kind of, you would have expected that Cloud9 would have looked to bring this map out if you left it open. And so they would have certainly done some work there. And I think also, this is the part where you remind yourself, like, if we lose this, that's it. The run is over. Our time together here is done. Yeah, we came all this way, and for what? So, you kind of want to leave nothing unsaid. You don't want to feel like you have more to say and that chance was robbed from you. So, nice look from Rare Atom to open up. Boomich's room just consistently getting darker. It's terrifying. Yeah. Like, got a light absorber in there, bro. Oh, no.
Well, something to work on, perhaps. Yeah, flat USPs, saved, Fami, Famas.
Yeah, it's just one.
Nice.
Boomich, USP and a dream. Just a one kill, actually. And Summer looks to lock down the A push, but the Famas will overwhelm him. There's guns aplenty, drop down in the water. This shouldn't get any more exciting.
Don't lose this. I take back everything I said if you lose this.
They're boosting over the smoke over at CT. Electronic is netted another kill. Hang on a second, it might be happening. Somebody and Fuzi have got to pick up the pieces here, because Cloud9, they might have saved if these players at CT die getting nothing done. These kills have enticed them to go for it, enticed them to try. Damage done on the push out through Dark, and now it might just be a damage dealing mission here as somebody wrangles with the AK. He deals with Perfecto, and Axal is left saving. They'll get out with some good damage done and a big what if. But it is a Rare Atom round when all is said and done.
Oh, 3v5-1 for Rare Atom, Harry. That's incredible. The Joseph's died. Yes, that was far too close for comfort considering what Cloud9 bring in, but they leave with nothing. Good hunt for Fuzi at the end. Takes out the AK. Okay, Rare Atom. Averting danger, averting a crisis on that B-bomb site. But Cloud9 will still be coming in with a buy, and that economy, that T-side economy is still ripe for the taking, Harry. Pluck it off the tree, put them back on pistols. That's the goal here for C9. What's your favorite fruit?
Oh, it's a tough one, but probably strawberries.
Reasonable.
Just a strong S-tier pick.
I'll give you that. He won't commit because it's a nice util combo. See Bits throw that a lot. RV, he's great in the A main position. Actually, through though, you weren't ready for that. They throw in the molly, but they don't play behind the molly. They let the molly fade before they take A main. That's just asking to get shot. Axar, what an excellent double kill in A main. But you can't say the Rare Atom didn't mess that one up a little.
And dude, I mean, in this round, you feel bad for somebody who's just left on the extremities. He was the guy who starts off over towards B to watch for like the reaction out of Cloud9, and he's just left feeling like, well, didn't even get to play the round, didn't even get to do anything. No one pushed me because they won both of these fights over in main, and that was very much the opening move for Rare Atom here. Those rounds always hurt.
You can tell that has never happened to Rare Atom before. Oh, that's just unfair, to be honest. Just sprayed. Like, throwing the smoke molly, and then not playing A main, that's the last thing they're expecting.
Yeah. Man, I vibe with somebody on a spiritual level right now.
Yeah?
Like, yeah, you know, this just happens some of these rounds on Anubis. Your A players don't find the success. Your round was essentially walking around the map.
And now dying after time.
And now maybe dying after time. But they'll show some mercy. They hunt him down with a few seconds remaining. Cloud9 just wanted the round, and it's a great round put forward from Axal, who gets ahead of that smoke over towards main. Plays that timing around the Molotov. I can't believe he even threw himself back into the fight, if I'm honest. I think if you're Rare Atom, you're just hoping that the util was enough to dissuade any aggression there.
Axal, a rock-solid anchor, but in CS2 we saw him struggling to find multi-kills in positions where he felt like he was always good for two. Look at Vertigo B bomb site, for example. Really fell off on that part of the map. But A-side solo on Anubis is a seemingly way harder site to play alone, and he consistently puts up really good rounds. He has a variety of moves, so I like watching Axal on this CT side. Right now, he's putting on a good show. Opening kill coming from Fuzi. Damn, there's more. It's a trade. Perfecto. Ahead of the molly, they have no idea.
They've fully stacked out over towards this B side. They anticipated that after being gifted that kill, Rare Atom would try pick up the pace here, and that's not happened. Not to their liking. Boomich even goes hunting there. And dude, he's playing like he is just the ultimate god gamer. Oh dear.
All right, Swedish sensation, Orb Star, ex-NIP player, Fuzi in the 1v3.
You're building a convincing case for a moment there.
I shut it down at the end. You know, I'm not saying it's winnable.
45 seconds here. But can he do it? Can he save the AWP?
Well, the key for Cloud9 is not giving him a third kill, because then he'll go for it. So Electronic does stop.
So, you know, let's think about what happened in that round there, right? It was a double mid. Ooh, hang on, the timing for Axel, he's gone right by him.
Right, he's combat saving right now.
He is combat saving.
But if he goes down the stairs,
you know, let's think about what just happened in that round there, right? So we had the double mid layout early on. Boomich was there, lending a helping hand over in middle. And the reason why you have that second player there is he lobs the flash over to try and flash anyone down towards Dark and facilitate that by the way, this AWP is gone, so Fuzi will not be saving it. They try to flash Hobbit into a fight down towards Dark, and that flash goes off. It blinded Fuzi. He was blind when he gets the kill to Hobbit, but he still got that opener. And then the response from Cloud9 was just immediate. It's like they knew that Rare Atom weren't going to try and slow the game down after being gifted that sort of opening pick. Instead, they were going to look to go fast. They were going to look to contend for that space over towards Dark, and so Cloud9 completely abandoned the double mid setup. They fully reinforced B, and they kind of retook Dark and retook B main in stages past that point. That was very well put together, and a great response from what looked like a bad start to the round.
Yeah, nice to see them not get burned, because that's exactly what they did in the round they lost to Deagles, round 2, when they left mid because it was clear, and went and gambled B. Well, this gamble pays off for Cloud9 perfectly. Look at what it's done. We mentioned that supple economy for Rare Atom.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's vulnerable, Harry. It's naked right now. They have Glocks and a Zeus. A Zeus on T-side Anubis. What's the play for somebody?
Yeah, I can't even fathom where he's looking to get stuck in with that.
He's on rugs, I think.
Oh, hang on!
The flying
Stop
Zeus
the presses! Oh, he's been hurt. He made noise. Oh, GG.
One job, dude. One job. Don't make noise. That might be a kill. But instead, it's a bit of a slaughter.
And this is really nice. Cloud9 knew they left the gap open. They're just holding the extremities. And of course, Boomich is there with the USP just to lock him out. Damn, Hobbit, I didn't think he had his player cam on in the first map, but he's got it on now, and it's so high fidelity. He's rocking the home studio setup.
Most importantly, I'm always paying attention to this, he has great posture.
Yeah?
Posture, yeah.
Let's see it.
He's got the desk quite high or the chair quite low, so he's head on. You often see if you're high up, you're often leaning down into the monitor, right? He's eye level. He's eye level with the center, Harry. That's great. That's great for your back.
That's the key to his longevity.
Yeah. I mean, someone's got to have a strong back on Cloud9. Right now, it is Axile carrying this team. I didn't hear the noise, but Axile suddenly just,
when someone turns like that to, he made noise. 100%.
He could have jumping Zeused him, maybe. I'm coping there. 4-3, and remember, T-sided map. Rare Atom, they need this gun round. Boost in middle, that could be nice. Electronic not giving him anything at the moment. Any peek will be punished, even behind the smoke. Ash forces this shot, and Electronic knows not to reface. Player does get through the smoke. Boomich may be in trouble, he's pre-aiming the wrong way. Oh, and hunted down X-Pro. Excellent double up. Rare Atom have to convert.
All right, well, Axile looking like he's going to have his work cut out for him here as they smoke off the temple side. Perfecto catching one on the spam is big, but it'll mean nothing if Axile doesn't perform. Smoked off back at main. He's going to have one fight come his way, but he can't win it out. And so with that kill going the way of Rare Atom, with Summer picking it up, that should seal the deal on the round. Stop it in its tracks and force a save out of Cloud9. They were teed up and ready to go if that kill comes in over towards main. And Axile was fully aware of the possibility of that fourth player coming in a little bit later through the main side. The Summer does well to win that out. He basically just stopped that round in its tracks. And of course, it all starts with that lovely little double from X-Pro over in mid. Electronic kind of caught, trying to make a big play happen by outmaneuvering him around the double doors. He wasn't just looking for the one trade, he wanted to do a lot more than that, and that ends up hurting him.
It has been the way for Rare Atom. That's where they've been finding their kills, their rounds, and their routes to bomb sites. Part of it is in some of these rounds, Cloud9 are giving them control, but more often than not, finding these opening kills for Rare Atom. And nice to see X-Pro show off as well in this round. Vision, right? We have pieces from the Chinese scene here in this roster. And Linvision, obviously a notable team, having just qualified as well to Copenhagen.
Kevsbang sent me a text explaining how time zones work as to why Boomich's room is dark, so I do appreciate that.
Really? How is it later there?
It is later there. It's funny.
Confirmed?
Yeah.
Wow. Good to know. I still think he can close his curtains because it went from light to dark in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, but you know, man, once the sun's gone, it's gone.
True, that's a good. That's a good point. That is how that works.
Ain't coming back. If it does, we are in big trouble. So here we are, Hobbit flash play through long.
Didn't see it.
He didn't see the man tucked up close. Somebody is there.
Who?
And that man just so happens to be somebody.
Said I wouldn't do that again, but it's just so easy. It's Dorp shot. He won't go back for more, though. They are grouping outside of the A site. This doesn't need to be an overcommitment for somebody. He's got a flash.
Ooh.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna. Mid take as well. A main flash. 45 seconds. 2 CTs here. How will this split work? Who goes first is the question. Because look at the room given by Corey. He is very deep in mid. They're gonna go back. Ending dark. There's still 3 CTs here. Again, mid is lost. Cloud9 just don't care about it. They're not even playing it. And the AWP is gone as well. What a spray from Perfecto. 2 kills. Another swing for Hobbit. And the round dies on that.
Boomich will fall.
Oh!
Hang on a second.
They had the bomb.
Hang on a moment. Bomb's still dropped out here in front of Dark. 12 seconds to get it. You've got to get past Axal, and they will. Kill comes in. Running back with the bomb now. Time is of the essence. 1 kill from Electronic could win the round right now. And he swings out, but he can't find it. Corey locks it in, and that one is recovered. Somebody is a hero as he doubles up on that push in towards B. And Cloud9 thought they had the round. They thought they'd won the round.
It's the Hobbit swinging dark. It doesn't need to happen. He's the one who gives them the trade back. He knows he has bombed water, and there's only 2 Ts left up, but he forces a fight in a man advantage, maybe feeling trapped in dark, not knowing if he's going to get dropped on in water, but that swing, he loses it. It gives all the room for them to go collect the bomb, and you can see he looks not very happy with that. Little jump over for Boomich is denied, and Rare Atom, they're cooking now.
Corey Fuzi double all.
Okay. Why not? You okay?
Sorry, it was just a really good reaction from you. Ah, good job, Hugo.
Thanks, bro.
Man, that is such a gifted round from Rare Atom. You do not get rounds like that every day.
They better make the most of it. Right now they are. Fuzi, he was the only one performing to much degree on Mirage, and he has found, I want to say 3 opening AWP kills this map as well. So, seeing some great rounds out of Fuzi at least.
Easy does it out in the middle, and Cloud9 are triple set over here towards A. Honestly, dropping that smoke in from Perfecto now could just send Rare Atom over towards B. They would tee it up in such a way that they can drop down through the window, try to go back for this, even though it was all centered around being an A play originally. Ooh, yeah, that smoke sends them towards B, and now they have a free site, so Cloud9.
Okay, now we are getting to the point where like mid is an issue, and sure, you have to make 4v5 and no one's giving you anything. You have to make a gamble or a read, but Cloud9 just put 4 on A, and Rare Atom find the gap. It's not like they even got the spot in middle. They missed the timing, so Rare Atom, even if Cloud9 had players at B, they were getting flanked. So this big gap in middle has been noted, and Rare Atom are abusing it. I do like how Cloud9, in a sense, aren't overcommitting, because you see a lot of teams live and die by the doors fight. And while Electronic is fought there a little bit, it's not consistent. And Cloud9 are trying to jiggle from A and then tell the B players to watch their back when they let someone slip through. But we're seeing a few rounds now, I think 3 rounds. Cloud9 have literally had no info mid, and Rare Atom have just walked through.
Yeah, I think, there's a real risk of this whole first half being defined by by that 2v4 that we had, right? Like, because now, on the back of that, suddenly Rare Atom are streaking some rounds together. And sure, Cloud9 get out with 4 guns remaining. They get a full save going. So they're going to have a chance to resist this. They're going to have a chance to try, you know, thwart the Rare Atom T side. But I think if a round like that didn't pump Rare Atom up, then nothing will. And so suddenly they're feeling like they can do this. There's a lot more faith behind these peaks. Cloud9 are probably a little bit concerned, and maybe they've hit that point where they're like, okay, let's be a little bit safer in how we approach this CT side. But now you yourself are losing some of that signature aggression that's been so good for you across the series so far. And so this can have a real rippling effect on how this half plays out.
Yeah, without that 2v4, they'd be on pistols as well. They wouldn't have
this would have been a super, like, one-sided half taking shape.
Could have been an 8-4 out of nowhere. Like, now Rare Atom had that chance instead. The signature double AWP on the T side. People say it's hard to get double AWP at ML12. Well, apparently not. Though you don't see many teams double AWP T side. Oh, the Falcons are playing later on today. And I cannot wait to watch.
Oh, Boomage dead man over in middle.
Bench for Mirage.
Yeah, X-Pro. Oh, Hobbit, hello. Trying to make this play out through dark. This is a good response when you've lost space over in mid. You're trying to, like, piece together what Rare Atom are doing, and he gets rewarded. That could have and maybe should have been the double as X-Pro drops on in. But now they know at least that this is going to be the B play from Rare Atom. The info is gained, but Perfecto has got to hold the line here, and it's so hard as he's getting wrapped on through jail, out through main, and through dark. Axal and Electronic need to offer up a 2v4 of their own, and they might just have the marbles for it. Axal, backstab is in. And with X-Pro dead, that bomb plant, it all goes quiet. They have to get off a bit. Kill gifted to Fuzi on the fade of the smoke. And there's the double AWP prevailing for Rare Atom as they deny a 2v4 the way of Cloud9.
I actually love the double AWP. It's doing work right now. They're both finding impact. Man, what a Molotov by somebody who... Yes, by somebody who threw it out A main when they spotted Perfecto backside. He repositions to the only position he can play to be covered, and they burn him out. They force him to go back to the plat, and then they can swing dark and take him out. He was a sole player at B, and they had to kill him because the rotates were coming.
Dude, I mean, that one hurts for Electronic, I think. It's kind of a Garbo smoke fade that betrays him.
He was like poking through.
Yeah, like partially out. I don't know, it must be a windy day on Anubis.
Yeah. Ooh, big push. No, on the opposite of what we've been seeing. The flash is perfect.
Dude, Boomage v X-Pro is a fight in and of itself. It's a 1v1 within the 5v5. They want to dance with somebody. They want to feel the heat with somebody. They might have to offer some up here as, once again, he's left as the lone defender over towards this side of the map. He's got to go back and clear out Boomage. Axel on his aggression. Could get thwarted by Summer, who lies in wait. He's heard him jumping up the rugs. A 2v2 settles here, but with somebody alleviating the pressure over towards mid and around this bomb. And now that they know about Axel, they've got him boxed in and on a platter. Here's the backstab from Summer, and that's going to open up the route into this A play. Suddenly, Hobbit is so far away from being involved in this round. Rare Atom are staring down the barrel of an 8-4 T side here.
This would be a phenomenal T half, considering the state that Mirage was. Hobbit has very little chance if they hold this smoke down. He's not got a kit. He's coming through very soon. Full belt of util options are available for Hobbit, and they all separate in this post plant. Hobbit wants to hold the smoke. He hopes they're coming for him, and he couldn't be further from the truth. Wasting time, he cannot afford. There's still a molly, there's still a flash. Rare Atom, this one feels in the bag, but Hobbit finds his kill. The trajectory gives away the position. He should know roughly where this man is. Smoke goes on the bomb, looking for the fight. Time ticking, Hobbit not sure, and Summer wins the round, putting Rare Atom on the chopping block here in this elimination game. They are fighting for Anubis, and they are fighting well.
We're live?
Yeah. It's only mid, yeah?
Yeah. So we can rush short and they can't go ups.
Okay, let's do that. Let's just rush short. I didn't buy nades, by the way.
Flash close, side. Inside.
Dead. Dead. I'm planning.
Together?
Yeah, ready?
1, 2,
3,
3.
2, 1.
Jesus Christ.
They're looking, they're smiling, man.
I'm blocking short instead.
Alright, I'm coming long. I have HE.
I have flash if you play small pit.
Long once. Ching.
One low. Both long.
I'm holding behind us.
Okay. I can smoke default after and we can like go to side.
Yeah, I think we should do that. I think he's in holes or... Yeah, I don't think he's side.
I smoke default and flashing side once. I'm going first. No way!
We got it. Was a little concerning there.
Okay, one Nico. One double net mid instant.
Do you have time now, right?
We have time, I think. We'll find out. It's good to find out, Nico.
I won't take bottom. Try flashing one for you. Flash.
Too long, 2 nades. They're going a little bit, I think.
Flashing, I have to move to short side.
They're so fast though.
Long.
Nice. Let's go.
8 damage, okay.
Wanna double nade pit maybe?
Well, somebody once told me that the world was going to roll me, but Cloud9 aren't looking like the sharpest tools in the shed right now, Hugo, as that one started to fall apart towards the latter stages of this second map of Anubis. And so now they sit on the back foot. It is a map where T-sides do pretty well, but I think so much of it is going to be defined by actually not just the 1-2v4 that we had out of Rara, and they even claw back that mid-push round right at the end of that first half. So they've done a fantastic job of kind of leveling the playing field here, giving themselves a good chance as they move on to the CT side.
Cloud9 get smashed in the mouth is what you're trying to say
Hey.
after that first half. But yeah, I do want to give them the benefit of the doubt, given the caliber of this team and their track record on this map. However, it does, again, feel like, you know, 8-4 pistol round is vital for Cloud9.
Yeah.
And remember, Rare Atom, they lost the pistol, but they won a force buy with no bomb plant. So they kind of flipped the script here. We have a bunch of nades dropped for Boomich. So a bit of an execute, perhaps, onto this B-bomb site. They make sure they do their due diligence first. No aggression, no set play for Rare Atom. And we're going to have a Hobbit dropping Dark to split this site. Only 2 CTs here, but the rotation is coming, and it's well-timed.
Yeah, third man makes it in just in time. Corey arrives on the scene and ready to go. Somebody tucked in and decapitates the first man. Any more where that came from as his teammates all fall around him. It's 2 out of somebody, but the end of the line on this B defense, it's just Fuzi left. 2 guns, 3 baddies, and a man with a vengeance. Can he do it, Hugo?
No kit, no chance, Harry. I hate to say it. Maybe there's one dropped in the site, but I'm not optimistic. They have these passive positions in this post plant, down at long and deep at dark. Fuzi knows this one's too far gone, and he'd rather save. Save what? He's not even got armor.
See, if
oh, he
this,
does. Sorry, he does.
This was a film,
Yeah.
this would not be the best of films this round. As the protagonist has just given up on the quest.
Probably more realistic.
Yeah, you know, it is more realistic, and we do strive for realism here. That's why we've got the Hobbit 4K, you know, 10,000 pound camera. That's its weight. That's how much the camera
It's a big
weighs.
camera.
It's huge.
I was like, Hobbit didn't get 4 kills.
No,
Lost me there.
no.
Well,
4K resolution.
A much needed pistol for Cloud9 here, who are still hunting a 2-0. to open Showdown. We have 3 BO3s a day, folks, until that final day. We've got Nip taking on Heroic later, and then we've got Falcons with Simple taking on Metizport.
That's the big eyeball matchup, isn't it? The one everyone's waiting for. Simple back in the server.
Yeah. Former teammates here currently, though.
Oh, I love the X-Pro buy in this round, by the way. Nova and a Dream. Not saying that's his rank, it's the gun he has.
Might be a nightmare, Harry.
Yeah, just spam that smoke, go on.
Oh, yeah, Hobbit
spam
did.
and pray, and Hobbit will find him.
Oh, it's looking cooked on this Force Fire, like they went for it, but they're gambling. This is a good play for Rare Atom. 3 on 5. You know you can't expect one player to just pop off in middle now. You just got to group and hope Cloud9 walk into you. And they still have some eyes on the mid flank, but they're playing a B crossfire. And Cloud9, they can go wherever they want. They should be fine. Nice, a smoke camera into Temple Smoke. Again, faking out Rare Atom. They should split A. They have Axel outside the site. Beautiful. Cloud9 up to 6. Rare Atom, imperative they hold on to these weapons.
Yeah, it gives them a fighting chance to do something cool in this follow-up round, right? You can still have ideas. Maybe we see a push on the extremities in a round like this. Send out some USPs early, have them backed up by a FAMAS. I think we even saw something similar in that first half from Cloud9.
Axel got that dog in him, though, so he knows what they're doing. He's already started to spread out, and he has a lot of time now, 40 seconds to hunt these guns. Which as well, the back 10's going. And the benefit of that is, even if they die, they're not giving over much. Here we go.
And that FAMAS is now gone. And now you're like, okay, that was really the big item they had. Let's go punish the little guy. And so here they are running amok into the B site. They use that FAMAS against somebody. And with just summer left, winter is coming, man. They are all around him here.
Boomich is everywhere.
Boomich is like, you've seen that clip recently of the teleporting guy on Overpass, surely?
Yeah.
That is Boomich right now.
Yeah, true.
That's him. He is him. Look at him.
Probably the coolest return to form, because it's not like he just returned to this team. He had his time with 1 win. We saw him at the BLAST team in Paris RMR with 1 win. That was nice. It's not like he returned and he was just okay. He's returned and he's looked like one of the more stable pieces of this team, funnily enough, while leading. So
yeah, I mean, you even heard Bub say that over on the desk earlier on, right? Like, he is a provably good leader. There was interest in him. And his individual level has been good.
Yeah, and would have been easy to not expect that to be the case, but we're at him with a B rush here on the CT side. Perfecto containing. He's going to put a little bit. Oh, nice try.
The Zeus is so close.
I respect the attempt every time.
I think even Perfecto respects it. Big smile on his face, laughing away. But this one is now approaching a level playing field, Hugo.
It's not what you want if you're Rare Atom.
Now, we had that force buy in the second round. That's why this buy from Rare Atom has been offset. But the upside to doing it, if you want to run down that train of thought, because that's where we are, is that they get to now have that much more in this rifle round. Even the AWP for Fuzi.
Big.
That's what they wouldn't have had if they bought the buyout any sooner. So they've got good util and the AWP to play with. Rare Atom want to try and put a stop to this run of T-side rounds that Cloud9 have been on here and now, because if they lose this, suddenly this game is well and truly slipping through their fingers. It is pretty merciless on this CT side. Once it starts going against you, it's very hard to build back in.
Snowball very quick and finding solutions. It's not easy on CT Anubis. I think a lot of it comes down to, unfortunately, luck, a lot of gambles. Making well-timed pushes. You don't necessarily know. You're walking into the dark when you're making these plays on CT side. So, got to roll the dice right here.
It's just born in the darkness, man.
Yeah.
Molded by it.
They're surrounding B now. Execute smoke coming in.
Okay, they're doing the double exec here, right? One smoke on back plat, one smoke to cover off the cross. That kind of cuts the site in two, and it means you only really have to worry about Dark, Pillar, and Jail as you move in. It does leave you a little high and dry in the post plat. That's one of the drawbacks here, so you really need these openers to be clean. And the fact that they're not, the fact that Cloud9 are getting churned up is a big worry here. Rare Atom do a good job of responding to this, and now that those smokes have faded, the security that they provided, the fact that this plant would have felt free, no longer a guarantee, and the delay from somebody is beautiful. Perfecto is cut down crossing, and so Rare Atom withstand the B play. And they make it look lovely as they do so. Normally, the kind of benefit of those smokes is you're going to guarantee a bomb plant. You're going to guarantee a pick onto the player down in dark if he's still fighting from there. Summer just plays this really well to offset Hobbit and then continues fighting out of dark as kind of the only bastion of defense left over towards B that actually has sight lines still open.
Yeah, that was a sick round for Summer. He should not be getting 3 kills there. You saw desperately Boomich running him down from B long while the smokes were up. And I love that delay peek. Somebody could have, in his head, stopped the plant if Boomich was sticking, but he peeks a few seconds, 1 second after the plant would have come in. So it looks to Boomich like there's no one there. And then he catches him with his pants down. Rare Atom, they hold strong on a convincing B execute for Cloud9. And they don't let this game tie up yet. That third map is overpass. It is punishing. But Rare Atom just want the opportunity. Right now, they're making a case for it.
I see Boomich doing a lot of talking right now on the player cams. He's trying to orchestrate this A hit, trying to pull it together.
All 5 in the same position. Electronic throwing the execute.
Yeah, this is like a no-holds-barred A play. This is just all in. You don't have those backup options that Cloud9 have had in the past. You don't have those chances to go back. You are committed to this A play, so you've got to get in. Axal opens up. Corey on the other side of this smoke looking for a trade, an equalizer, and he will have a chance at it, but can't lock it in. And so that's the deal done. Deal with the devil as Rare Atom back out and try to save these guns. They'll let this one slide on by.
Signed, sealed, and delivered. Cloud9, a harrowing message sent to Rare Atom. Because Rare Atom knew it was coming, right? That's if you go for an execute like that, it's very painstakingly obvious, but there's so much behind it. Double molly, smoke in heaven, and flash just raining in. There's nowhere to hide. Look, triple molly.
Gotta talk for Axal here, right? Like, fantastic openers from him. If you think about the last one of these kind of all-in execs, the reason why it fell flat was they didn't get that opener. They didn't secure that opening kill that kind of lodges you into the site and gets you into the round. Well, that time he gets both of them. That's very well done because, the util's great. The util was great in the last B play, though, and that wasn't enough to save them.
Yeah, Axal with a fantastic Mirage, a fantastic CT side on the A site. He had a couple of multi-kills there when they came his way. They stopped going A. And now an entry round when Cloud9 needed him the most. At least in this series today, Axal is performing. And Cloud9 are nipping at the heels of Rare Atom, 1 round behind. At least the orb gets saved. A couple of pieces available for Rare Atom.
I got a good feeling about Hobbit in this one. He just had a big old sip of the agua.
Oh, hydrated hero.
Sometimes that's all it takes, just to get your innards lubricated and sloshing around the way they're meant to.
Terrific imagery, but I'll allow it.
Ooh.
What a shot.
Wrecked by the Hobbit flash.
Not really a normal AWPing angle, that one, but
desperate times call for desperate measures, man. That was the big ticket item in the round. They tried to get it involved early. Fuzi's kind of a bit sick and tired in some of these rounds, feeling like where his fights are coming are just solely dictated by Cloud9, and so he looked to get involved early, but is punished for it. Corey, buddy, Firewalker.
That molly was good, though. It did a lot of damage. He could only just find the pocket to live in, and well, at what cost? 30 health. Double peek on A. Axel might be in trouble. Oh, the spray is ugly. And they double up.
No.
A bit of a return to form here on what was a 3-on-5. And they're going to walk mid. That's dangerous at best with this health. Spot electronic there, but it's a B grouping.
This is good info. They just saw a player mid, and they knew the other two would be. So they know that at most they might have rotated one guy over towards this this B side of the map. Summer is very, very low on health, but he will withstand the first. Kill secured. Electronic dead on the cross. Now through lower, somebody can move in and try to help his teammate out. Turning on a dime is Perfecto, but not able to win it. And Boomich is hounded down and finished off. It's Rare Atom locking in double digits. That was a 3v5 out of them there. Oh boy.
That hurts. That hurts.
And that's not the first time that's happened in this map, right? That's now what, the third like big man advantage that Cloud9 have had that slips just right through their fingers.
Rare Atom aren't scared, you know, and seeing in some of these rounds, not just the positions that, you know, Fuzi's playing at the opener, but Summer rushes A main there in the mid round in 3-on-3, and he just comes in on a big flank and forces the B stack. Oh, sorry, somebody, not Summer, and he gets that kill to close the round. Nice bit of aggression.
How many 3v5s do you lose before you just kind of, you check out a little bit?
Yeah. And
where's the limit? Your limit, Hugo.
my limit?
Not many, right?
No,
like one, two?
I'd still be.
I'd say two. You're a two-er.
I feel like I can hold together. Maybe not against Rare Atom right now.
Okay, electronic. Man advantage secured. Jazz got to hold on to it. Grab it with both hands. X-Pro. Whoa! Fuzi bails him out. Good job from Fuzi there. Could have been dire. That could have been a double kill over towards Heaven. That would have been the round done. Instead, suddenly there's a way back in. And this 4v5 is left even. 3-on-3 in a retake. Cloud9 bombed down, but they are battling for this. They are trapped in the site. Rare Atom are now going for the throw.
Great shots, and they follow up. Everyone's had a piece of the pie in this round. The cherry on top, but that'll be saved for later. Fuzi's running away with the AWP. Yet again, locked out, even though he got a kill on the defense. And these are the rounds where you don't get 3v5 carries because everyone is grouped, everyone is trading. A 5-on-5 execute into the bomb site. That's more Cloud9. That's what I think of when I think of Boomage. Explosive execute. Oh, almost. That could have been the big gun gone. It's not. And I'm happy that Fuzi gets to save it, because I agree with what you said the other round. So many of these rounds left out of the picture, just positionally not able to have impact. Nice take for Cloud9. Less utility used on this one, but just as much firepower.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, Boomage Group have done a very good job of kind of recognizing where Cloud9 are at their weakest in these man advantage moments. They haven't liked those kind of floaty rotates in around the map. That's where it gets a little bit stringy and where they lose some of that ability to play off of one another, right? It feels like a lot of the man advantage moments they've lost is where they've tried to go for these rotates, where they've tried to outmaneuver their opposition. And don't get me wrong, back on Mirage, that was working really well for Cloud9. But here on Anubis, map's just a little too big. They're a little too fanned out, not been on the same page. So they boil it down to some very basic gameplay in that one there. It's just electronic running them down through middle, getting the opener, and then they run it together as a pack.
This is tight as it can get right now. Cloud9, they've got the money to back it up. They can afford to lose this round, but Rare Atom, not quite the same comfort. Another explosion is coming to be. Full blind is Summer, double flash, could see nothing, and it's the Mac-10 of Boomage. We see him wield this gun over rifles in rounds. He has the economy for it because he doesn't give a damn. Runs down Rare Atom, trusting in his team's flashes, and this is more like it for Cloud9. None of these slow defaults, back-to-back explosions, and Rare Atom, pieces of them left across the battlefield. 1v4, blown to smithereens. Cloud9 find 10 rounds, and Rare Atom will have to eco. That's the worst part. Every little helps. Getting away with this gun would be massive. Hobbit's hunting.
A good return to form here. Ferreira sadness might be on the horizon. I think they've put up a stellar fight here across Anubis, right? There were moments where it felt like the game was theirs for the taking, but now when it really matters, when you've gotten into this crunch time, it's Cloud9 coming out ahead.
I bet they would love to play Mirage, feeling how they're feeling now after this game. Maybe not if they lose, but they look a lot more warmed up.
Yeah. No, they really do. Just all the individuals, like across the board, right? It was only Fuzi looking good on that first map. And think about some of the rounds, some of the impact you've had out of somebody here. Think about X-Pro. Sure, doesn't have many kills. I'm not going to pretend like he's off the charts there, but I think his kills have had good impact for the most part here for Rare Atom. He was critical at some of these T openers over in mid, if you remember. Yeah. And so it does feel like it's been a far greater team effort here on the second map, but it might just be too little too late. The money is broken in this round, and if they lose the next with rifles, Cloud9 move on a 12, and they've got nothing to go up, you know, nothing to fight back with if you're Rare Atom.
Facto's got a pixel here, so you can see they're lining up for a B push, but you can see them if they entry.
Good restraint to not shoot there.
Yeah.
Perfecto doesn't get the info that they were close, and
now
he sees them move on out. He's just going to concede the space. The bomb is here with Perfecto, so he can't be overzealous in fighting for this.
But it goes both ways. They don't want to commit to that, knowing it's still a crossfire between mid and B.
But here's something. Running back to go and help Perfecto and to guarantee that that bomb was safe leaves gaps elsewhere. And Fuzi has found that gap right now. 1 kill and a lot of damage onto Hobbit. That now removes the idea that the Cloud9 could have even made this the A play.
What a mind game to regroup B for Cloud9, though. They're still walking into this one, and Rare Atom is still in transition. They're running back and forth between bomb sites. They don't know where it's ending up, and the util is the only thing telegraphing it.
Still, they're going to get here in time. They're going to get in time. Pistols to try and hold on. That's the rifle removed. 1 kill off the CZ of Corey. More players still inside the site, but they're being dealt with. Somebody needs to be the hero again, and he won't play out from behind Ivy. He waits for Corey's contact down in dark, and nothing is found here. Somebody now known about and locked out by Perfecto, who goes on a tear to close it. 3 kills from him in the round. And they get past the pistols. They brush them aside in spite of Fuzi's very, you know, lovely attempt at salvaging something with that aggression in through the water. Rare Atom have got 1 rifle round left in this game.
And left in this whole competition, perhaps. Cloud9 were down 8-4 and have shown us why we consider them one of the better Anubis teams on the, in the game right now. It is T-side, and Cloud9 show us again. Oh, missed jump! That almost cost Booish. He's got an AWP locked in, but it goes both ways. No one will come in. No one will take a kill. Somebody's forced out. Does he trade the AWP back? Uzi's with him. Oh, he's glass instead, so he's got to play it. Cloud9 just go contact A. 2 CTs here. X-Pro anchoring down. Nades out. Timing could be a problem. They'll come through.
Nade hits him, but it's not heard. Instead, X-Pro fed to the wolves, and a miss spray from Corey as they try to get out through middle. Boomich is there, and he just controls the rotates just by being alive. He doesn't even have to fight anymore. His job's done. He's put up the defense in middle, and Rare Atom can't even attempt this if they wanted to in the 2v4. So Cloud9 match and series point locked in, and these saved guns, that's really all Rare Atom are going to have to work with. You'll be able to drop some over, but it's not going to be pretty here. It's not the staying power you need if you wanted to battle back to keep yourself in this second map. And even then, losing players only makes matters worse.
He's everywhere, Harry. He's in B, he's in deep mid. He's in your nightmares right now. And even this AWP isn't guaranteed. If they swing dark, they will kill him. It's 2 players. 1 frag, but he's gone after the clock, and Cloud9, 12 rounds, nothing to show for it for Rare Atom. And Boomich has been a beast in both maps in this series.
Heartbreak Hotel for Rare Atom, and right before the flight home.
They are checking out early.
Man, the fact that even though they try and save, like that was maybe the only saving grace you had, was that you were gonna have an AWP, you had the chance to drop some guns over, to try and have like 4 rifles in the round, the AWP being one of them. And now you get none of that. And so now it should be a done deal.
This feels like it's just been ripped out of your hands, Rare Atom, given how dominant the first half was. Because you compare these T-sides, they're the opposite. We had Rare Atom doing a lot of mid-rounding, doing a lot of walking through the middle of the map and finding flanks and finding empty bomb sites, figuring out the gambles. The opposite for Cloud9. They figured out the winning recipe was just quick executes, running through smokes. It's won them 3 rounds here, 3 crucial gun rounds on the T side. And that's after they lost a couple of Orky 3v5s. They just figured it out. We just need to bully Rare Atom 5-on-2 and we'll win these rounds. And Cloud9, one more should do it.
Moomitz just downed his whole cup of tea and gave a big stretch. He wants this one over and done with right now. The push through mid from Rare Atom was crazy. They got deep middle as well. So they know right now Cloud9 are on the extremities. They really reinforced that the hard way as Summer is fed to Electronic out through main. And Cloud9 are closing in little by little. Rare Atom, it's all starting to dawn on them that this one will be their last here. This will be their final hurrah, and somebody, as he tries to keep Rare Atom in this, he's let go. Hobbit out through dark, looks to drive it home. Fuzi will shut him down. Electronic can't quite finish off. And the bomb left all the way outside of B. This one is still weird. There's still a chance for Fuzi in this moment. This is the guy who was meant to be the international sensation, pulled on over. With Corey by his side to try and reignite the flare of Rare Atom. And he's now got to deliver in the 1v2.
He's actually got great timing if they do reset A, but I fear Cloud9 might just group in middle. Axel cleared the A site earlier. Fuzi's taken heaven, but Boomich is walking to his teammate, ensuring that whatever happens, however they fight together and they trade this kill. 25 seconds, and it's a roll of the dice as to which site they end on. Cloud9 make up their mind, and Fuzi hears them coming.
Right place, right time. Fuzi waits for them to get on this bomb. The 1v1 given over. Fuzi is in with a chance now. He's got Boomich left to beat. Boomich on the AWP. Alex for the sidearm, Alex for the pistol. Doesn't want to battle with the big green, and Fuzi is licking his lips. If he can win this 1v2, Rare Atom still have a chance, but it's all on his shoulders now. And with that swing, Fuzi locks it in. A little celebration on the mouse swing, a little BM shooting the bodies. As Fuzi stands tall in the 1v2, Rare Atom have got one more round to play. And they're looking for extra time. They're believing. Fuzi has put them on a pedestal here. And so suddenly the onus is on Cloud9 to run it back and do it again and try and stop this in regulation.
That just shows how tight these games can come, right? Like, walk Temple to B, you just win. Walk A, you give Fuzi a chance, and he makes every use of that chance. 4 health the difference. What a margin. And what a relief for Rare Atom, who are still in this series, still in the showdown. It could have been a quick day in the office, but Cloud9 now have to work to close, and Fuzi will not make that easy. It's the high-impact AWP opener. He has been full of them today.
I mean, when you win a round like that, right, like you put it brilliantly. It was almost like a coin toss in terms of where they ended up. They did group in middle. They left options open. And when he heard them go in B, or over towards A rather, when he heard them go for that bomb plant, he had full faith in himself to pick up that clutch. He knew he was in the right place. And it feels like that's cascaded across into the next round here. Opens up with the AWP. He has got faith that Rare Atom are looking at overtime. He's secured an early 5v4, and he's kept it hot on the reposition here, taking up the angle in main.
That's Fuzi's 5th opening kill in the map as well, all on AWPs. Been so impactful, closing and opening rounds.
And this slowdown from Cloud9, this is not what you love, right? They're hoping that Rare Atom make a mistake, that they get too curious, that someone overextends, but that never happens. Axel has a flash here, could look to flash Hobbit in for the dark fight.
Corey's baiting for Summer as well. If he gets caught jiggling, this is perfect. It makes Summer's position even more valuable.
just going to take that first contact now. Corey's meant to trade. Corey will, but immediately dealt with. That's the B bomb site cracked open. 20 seconds as this push is coming in. Somebody creeps up around the smoke in at CT. Will he try to be a hero or will he wait for his team? Looks like it's going to be the lad. No, he barrels on through this smoke. My word. But that feeds Axel. And so Fuzi might have to do it again. He might have to be the salvation of Rare Atom, not once, but twice if they want to keep this series alive. The ult moves out from Dark. A lot of time having tipped off this bomb already. X-Pro dead. Fuzi did the 1v2 last round, but a 1v3 is that much harder. Cloud9 are teed up and ready to walk this one home. It's just Fuzi left to beat, and they know where he is now. The element of surprise is gone. The crossfire is set up, and Perfecto locks it in. Not today for Fuzi, as a second attempt in the clutch is shut down, and Cloud9 knock them out the competition.
An honorable run for Rare Atom on Anubis, a slow to start Mirage and a head that will be hurting after those last few rounds. Fuzi gave it his all, Rare Atom looks solid, but they are gone from the showdown. What do you make of that, Big Momo?
Well, all right then. That got a little bit closer than expected, but yet still Cloud9 is going to take the series 2-0. They eliminate Rare Atom from the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. You can get the box scores up here, just checking it out. That was a nice, close affair. Good to see Rare Atom put up a little bit of a fight, even in a losing and eliminating effort.
Yeah, and that's the brutality of the format of this event, right? You get 2 games against a good team and then you're out. I think they actually did really well. You can either take the angle that Cloud9 didn't show up or that Rare Atom actually brought something to the table.
Well, I mean, I guess that's an easy question for me following up is what angle do you take, Bubsky?
I actually think we saw a glimpse of good actions in the individual side from Rare Atom that I didn't actually expect. Obviously, we see Fuzi with that 1.40 rating, and it seems like really great. But if you take into consideration who he's playing against and also how he went in Europe, I think it's an impressive game from Rare Atom. I don't think anyone expected him to be able to take Cloud9 to the edge on their best map.
Yeah, and I mean a great T half obviously from Rare Atom, kind of in the second half really kind of helps propel that. That got me a little bit nervous, but as we know, Anubis T sides are a little bit, I don't know, not easier, but they seem to be a more T-sided map than most of the other ones that we got.
Yeah, I mean, I think the map is just the way that it's really hard for the CTs to gain information in the middle round, where like the only way to do is actually take a duel, and there's very few spots on the map where CTs actually feel like they have an advantage pushing into the Ts.
And you even mentioned towards the end of that when we were just watching the last few rounds, you're like, oh, you lose the entry as a CT on Anubis, and it's like your options get so limited. You get forced into aggressive plays, get forced into low percentage plays, and just forced into crap plays, really, at times.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me a little bit of Inferno, right? We see often teams losing one player at one side, and then all of a sudden they need to stack on the opposite one, and if they don't visit that side, they're simply just going to save. And I think Anubis reminds me a little bit of that, even though Inferno has a little bit more information play that is suited for the CT side.
It's also been around for like 25 years, so everyone kind of, we all kind of know how we want to play Inferno and get information on Inferno. Anubis needs a little bit more time in the oven for that. Regardless, congratulations to Cloud9 with the 2-0 win. That's going to eliminate Rare Atom. This is the bracket we're working with. You can see Cloud9 move up down there in the bottom right after that victory. Next up, we're going to stay on that side of the bracket. It's going to be Heroic taking on NIP as our next game of the day. As we get deeper and deeper into this bracket, you mentioned you got to play some Face It with some of the Heroic guys earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, I was doing a little bit of preparation for you and me to be here today, and all of a sudden I get a little message from Shus if you wanted to play Face It. I was like, why are these guys not practicing? But we are practicing on Face It instead, and me and Nerds and him queued up for the premium, played a shitload of Mirage and got the dubs. Nice.
Just I mean, you know, everyone likes to warm up in different ways. Sometimes just hopping a little pug and headshotting is the best way to do it. I mean, look, get me interested in this matchup, because all I have at the moment is NIP just replaced like half their roster after a disaster at the RMR, obviously. Yeah. 3 players from the Young Ninjas, the Academy team, had moved up. What is it? Maxter, Silence, and Blue Phoenix.
Yeah.
As opposed to Red Phoenix or Green Phoenix. It's blue.
Yeah, I mean, I think NIP is in that position where there's simply not enough talent for the amount of orcs that is in this game. This is like my take on it right now. There's simply too much competition for the players, so people are forced to sign like mediocre players. I'm not trying to defend NIP. They have been a shit show, like no structure. Nobody have had a a long-term plan of how they want to work with this team. But for now, at least they made the right decision to just cut the ties with these really high-paying players and actually try to get some new talent. Because I wouldn't be surprised to see this roster do equally good as the other one.
Sure. Well, I mean, I've laughed about it a couple of times on different interviews and podcasts of where we watched, the main NIP roster lose to Amcall in the first or second round of the RMR, and then the Young Ninjas, playing with Rez, admittedly, went on to beat them 2-0 in a series like a week and a half later. So obviously some interesting things. We've seen Maxter stand in for NIP in the past as well for the main roster. So we've had a glimpse of him. That was when Brolin stepped down. I guess for now with NIP, it's more just like holding pattern, right? The majors here, they're kind of like, we want a superstar. Yeah, we want to make some changes, but we're going to let all these teams duke it out and see where things lie after the Copenhagen major.
Yeah, and I mean, you just mentioned him, right? Brolin, he was He looked like he was done in NIP, right? Nobody expected him to be able to find his level again. He goes to Mouse and is just an incredible replacement for one of the best riflers in the game, Frozen. So it's so hard to say what is wrong about NIP. Is it their way of playing? Is it the coaching way of structure? Is it the pressure of the organization? But because let's be honest, like it's a huge name to join NIP, and it's not fun, and it's definitely not on top of your list.
Yeah, well, no one was having fun, over the past year in that org. So obviously that's why we're seeing these changes. So yeah, we're going to see how this one plays out. It's going to be Alex, who's an in-game leader that they've put a lot of faith in bringing him in, and obviously Rez sticking around with the 3 NIP youngsters, and against Heroic. Now, I have a question for you with Heroic, Bubsky. Is when this lineup came together, did you look at this and say, these guys are going to be good? These guys are going to be qualifying for playoffs. These guys are going to be challenging for trophies. What was your sense?
I mean, I think I was one of the few who had a little bit of hope. I think I got called a fraud for saying that I thought that the Danish guys over the Heroic, so I might be a little bit biased. But I know what Chus brings to the table. I know Nerds was one of the best players of last year. He's Rookie of the Year. Then you also have an interesting Kyx and IGL. I think that trio right there has a lot of potential to even grow further. Then I was kind of like, Nico does. He was terrible in Fnatic, let's just be honest. He came down to Prezi again, but he really found a level that was interesting. Like, he had almost equally good to the huge talent over at Na'Vi right now, Wonderful. He was dominating that scene, and he's still doing it in Heroic jersey, but he's not doing it against the best teams. And we need to see him grow into a superstar if this team wants to go for the playoff runs.
Sure. I think what's actually, Kixon as the in-game leader has been great, but Nerds is the one who's been balling out of control still as a star player. And James Banks got to sit down and have a chat with him earlier today.
Nerds, I want to look at you with Heroic right now. You've been very confident in interviews. You guys have been on the road a lot, so many events back to back. But do you feel like one of the favorites here for the showdown to make it to the spring final?
I think in our side we are the favorites to qualify for spring in London. Yeah, I have pretty high confidence about it.
And where does this huge amount of confidence come from? Because I remember you saying like at Katowice you could go far. I know at the RMRs you've done very well and get yourself into the major, but you guys seem to be getting better event after event. So where does it all come from in your mind?
I think everyone is sacrificing a lot to be better players, to be better as a team. We are doing everything to be better as a team, and we see it day by day by working together.
Nice. And after the RMR, I want to ask, did you take some extra time off, or have you been still so full on practicing all the time?
No. Finally, we had a little bit of break. We had, I think, like 5 or 4 days break to just relax and get the motivation back, I would say, because it was really rough 2 months. So yeah, it was good for everyone.
It was well deserved for sure, my friend. Now, in terms of the showdown, you only played this once back on ENTS, but with it being single elimination and just how crazy this event can be, does it feel any different to a normal tournament for you? Do you feel any sort of, I wouldn't say pressure, but do you feel like, okay, this is really important?
I think it's really important, but I would say the thing is, you don't feel like the LAN atmosphere. It's like you need, like, for me, I need to feel like the LAN atmosphere, but I need, like, I already already fixed it that I will feel the LAN atmosphere here, like the team is about, like how the team takes it, and the little comments and this kind of stuff can improve a lot, and you will feel like this atmosphere. So yeah, I feel like it's like challenge for us, I would say.
NIP roster, because just as we went live, just as we sat down, there was a tweet from the NIP organization. They've changed the roster, they've mixed things up, and we obviously, as we were chatting here to our webcams, had no idea. So we're gonna go clarify a couple things. Rez and Alex not gonna be playing. Basically, just the full young ninjas, the full like young player squad is gonna be put in. And you were mentioning you think maybe it's just because they want to test the waters with some of the in-house talent that they have.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you should be scared as an NIP fan. I think the worst is behind you, right? I think Alex's Res is still going to be a part of this team, but I think it's a decision from Fred, potentially, that he wants to see how all the players they have in-house can react in an environment. Because realistically, like, nobody inside NIP is going to be like, guys, we're going to go to London. Like, they would rather get the information out of the players that they can get right now. So I understand the decision, but it's a little bit late, right? We didn't even know before 4 minutes before the game.
Yeah, it is very late. You obviously think the players have a little bit more time. So the full roster is going to be Maxter, it's going to be Jacob, it's going to be Mistum, Silence, and Blue Phoenix. So Jacob and Mistum, the one stepping in for Rez and Alex as well. I guess the question just becomes, like, in a format like this, the Showdown, where you are eliminated after one loss, is this actually going to give a whole lot of valuable data? Is this going to change anyone's mind on anyone in potentially just one game of play? Because Heroic, I didn't expect much out of this roster, but they're obviously at this point, no pushovers, and this is not a team that's going to go down easily.
No, but I think it's going to give Fred some information about like how their personality reacts in an environment where everything is at stake, right? Like, the players know that they're being watched and know there are people in chat spamming their name, making fun of them if they fail, all these sorts of things. And Fred needs to see how it's being done and how it's monitored. So I would really love to see like 1 or 2 players having a good chance and a good slot today. But the one thing that I'm kind of confused about is that Nilo, the biggest talent that has ever been inside NIP Academy, is actually playing on a team later today, Metizport. So it's going to be super interesting to see why is he not there. And I would love to hear the story from one of the players one day.
Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of stories to be told, but for now, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we've got Heroic, we've got NIP, and we've got Scrawny and Launders back in the casting seats.
Well, hello everybody. BLAST Spring Showdown underway. You're currently watching the simple waiting room. Heroic versus the Ninjas is what we have for you first. 2 best of 3s between Scrawny and Launders to get you guys through day 1 of what is always the exciting gauntlet, right? Elimination the entire time, no second chances, none of that fluff, Mohan.
No, this is the tournament where the weakest will not survive, and it'll be kind of like the NARMR actually. You'll just get eliminated if you have one bad day. So you don't want to slip. This is something that Europe deserves, though. They have to go through what we went through. Yeah.
So, and if you lose, you can blame the format. You know,
exactly.
Really, the world is your oyster.
Just be fully North American in that way. So Heroic versus Ninjas should be interesting. Of course, we've got Ninjas playing with the Young Ninjas lineup, but you know what? The Young Ninjas lineup, in terms of bang for your buck, are more impressive than the main lineup because they've actually beaten Big 2-0, they beat Aurora 2-0, they beat Amcal 2-0 at this RES regional series recently, and they even took a map off of Fnatic. So I think that having them play instead of a Frankenstein version of the main lineup is a good idea, and I think we actually will probably get a better game than we would have got from like the previous NIP lineup. No kidding, previous NIP lineup.
Yeah, I co-sign that one. I think that, you know, it would have been maybe nice to have Rez in for a little firepower, but giving Alex a bunch of new pieces and just saying good luck, I don't think it's going to bode well. And honestly, if you're Ninjas at the moment, you're kind of in flux anyways. So go with the most stable thing that your org has. Let the whole Young Ninjas squad take a swing at Heroic. But at the end of the day, this is a Heroic. Like, me personally, the fact that Young Ninjas are this like up and coming, inspiring young team, I would have liked to see them maybe hit somebody that they could drop, you know, like maybe like a wounded Cloud9. I don't know about you, but I have Heroic painted as maybe the top of this upper bracket. I really liked what we saw at the RMR. I really liked what Nerds has been able to do in terms of individual level. Shush is coming back into it. So, you know, I think that these GG bet odds are fair. I think that, you know, 4-1 Heroic, nice and easy, as it should be. They seem confident, and I think off their RMR run, they should be.
Yeah, and there isn't a team that's technically better than Heroic that Ninjas have beaten or even like sort of gone toe-to-toe with. So again, pretty impressive to look at the recent games. I mean, when you even scroll back a bit, they have a 2-1 win over Apex. Like, they've actually beat some teams recently, so they're in good form, probably good spirits to be able to get a chance like this. But Heroic will definitely be their best competition. And I think what's actually incredible about that is that Heroic could be completely dysfunctional and be ready to lose to a team like this because of how recently that they were formed and assembled and how they had to survive losing their 3 best players. But instead, we've got a Heroic who are just as competitive almost as the last lineup, have already done very impressive stuff, might actually be the favorites in this bracket, and are a team that we wonder if they can actually get into a place where they could win a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Sky feels like the limit for them at the moment going into the major, but the one thing that I do think Young Ninjas still have over them, you talk about these accolades and achievements and wins that they have, they've all been online. This is the Young Ninjas realm, right? Online Counter-Strike, the young man's game. You heard it in the pregame interview between Nertz and Banks even, just saying like, yeah, you know, you don't have that LAN edge here. We're not going to get those little quick quips as the communication's rolling through round to round. Man, weird things happen at the showdown, and I think that's why a game like this, with, again, Young Ninjas getting a real opportunity, not the biggest, you know, or bigger than any team they've been able to take down, but also one of the biggest opportunities in terms of circuits, right? These online cups, these online events, in contrast to a chance to play in London or even to leave a mark on an org like Heroic. I think that there's no denying the boys are coming in hungry. Swedish schoolboys are all over the place in this showdown this time, right? We got Metizport down versus Falcons later today. Now Young Ninjas trying to take a swing at Heroic. This could be a glorious day for Sweden.
It definitely could. And it is interesting how there's just Swedes all over the place now when we were talking about the fall of the Swedish scene like a couple weeks ago. Yes, but it's about time. And I think if Metizport are able to beat Falcons, well, then we are so back, I guess, or however you say that in Swedish. So that is pretty funny. And there are genuinely some people that are excited to watch the game on behalf of Metizport because their form has been good, even though they aren't supposed to be able to stand up to a team like Falcons. But you're right, it's online, and I mean, you would, no matter who you are or however good you are, you want to be practicing in that same arena for the match, right? Whether it's on LAN all the time, When you come to play the match, you want to play it on LAN. If you play online all the time, when you come to play the match, you want to play it online. And that's the specific edge for the young ninjas who have found all their wins online, who definitely are going to be sort of scary for Heroic to play against because of that. And I think the first sort of objective of Heroic is to let them know they're not scared to play this game online, and to be able to show that they can play the same way as they do online.
You know, part of me actually just kind of gives Heroic the benefit of the doubt, though, simply just because we've seen them excel in other areas that we were willing to cut them off or write them off in just, you know, when they first formed, right? This is a team that we said maybe had potential if the pieces came together, but I think it's fair to say at this point in Heroic's lifespan, they've exceeded all expectations in terms of results, in terms of form, and this is another one where I think, can they do it online? Yeah, I got faith in these pieces, man. I think, you know, Nertz,
he was born online, and
he's ready to go.
Heroic. Yeah,
and he himself is enough to, I think, follow through, right? We've had this like interchanging secondary piece of Heroic for a little while. It was Nikadaz that it looked like his rating was going to be just right behind that of Nertz. Like he was the right-hand man. Dude, we've had crazy performances out of Shush over the last month. We've had Tesses step up the moment he had those in-game leadership reins taken away from him. So let's just sit back and see what Ninjas have to offer. I like the fact that the organization took a chance, did something fun, and let the young Ninjas take a swing tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Keep them together. Keep them together. Give them a chance to prove themselves. And hey, you maybe find a future teammate for the main lineup. You know, they're still looking. So, all right, Shush with the spot. Whoa.
Okay, now
3 nades on the trap. That's crazy.
The minefield blows up in front of them. They instantly slip into it. So there's no damage here. 5 players, though, on the stairs, ready to go. Maxter opens up. We've got that close position. Nika dodge. It ain't pretty. The rotation's fast, but the kills are even quicker. Silence, 3 of them. The double Glock, back-to-back. B-site falls. Pistols make a world of difference. And the Ninjas in pajamas find the first.
Oh, that wasn't great, was it?
Nope.
That wasn't great. They had them all jumping around. I mean, the nades and the setup was good, and they had them all coming through the exact choke point. They had the players in place to shoot at them, and they had their guns out, and they did shoot and empty all their mag. They just didn't get any kills. So not a great sign, not a great start there for Heroic. But in terms of game plan, again, that was good. And Kicksan's also another player that's like, this guy wasn't even pro 3 years ago. How crazy is that?
Yeah, I know. Yep.
Into major semifinal, into getting a contract with one of the biggest tier 1 orgs.
Tier 1 org, of course, that manages to get to the first Copenhagen major. The pieces. Okay, I've been watching Launder's, what is it, hate maxing? Is this
it's hate maxing and fraud watch.
Yes.
And then it's, you know, it's hate week 1, 2, 3,
okay.
4. Yeah.
I've been keeping my eyes on it, man. I liked your piece about how it's the 2 leftovers of Heroic that managed to make it through, and where is everybody else? And that is really just kind of like what keeps me in awe, that when Shush and Tesses got left behind, I thought to myself, well, they had a great run. And I thought that would be, I thought maybe even Heroic may decide to replace them. There was no idea where the org was going to go fully. And the fact that they've managed to piece everybody together, make these low-key good moves with Kicksan, give Nikadaz another chance. Hey, man, it's a big time for Heroic. But they did take time off. We saw that in the pregame interview. Nert saying just, you know, we got to reset a little here. We got to refocus. What are the young ninjas doing? They're grinding out online games every single day. So, first blood. Forced by back, no contact ramp, and the stack moves away. It's all been heard by silence. We just saw last round that bomb slip in behind the grenade stack, so definitely Ninjas willing to make a move if they sense an opening. We saw it round 1. They get closer round 2.
Yeah, they were pretty poetic RMRs, and not everyone deserved the outcome that happened. Some things were tough, but it's kind of ridiculous how much justice was served. Like, the span of a few weeks. It's them holding for this. Oh my god.
Ooh.
That was cute.
He is
in
and
out.
out. Kicksan looking to do it twice.
What?
Yes.
Oh.
Nicely done. 2 times. Insta 5-7 headshot from the IGL. Dies out in the end. Nertz connects. We've got pressure on the bomb. Galil trying to cover towards short. Now we've got one player still looking to wrap around in Nikadaz. 7 seconds. Bomb cannot be retrieved. It's on fire. And reality check. Nice couple kills here from Maxter, but it's Kixan who just takes the fuel out of the engine, and Ninjas can't follow through.
Yeah, gets away with 1 HP. Luckily, he can save the AK. But Kixan, that was all about the work he just put in, man. That was... I mean, it's beautiful to look at. I think it still is wrong that the 5-7 can do that, but I gotta say, those are nice shots.
No blasphemy of the 5-7, sir.
And then the buy actually to follow up. I mean, they're not too far away from each other. They both got 3 SMGs on one. One bad kill here. And the CT setup is not quite as strong, even though they won the round, so. Good chance for the Ninjas. Wonder how it feels just being referred to as just the Ninjas, not the young Ninjas, you know? Like, they literally...
I almost want to throw it in there just because, like, that is their identity, you know? Does this take credit away from them if they're just considered ninjas in pajamas? Not everyone's going to open the match page. They're going to say, oh, nice, the rebuild's working. Nerds tucked in. This time the B-hold will connect the first 2 kills, but still it's pressure up and over. And Shush holding on for dear life. All is good, though. So it seemed. Maxter catches one through smoke. Maxter trying to piece it together, but that flank from TeSS quick enough to keep majority alive Heroic. And now all the money's gone. Ninjas in pajamas back to the drawing board.
I couldn't in my head separate Maxter and Adam B. When we used to cast them back in WePlay, it was about that tag team entry combo on T sides.
Yes, sir.
And I wonder if they viewed themselves as a duo just as much as we did.
It's kind of hard, I think, after all that time losing a player that you've stuck with. I feel like I always think of, like, I know this is an NA reference, but I always think of like Breeze and Ethan. You know, once Ethan went to Valorant, Breeze was just never the same.
That's a good point.
Sometimes you lose a brother in arms. You don't wake up to sunshine, you know?
It's okay not to recover sometimes.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Maybe it wouldn't be right if you did.
You recovered too quickly, it's not a real homie. Looks like Nikadaz has got some connection issues.
Yeah,
it's not an angle I tend to hold.
You're just not thinking like the best.
Yeah, for a second I was like, what is this? What is this anti-flash? Like, what's going on?
If it made sense to you, it probably wasn't a good angle, okay?
We do have damage on Nerds, though, so we'll play it out. Luckily for Heroic, of all the rounds.
I guess they're fine, because like no one took damage, so they could just continue.
Locks moving in, bottom of B, and Nerds extends out. Back on Heroic, Shush, solo B player. Anytime you got Nerds to lend helping hands, makes his job all the easier, but at least 1 kill opens up for young, for full Ninjas.
There it is.
I knew it was happening.
Yeah.
Looking like an easy bomb plant, though. Shush, a bit timid, low HP, giving him the sight. Utility pressure can hold him back if Nikadaz moves over quick, but he's still stuck on the A site. So now suddenly things get weird. Shush dies to the Glock headshot. Bomb plants. Ooh, almost. Not gonna happen. Heroic 3-1.
Damn near put it down. So yeah, and actually it's Adam B. I already forgot, who's on Metizport, who has been separated from Maxter. So we'll see him play later today. And Metizport technically have a bit more stature than, I mean, the Young Ninjas do. Just because, like, the Young Ninjas are specifically shoved out of certain things that, you know, NIP are going to play in. So, like, if you're on an academy team, you're always going to be slightly. Whereas Metizport, even though they're not a great big organization or very known roster, they are just in the main circuit of being able to play everything all the time. And yeah, their recent form has also been quite good. They've got a 2-1 over Apex, a 2-1 over Sprout, 13-5 over Furia, 2-1 over Endpoint. You know, maybe it just takes time. Maybe it's just taken... When was the last big Swedish win? Katowice 2018, when Flusha came back. Maybe it just takes half a decade before the cycle happens again.
Time and opportunity. I think that's, you know, those are the big ones. Like you're saying, with an academy team that's always living in a shadow, it's great for maybe a player singular to get pulled up. It's great for individuals to gain experience, but you are always constantly, you know, missing out on some opportunities. So I like that we've got an org like Metizport in this place. It kind of reminds me of like what Gamer Legion was when I first learned of them before they got the big injection after the Paris major.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, speaking of young ninjas, you want to talk about Max or you want to talk about Adam B? Shout out Fuzi one time.
Oh, yeah.
Adam. Start the day.
True, they're playing all 3 games today.
Yeah, they're all over the place, man. Very Swedish today. Blue Phoenix has opened up with 2 instant kills. It's the 3rd B player that'll catch them off. The flashbangs that deter the follow-up. Now, it's man advantage by a thread. 17 health missed him. T's evacuate that lower B site. And they're just sprinting this bomb over to the B rotation.
Didn't see that.
Not a player top crane. Nikados slips into headshot. Grenade trajectory. He knows exactly where he's at. Now he sees Tesses just holding on to the flashbang. It's an easy 2K as he hunts them down. And that is a beauty of a round for the Ninjas. You've got Blue Phoenix on one end, and you've got Jacob on the other.
Nikados was completely looking at him, right? But maybe his mind was in a different place. Kicks in on this rotation. Well, this is a free kill. And I think he just saw a second player.
Quicksand down. Oh, there we go. Jacob with 3.
Very nice lurk play right there. That's what we need. We need another great Swedish lurker, and we need another great Swedish IGL. And we also need a great Swedish hopper.
You're making big demands.
We need a few things.
Big asks here.
We need a JW, we need a Flusher, and we need a Fronex.
Well, Nock's been in crazy good form.
Oh, yeah, we've got Nock. We've got Nock. I fully believe in Nock. Yeah. We've got some aggressive rifles.
There we go. One for 3.
1 for 3.
Whoa. Little slide out does get punished. Back-to-back rounds where Shush just hits the dirt instantly.
Just appreciate how perfect that pre-aim was.
Yeah, right on his melon before it even came through the grate. Pressure from Jocab on short.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say his name is Jokab.
Jokab. Okay, yeah, that makes it. Yep. That
Gotta be J to the Y. Yeah.
Same spot, nerds. Still holding it. Missed him. Just been waiting. Where there's one, there's 2.
Well, they don't win B. And the CTs actually get into a more forward setup. Oh, what a spam from Mistum. That is more than enough damage done this round by him. Oh my god, he got that kill too.
But bomb's heading at the A ramp, so there's a little life left on this.
Ooh, this is a play by Tesses. Holy shit.
Trying to chase around. They are not keeping eyes on it immediately. Now the smoke will certainly help. Gives them a little pocket to play within. But there's that question still that remains, right? Where did Mistum get off to? 3 kills deep on B, still looking for somebody to be lurking, thinking Nikados stuck around. He has managed to get through elevator. Good clear from Tesses on short. They'll close it. Ninjas did not want to waste that one. Big opening from Mistum. 2 kills on the same angle, and then he goes in on Nerds for the 3rd entry.
Man. Oh yeah, great round from Mistum. So let's put that out there first. He really just, he makes this almost impossible to lose. Like his teammates were able to lose a player over on the other side and still win the round because of this. So, but I want to say, Tesses, I thought he did the scary part by pushing the smoke. How come he didn't keep walking forward?
Yeah, a little stutter step there, some hesitation, maybe looking to get Nikados in from elevator, but giving them that bit of time is all Ninjas needed to close out the round.
His next interview will be like, yeah, I actually never liked playing aggressive.
Nice place from Mistum, I think. Just a real comfort of playing B entry on Vertigo, right? You get the great spam, you get the wood spam, and then you get a clean entry on the guy behind tall box. Oh, and then Blue Phoenix comes in this round with a nice clip on Shush. Now this is multiple rounds in a row. Shush is losing your B site, and as any team knows, a solo B anchor, okay, it's just pistols here, but a liability on that B site with early deaths is rounds lost each and every time.
Yep, that's true. It's true. And playing retake is just not as viable these days. Early days Inferno, you could retake B easily, and it's still definitely possible. But It just depends so much on the early round, how much utility you have left and where. So there it is, a cleanup and a mow down here from the young ninjas as they as Ninjas and Madamas as they take a lead. And they're hanging. That's a lava lamp. 90s kids remember.
Yeah. It's an antique as far as the young ninjas are concerned.
Yeah. I still never figured out how they worked. I remember having a lava lamp and then just trying to touch it. And it's obviously insanely hot, even though it's not literally lava.
I mean, they're horrible fire hazards, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like there's some stuff back in the 70s that I don't know what people were thinking. Like 1, lava lamps, hot enough to burn down your house. 2, water beds, as if you need a massive amount of water. You know, just in. What are you looking for? You looking for some flooding in your home?
Imagine that's how you drowned. Water bed.
Oh God.
That's just embarrassing. No
Water
offense to
bed.
anybody. To the 3 water bed deaths a year that we probably have.
I don't even know if they sell them anymore.
How do you even like pack those up? Like, how do you?
I don't know, man. Is it like a pool? Do you have to fill it seasonally?
Like, why couldn't you just take an air one and put water in it?
TSS on the side, but Nikadaz on the ramp comes through. Nice clean double kill, catching them lurking upwards. There has been this affinity
oh my God,
to try and find timings here from Yokab. How Swedish do we want to twist that, by the way? Are we going full 100%, like a little 50-50?
I think if it was like major grand final, that would just be like, let's just do halfway. But since it's the showdown, I think we go Yokab. I think it's way fun. Yeah, like heavy Gaud, you know, not necessarily overpronounced because it's fun. Yokab.
Yeah, we're working from home. There are no rules.
Okay.
Good clean entry on the 3v5. Not like this. Smokes in front of them. Nertz and Kixan still have eyes on half the site. Ooh, nade open the smoke, gives good vision. And Kixan, that's what they needed. Somebody to pump the brakes. But Silence turns back round. Clips Nikadaz. And that grain of doubt back in the minds of Heroic. He's got time to play this how he chooses, but he doesn't have much HP to pull it off. It's a fast departure, just gonna sprint for that A site, and they'll hear him shuffling.
Hear him, yeah.
But he could probably get up ramp. Maybe Kixan out from elevator just to challenge. Maybe Kixan runs the risk. He's hoping that TSS can catch up. Smoke in front. There's the plant. Can Silence do off anymore? Guns back up. Oh, leg shot. Okay, sketchy. But Silence put down.
Yeah, NT, that could have worked out for sure. Kixan could have run that one, but doesn't happen. Oh, I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, Kixan over on the B site. I think he did something really clever there. It looked like he blew up the double stack smoke and then peeked on the right side of generator. So they freaked out and thought, oh shoot, some CT is gonna be standing behind this side. And then he ended up getting a 2K spray down on the right side of generator, viewing the same angles. And yeah, Kixan definitely is now getting credit as an IGL, but he should definitely get credit as an individual as well. He is quite quick, good mechanics.
He's got that little extra pep in his step compared to other IGLs. Because those frauds can get away with it. Kixan doesn't want to be clumped in with them. Nertz on and off will catch Silence, trying to get himself over that crest. Still throw one up. Shushi is right up with him. Ooh, Blue Phoenix to the back of the head. The MP9 strikes. Back-to-back 5v3s for Heroic. Didn't mean things were safe last round, but could be a sign of stability for the CT side.
Shush definitely needs to be studied as a B anchor. He's so fearless. He always knows where to find his fights. I mean, look how easy he makes this round look. Reading every situation into the next.
Ninja's making that one easy on him as well. Failing the boost one time, giving the audio cue, and then still trying it 5 seconds later.
True. Big no.
Throw Yokub up, and hey, He's got himself that double, right? That thread to pull on. No third one, because Kixan's on the recovery mission yet again. Mollied out, missed him crossing, finds his headshot. Nikadaz leaning back. TeSS pretty consistent on this flank, and almost missed him. Had he planted with the boxes to his right, would have been good. Instead, to survive here for Heroic.
So Yokub maybe makes it possible for the Ninjas to get back into the round, but it's 5v3 with the first 2 MP9 kills. Like you said, if you make noise on the boost, especially versus a team like this good, you don't go forward with it again. That being said, I think he was, pre-aimed here, just ready anyways. So aware. Now the pistols come out for the Ninjas. And we get the Swedish tech pause.
Oh, yes. Just a little waiting. Oh. Or a real one.
Well, good to see everyone has their player badges. We collect all of our event badges. You have all of them, right?
Yeah, but not the lanyards. I keep the cards, but I throw away the lanyards.
Oh, interesting. That's like kind of like cutting the crust off your bread.
Yeah, that's a great comparison. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. You're right. Yeah. It is better this way.
It's a little childish, but it also it's a cleaner option.
I'm an elitist. What can I say?
Yeah. So then, what are you gonna do with them? You've got those plastic cards. You can't hang them.
No, I keep them in a little box. I have a little treasure box.
I've always assumed that one day I would have a, more permanent position. I would like have a place to display them all at once. But yeah, right now they're in a drawer.
Yep. Eat that nade. That one nade does more damage than the 3 nades in the pistol.
What the?
Over towards B. Shush clipped one. A player falls. No gimmicks to fall for this time. We've got 2 flashbangs on Maxter. If the pistols can miraculously connect the headshot, they'll play in the smoke. Use that as an invitation. You blind the Opper, but you won't blind the quad hold. Shush with the clean triple kill. And the anti-eco is a great chance for him to pad those stats.
Yeah, he is so studyable, man. Every reaction, every position just makes so much sense. And he's got that perfect amount of, I know when to be aggressive, when it's like a good option, not being scared. Because it's pretty hard to hold B right now. I think in CS2's Vertigo is one of the maps that suffered just because the new smokes. Like, it was already hard to hold B with how open it was, but now smokes can be blown up, so it's just like even more treacherous to be sitting in the site at any time. And Shush is still surviving, teaching.
Didn't fully pop it. Kixan right with it. Another nade goes in, blinded at the same time. Nice flash frag combo for that opening.
The timing
is
beautiful.
You're dead on, right? Earlier, you were absolutely correct. He opens the smoke, he plays a different angle. They're all distracted. Now they got flash smoke combos. Little CS2 for you on a Tuesday morning. Oh, SS with the gap.
Yeah, in like 2 years, Kixan will have played more CS2 than CSGO.
Wow, crazy.
As a pro. He said he was playing, he was unconfirmed. He said he was playing since he was actually played 1.6. Went to LAN when he was 11, that sort of story, which is crazy. But didn't become pro until 2021. Nuts.
Never give up, folks.
Never give up.
Okay.
Wow.
SS was getting bought, but we got the cover from Kixan. Nice re-aggression here, just cleaning up rifles like it's nothing. So a few hiccups in terms of those B holds, right? We saw some nice clean double entries. We saw missed him with the 3K that one round and the rotation back to A. But it looked like Shush kind of cleaned things up. Nertz has been floating around him, lending that helping hand. And now Kixan also changing between the 2 bomb sites and supporting either Shush or TeSS as need be. And we get the stabilization of Heroic we all kind of wanted.
Last round of the half, and we're going to have The full force up and the full rush. Up the A ramp with the MAC-10 in front.
Shut down at first. There's the double kill from Nikodas, trying to keep the pressure up with the frag grenade, but silence. They'll go back and forth. Now, a ton of damage on the majority of what's left here of Ninjas. They'll go for that late B split by the looks of things. Not wasting too much time, which is good, right? You've got Shush kind of between two mines. That Tech9 can swarm him if the rifles start to make rumblings with the utility. Could really boil down to timing on the split. Still no support from Heroic's A players either. They are very much dedicated still onto the ramp. So this is Shush to try and deny Ninjas a 5th on the T side. And he seems very aware of what could be happening. Catches vision on silence. Mid player doesn't bite just yet. Shush jumps over. Now that rotate starts to come. The mid player still holds because sight does go down for free. No need for him to engage just yet. If they can keep him in the pocket to hold off the retake, then all is good for Maxter.
All the retake nades ready. Bomb not planted yet. They're trying to bait it out.
Shush with the flash comes round, clears the corner. Then the Tech9 starts to activate from behind. This is going to push them in. This is going to force Heroic to try and carve a path towards Silence, who's done a great job of dodging them, serving up the distraction, but Shush is still alive, and with 10 health, 1 shot. The time at the halfway point, Deagle in hand, and Silence will close this. Nicely squeezed by Ninjas to just add that all-important 5th to the board.
My name's JL.
This is Dan Metizport alias Apex.
Hey, it's Shush from Heroic. And we're playing the A-to-Z challenge.
Let's go.
Exile.
Apex.
Apex.
B, I would say Brandon. He's a Brazilian player.
Brokey. Borb.
C, Cold Zero.
Cello. Sack. Dupree. Dreamer.
E, Elish.
Electronic.
F, Flaren.
I'm choking already. Flame. Z. Fang. Glaive.
G,
Copy.
Get right. H. I have a Danish player called Hectors.
Hauser. Hellsack.
I. E, Disbalance.
Ime. Intus. Yabe. I'm not gonna pick myself.
A, Apex.
J. Jame.
Jax. K. Kirby.
Carrion, oh my god. Carrion.
L. Oh no, I need to find. I will take time, but I will find.
Lambert.
It's not coming. The other came like this, but L.
Liaz.
M. No, I'm lost.
Wow, M is gonna be. What? It's hard.
M. Maniac.
Magisk. Wow, that was hard. Misuta.
N. NATO suffix.
NBK. Nico. OC.
O.
Otto. Pimp. Was a pro player. Can you give me a hint?
We had I think a German player called Patrick.
Skip it and move on. Yeah, skip it.
Starting with Q. I have no idea.
Q. Kickert.
Yes. 4 players. Kickert.
Kickert.
R.
Rain.
Res. Rallen.
Shoes. I'm not gonna pick myself.
It's the day of the Swedes here for the BLAST Spring Showdown Day 1. And it's not the Ninjas you know. Young Ninjas posting up for their brothers in arms, and they do a good job, an honorable 5 rounds on the half. They open up with pistol. Considering they won pistol, lost to the force buy right after, still grabbed 5 rounds on the half. Hey, got to be proud of that one. They are taking a swing at one of the hotter prospects going into the Copenhagen Major. And so, with Kixan at the top of the board for Heroic, they'll look to split pistols, shut this one down early. Silence any naysayers. TS on short side. Gets himself a double kill. That'll certainly help. That gets the ball rolling into A, but the bomb is in fact going B. So, yeah. Oops. Ninjas in Pajamas reacting to the double entry. 2 players behind the smoke saw nothing for a moment, and the plant comes down on the other end instead.
It was all a ruse. It was a mist. They got misted. And Mistum is actually somebody we used to... Mistum's probably played an NA RMR, right, at some point?
Has he?
ATK?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you'd think he would have played an NA RMR.
We had him. I think we had him. Our South African brethren.
True. Oh, this guy's been all around the world for Counter-Strike.
He's looking sharp, actually.
Terrorists win.
More South Africans at the Major than Canadians, Launders. More South Africans than Canadians and Australians combined. The Commonwealth down bad.
JT? TC?
TC? That's all we
Anyone
got.
else?
For South Africa?
Yeah, it was kind of all or nothing, you know, South Africa, Canada, US. Blood had to be sacrificed.
Mm-hmm.
They got it wrong this time, the script writers, but that's okay. Complexity definitely earned it.
Damn right, Elige did.
Yeah, Elige, man. Oh my god. Oh man, after that Furia game, I was like, if they lose versus Liquid and he does the same thing, no chance. But he really was clutch all the way up until the very last round, so.
We've got a few teams actually at the moment playing the Blast Showdown as kind of a boot camp LAN. We saw Rare Atom all together. This game, teams separated, but the North Americans in Elevate, Complexity, and Team Liquid all playing from boot camps in the United Kingdom at the moment, I believe. I know they're on LAN for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, that would have been in anticipation and preparation for the Major next week. Instead, it's for Showdown, you know? Looking for still a big stage in London come June. It's a big LAN on the line. You have to remember yourself that as you get into your own PC setup. You know, sometimes the severity of the match can be lost when you're in the comfort of your homes, but one of the biggest LANs we have to close out the season. Great for Heroic to try and lock that in. It'd be great for Liquid to try and recover.
Oh man, I mean, yeah, think about Liquid's schedule right now. Like they didn't qualify to Chengdu, they've got no major. I think they got Dallas at least. But they're not going to be playing. Even that was sketchy. They're not going to be playing much. Yeah.
You know, well, they're not paid by the hour.
It's true.
Nothing in this round to talk about. Pistols don't do much. Heroic going to continue to grow that lead. I would love for the Ninjas in Pajamas and for Metizport to make these games both a little more competitive than some pundits would kind of write them off as.
Mm-hmm.
It's always, you know, I love coming into the Showdown because we get to see up-and-coming teams take a swing at the big dogs.
Yeah, I mean, you already called the one big upset.
Mm-hmm.
Metizport.
It's coming.
Yeah.
SS. Ooh, for a second. Look to swing. Stutter steps it. Maxter on high alert. Kixan on the recovery. 3v3 off the back of that. The mid-fight goes the way of the Opper. And Kixan's going to quietly fall back. He can grab the bomb as Shush goes hard entry into B. Blue Phoenix with the audio able to peek off Tetris to close this one down seemingly. But now, again, Kixan ran away to grab the bomb, silently creeps back. How could he manage to win this 1v3?
He's got the brain to do it. He's got the time. He's got the bomb. He has utility. He's playing LAN games too. So he's in the zone. Can he catch a timing on sandbags? Oh, definitely not scared about it.
Grabbed his smoke, though. Just got that off the dead body.
You know, I wonder if he actually clears the frontside sandbags. I wonder if he skipped all this and didn't worry about it because he thought this guy's not going to peek. Let's see if he clears it. Maybe not.
Yeah. Thinking he's all good. Critical error. Thinking he was safe and sound on that A site. Good job picking up the utility to try and make something happen, but a nice slow close. And the CT side begins.
Yeah, they could try to crawl back into this game. It's definitely entirely possible. I'm not really betting against T-side Vertigo here for Heroic myself, but I will say it's possible. We get the 2-liter jugs out. Thread on the mic.
Looking
Anyone
animated.
know what Daglig to do? Oh, Maybe I've got. Maybe weekly it's Daglig. Maybe it's calendar.
Daglig to-do. You know what they say. A Daglig to-do a day keeps the responsibilities at bay.
Yeah, I'm gonna Google it. Daglig. Daily.
Daily. Last one kicks out of spawn, tries to catch a glimpse of Blue Phoenix. Silence, a little too much smoke for his comfort. He comes back. The thing is, Nikodos has already crossed over. Oh, what? Nikodos.
He knows where to find out. He's been so good through those smokes. Both sides.
Pops him.
That's unfair.
You know, Silence crosses once. Cautious on the re-peek. Thinking he's got it all figured out. Thinking he hasn't run too much of a risk. Nikodos with the laser beam. Flashbang comes out. Now with that gap spot, Mistum's on high alert. Nikodos' head put on a silver platter. He's not alone back there, but it's a great clean recovery. They've left a player on short side. He's going to run the rotation over. TeSeS will see this as a chance to creep in. But if Yokev is scoped in, then TeSeS could very well kill him. Meanwhile, bomb gets dropped. There it is. The creep out from TeSeS reopens the door, but we've got a flank coming at the B site too. There are layers on this one. And all the while, pressure to get that plant in. But still time to go A if they push through CT spawn. Flank on the staircase, won't see Nertz it seems. Oh, not in time to stop the plant anyways, but it is low HP for Nertz. He still nails the headshot. Shush crossing paths inside the smoke, and TeSeS last spotted over towards A. Missed him on top of the bomb, taps it once. Oh, TeSeS able to spam through to catch him. Double digits for Heroic. We're getting a little crazy.
Yeah, that absolutely could have gotten ugly for TeSeS with the spray in. Like, lucky to get the kill right there. Mistum could have come out for a swing. Had the time with the fresh smoke as well, so TeSeS having a reload. Well, that may have been a 1v3 out of Mistum, and he has had a good match, man. Lots of good rounds so far, so a nice effort for sure. But that might have been a key one to win.
Slow crawl out of TeSeS as well, right? Hopper thinking he had held the angle long enough that was in the possible position to be occupied. Now a clean road to an 11-6 lead versus the Pistols. But activity out of the Ninjas going top mid push into T-spawn. Yo, listen, we've seen 5-7s from this spot pop heads. They've got these Ts corralled. Kixan able to hold off for now. Silence getting ran at, jumping Mac 10. Gonna stop him in his tracks. Shadow advantage as Shush is on high alert for that flank. And no problems for Heroic. They tiptoe through this one with ease.
Another Kixan thing that I've heard is that he doesn't really have any idols.
None at all?
He was not really. Like, he's asked like who he sort of watched, and he's like, I just kind of did it the way I thought was going to work based on how I understood CS.
What do you make of that?
That's pretty awesome. I think there's I know when it comes to like musicians and stuff, There's examples of people like that. Some who just don't really look up to anybody. They're just like doing their own thing. They just have good instincts and a lot of confidence.
Weird.
I think it's totally viable, is what I'm trying to say. I think it's totally viable.
I mean, listen, it's working.
Yeah, because obviously I'll be always learning. He's learning from his own teammates. He's learning from the teams he plays against. But yeah, he might really be painting the picture in his head himself, which is pretty nice to hear. I think it's kind of fresh, at least. Pretty obscene level of confidence that he just went from, Apex to Heroic.
Yeah, and it's working.
And it's working.
And it's working. We've seen better players attempt the role and fail. Kixen, meanwhile, carving that.
Doesn't even have any textbooks.
He's not following the trail. He's out skiing through the woods.
He went to the fork in the road and went straight. Great flashes all day here from Heroic.
That's Kixen's contributions too. Nertz, yeah, he heard you, Silence. Will Nertz press this through? Yeah, but it's being held. Nicely done from Silence there, wary of the smoke push. Got that bomb still floating in the middle of the map. We've got Tesses now down over towards A. Ninjas in Pajamas piecing something together here, but Shush will find his entry on B. Bomb plant to come with it. Between Shush and Kixen. Big performances to shut down the Swedes so far. Did they take this? 3v3 retake attempt. Good amount of utility between Mistum and Yoka. Nobody on the close spot. Green occupied. Kixen, it's just hands on the gun, no nades. Looking for the frags as they swing out to the left side. He gets his first one, gets himself a second. What? Just locks in. Solid stuff from Kixen round after round.
Really? Like, really as an individual, just as much of a... Can't call almost like a star, I guess. But, he might end up being the core...
On his way.
A core fragger, yeah. That was pretty nice.
Big round and one that should queue up the 13th. Eventually, 6 chances to close out this map. Nice nade pop, no capitalization off of the moment. Shush, he's here to hold him back as well. CT is getting a little frisky, trying to really force moments to occur. And with it, they're down 3v5, facing map point of their map pick of Vertigo.
And if they lose, they can always say, well, this is Ninjas in Pajamas loss.
Right. Doesn't count as a young Ninjas.
Yes.
There you go, play under the other banner. He does. Keeping the pressure up high. We had some solid rounds out of Mistum early on the T side. Saw a couple multi-frags that were looking promising, but it was the heroic recovery. Specifically, I think Shush's depth on that B site as a defender kept it fresh after a few uncharacteristic deaths. And enough rounds to then make this second half way too easy. The mid rounds have been good, the calls have been excellent, and the fragging that's coming with Kixen is just indicative of the flow state. The man is on one today, which is what Heroic need, right? They finish off at the RMR, qualifying for the major, looking good. Everybody's saying potential dark horses for a deep run, maybe? Now the level doesn't stop, even after taking a break in between that RMR and come into the showdown. It is quick work on map 1, an easy day to start for now. But we've got Mirage up next after the break. The Young Ninjas, not done yet.
Oh, welcome back to the Spring Showdown by BLAST Premier. A little bit of fight in NIP, Bubsky. A little bit of fight in that first half, and Heroic just outlasts them. Great calling from Kixon. Good game altogether from Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, they took the crowd by surprise, but they certainly didn't take Heroic by surprise. I think whatever they came with today wouldn't be enough. They came with the Academy roster, and I think they actually would have done better with this roster than the original one. So kudos to them.
Dude, were you worried at all in that first half when you saw that kind of score the way? I mean, 5 rounds in the first half ain't too shabby for NIP to get against Heroic, but it was looking like they were putting up enough of a fight to maybe have something go for their way in the second half.
I mean, it can be pretty scary to play that CT side against these types of players because they're just gonna search you. Like when you're playing on an academy level, it's gonna be way more structured, and the individual power is obviously not to the same extent. So you can play a little bit different on those anchor roles, but we just saw them constantly being found in the opening duels when it came to that CT side, and obviously not used to playing against the likes of Shoes, Kux, and also Nerds to some extent.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, but because we talked him up, and obviously he's a big part of this Heroic puzzle. But you gotta chill. He gotta have he gotta just relax in this map because it was Kixon kind of helping out, leading the way. Shush and Tessus both played really, really good, and it was Nerds and Nikodos who didn't even really gotta just hang out. Just played a standard game because their teammates carried most of the heavy weight.
Yeah, and I think that's the strength of the team. If you are able to have your quote-unquote best players on the roster that is playing the AWP and the star positions, not being able to perform and actually winning with this amount of comfort, it's a healthy sign for a roster that is relatively new but has took many by surprise.
Relatively new, and I mean, still kind of probably reeling to a certain extent and trying to recover from losing Yabby, Stown, Katie, and I mean, you're still trying to figure things out with the new guys on it. But yeah, overall, just a great showing. I mean, what is it about Kixon that this team obviously brought him in, kind of did some scouting, brought him in as an in-game leader, not a whole lot of experience for him under his belt in that role at the top level. But I mean, he's just having a breakout performance as the captain of this team.
Even though he's a young guy, from my experience, hearing stuff about him, he's very direct. He's a guy who respects authority. He wants you to really respect what he's saying and really wants to make a difference. And he doesn't deal that well with people who are not motivated. So I think it's a really good IGL to get into that atmosphere of bringing a winning culture into the team. He also came from a great run in Apex at the major. So I feel like they got him at a good point in his career and potentially can make much more of it in the future.
Yeah, they seem to have caught him at the right time on the upward trajectory. I guess we kind of came into that map, and we're going to be going to Mirage next, but we kind of came into this conversation with that kind of last-minute switch up from NIP to go full Academy team. And we're kind of framing it as, let's see what these guys have got. Let's give them a chance against the best. Let's see who's going to provide us with something, who might be an option down the road. Have you kind of, when you were watching that game, did you kind of pick anyone out of the NIP crowd and be like, this is a guy that's got it, this is a guy that has potential, this is a guy they might want to lean towards?
Yeah, I mean, I think from watching NIP's Academy beforehand, I think Nilo and Max, that was the one people mentioned that was supposed to take the next step. One of them have now left the ship, but Maxstar is still there, also does relatively well here on the team. So it's hard to judge. Obviously, it's going to be that BO3 single elimination game, but I think Fred is taking down all the notes right now. Not necessarily looking into much if they're whiffing or so, all these sorts of things, but how is their communication? Are they precise? Are they nervous? Because they don't have time when they get that new roster to get the ball rolling. They need to start hard, and they need to start getting momentum from the get-go. No time to learn new players how to play.
If we kind of stay in the realm of hypothetical, just because obviously with NIP with the new roster, there's not a whole lot that we can go off of and all the changes that are swirling around. But one of the rumors that's kind of come out is that the old Heroic coach, old NIP player, might be coming back and exists to be the coach of this team moving forward. Do you have any thoughts on that kind of stick out in your head, of Exist coming back to try and right the ship that he kind of helped create in CSGO?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird that Exist got left over in this massive roster mania. He was a part of that Heroic roster. I think if Stavin and Jabby loved him, that he would also have been a part of Astralis. I think Exist brings some quality to the table, but in other departments, I don't think he's that father figure who's really going to take the socially aspect of the team to the next level. But I think he brings a lot of tactically to the table, and I hope NIP can use a guy like him with the combination of Alex's hype and energy to potentially build something more interesting than what we've seen from them now.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Exist is very Swedish. He's very quiet, very, very calm, just off to the side, just kind of hangs out. All right, let's move on to Mirage. Mirage is going to be the second map in the series, 1-0 after Vertigo in the favor of Heroic. You're not going to get two maps where Nerds is that quiet, I think. So if you're NIP, you know, and you're trying to scrape the bottom of the barrel for like a win condition, a silver lining, where do you kind of point that towards?
Well, I hope that we're going to see a lot more. I hope we're going to see them take a lot more responsibility on the individual side, because they actually have players who can like take over a game. I think Silence and Max have showed glimpses of it, but Mirage, you have that one advantage. I feel like the rotation at times can be a little bit rough on the CT side. So if they're able to like go on the entries and like really take an initiative in the start of the rounds, they will make a lot of difference. But I can just assure, I played that phase earlier with Shoes and Nerds, and they were coming in hot.
They were running around Mirage just straight up headshotting. Yeah, I guess if you can strike really quick, get like an opening kill and really take advantage of it and build up the space after that on Mirage, it can get a little bit dicey for the CT side. So we'll have to see what they've got. It's the Academy team essentially down a map playing under the main team's jersey, taking on Heroic, a surprise team with kicks in with Nerds that have somehow stabilized the ship out of a roster change, and they're looking good. So Mirage coming up next, Scrawny and Launders coming up next. We'll be right back with the showdown.
Welcome to the BLAST Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my god.
London is calling, they claim, and we've got 2 spots here at the BLAST Spring Showdown in order to give away. On this side of the bracket, Heroic looking to move forward, map 1 advantage with a win on Vertigo over the Ninjas. You're just getting to know. Young Ninjas in the server, representing the org. Now we go to Mirage here, Mohan. If Kixan and Shush can deliver that kind of individual level back-to-back, I don't think the Swedes have what it takes today.
I mean, the main question was whether or not Heroic could be comfortable online. They look really comfortable, so now they've got to face full force Heroic, and they didn't get that first map, so I think it only gets harder. I think it was nice to watch Mistim play for the first time in a long time. It was nice to see the Ninjas actually pull out some good mid-round situations. That one where they went back to B. They had a couple of good things. They just weren't as good as Heroic, so we'll have to see. There'll be more stuff to watch here for the second map, but it feels more sort of like we're watching just to enjoy the CS, but not so much to expect NIP to take it.
Yep, exactly that. I think, you know, great chance for them to showcase a little more on Mirage. What I fear is that now Nertz is going to get online. You know, I had high hopes for him just in this series, in this event, right? His confidence when he was speaking to Banks before the game went live and just saying like, yeah, we're going to London. Like, this is ours for the taking. You know, in theory, if we were to go with probably the odds all the way through, it's supposed to be a Heroic versus Cloud9 matchup, perhaps, on this bracket. And I think that Heroic versus Cloud9 is one that Nertz should be kind of confident about at the moment. So on an individual level, if he gets going here, as it should happen, if it's not today versus the Ninjas, maybe it's tomorrow or the day after as the bracket goes on. But it does feel to me like Heroic has what it takes, not just to qualify for London, but to really make this month a great month of Counter-Strike for them.
But you know what? Liquid have lots of online CS2 games that they played. So
yeah, sure, and lost.
That's true too, actually. They've lost quite a few of those games. It's actually kind of like, it's not even a guaranteed thing that Liquid get through SAW, you know?
Right.
That's already a hard game. We saw like pretty legit, to be honest. And then there's complexity at the top, very tough top side of the bracket. Whereas at the bottom, you know, you've got Falcons, you got Spirit on 2 ends. Those are your main competition.
Yeah, actually, I just said like, it's supposed to be Heroic, but let's be real. I think that their next game theoretically should be versus Complexity. That matchup could get a little tighter. Maybe there's a hiccup in the road with Elige playing in the form that he currently is. And again, that team on LAN, or rather at a boot camp. So maybe there's a buff there in their way. You know, the road's not free for the taking for Heroic, but this first game looking good. Again, we had a nice couple of moments. I don't want to take any spotlight away from the Ninjas for now. Match isn't over just yet, but we need more of those like confident multi-frag moments, right? We had Mistim on the bottom of B stairs with some nice entry pathing, reading the Greats push. You know, if you could get the better of Shush in 1v1s on B site Vertigo multiple rounds in a row,
you're instantly
I think you've got something going, right? Yeah, exactly. You've got something to work with. It's just they kind of lost grasp of that advantage halfway through, and the second half was just so flat.
Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't say they got like toyed with, they just did get outdone. So they didn't come out looking like complete fools or anything, but as you can see, the game at the same time wasn't close. They were only tied up near the beginning of the match, and on Mirage is where it's obviously going to get very scrappy, and probably I think Heroic this is where they'll have a little bit more fun. But it's also a tough veto for Ninja. It's not like Heroic didn't want to see them play Vertigo. Whereas we're going to kick it off here on map 2 and what could be the Ninjas' last chance here at the showdown already on day 1. They had to have limited expectations, of course, and I think it's just kind of nice to see what the Academy roster could try to put together, and I'm glad they gave them a chance altogether, because I don't know what they would have benefited from splitting them up and having 2 good quote-unquote players come onto the team with no chemistry, and then seeing if they could take down very good teams throughout this whole bracket. At least these guys, they have a game plan and a system and know each other.
Yes, sir. Undeniably a better functioning unit. Of course, trying to pick up the slack that was left by the main core, seeing as they are the reason they're at the showdown. Not the most successful January to kick off the year for Ninjas, followed by the RMR tribulations.
Now you throw the young ninjas into the furnace. See what they can throw back. Nerds, double headshot. There it is. A couple of clean ones coming up, Connector. You think you can sit in the corner, but Nerds can hunt you down in an instant. That A site falls, and we should be looking at a heroic T-side pistol. Kixan, high alert, ready for the window jump. Missed him wounded. Second player for both sides trying to bail him out of this spot. Tricky one for Maxter to slide through with Berettas, but he will at least get something going. Just a little too little, a little too late. Peeks into the bomb site. You'll see them stacked up. Doesn't have a kit to play with. Got 3 Ts staring at him. And Nerds will get the trio.
You did mention him right before the game started into the 2K pick apart play and Connector to show exactly why he's the guy to watch here on Mirage. So he's been getting freaky as a lurker, I think, on 2 sides. That's been an interesting thing to see about Nerds. I don't think he's really... Like, he's sort of doing a Spinks impression, right? Like another Israeli lurker on another tier 1 team. But he doesn't really have it quite like Spinks, but at the same time, he's good in different ways. Like, he can play a little faster, and he can be more aggressive and more explosive. And his aim is so good. So there might be a new lane for him to try to carve out for himself on this new version of Heroic.
I mean, HLTV Rookie of the Year for 2023. Obviously, that category has been dominated since Zaiwu made his debut, and it's going to be impossible to basically beat that again. Except, you know, maybe Donkey's knocking. But this year it was about Nerds, you know, slightly older as well than when you think about a rookie per se, but a great year. And, you know, I think thrust into a weird spot where his team just suddenly starts to crumble all around him. We've seen players fall into the abyss in those kinds of, you know, turning points within their careers. Really cool to see him develop, hold form, and really lead the charge for this Heroic team in the recent couple of months.
Yeah, no
Would have been a
kidding.
shame to kind of have to say farewell to Heroic at the top.
It's also like, oh, he was only good under Snappy system. That's what everyone would have been saying if he couldn't play well in his next team, which people sort of misappropriate when to give and when to take away credit from others, like unknowing of, you know, the other circumstances where it could cause variance. Like, who knows the reasons why people fall off and get good games. That's kind of something between them and God, if you will. So it's good to see that Nerds doesn't really have those questions about him. But at the same time, he does get another good IGL and another good, you know, situation where the team just looks so solid so fast. It's remarkable, man. This might be the fastest a team has gotten good with this dramatic of a change that I've ever seen. Like, especially with no tier 1 IGL or like, I mean, Kixan maybe will be looked back at as like a tier 1 IGL, but like, he's so new. He's so new.
Kind of feels to me like, to draw a parallel, it almost feels to me like the Gamer Legion Paris major. It's like there's something brewing here with this Heroic for me. Maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself. You know, they did go on to get to the grand finals, but it's just, you know, it's an in-game leader that had a little lack. If you didn't have your kind of finger on the pulse of Shuhei, you know, but there's a parallel between Shuhei, Kixan. There's a parallel between Ema and Nerds, although Nerds being more established than that one. I just think if everything comes together right now, it's just the perfect time to be getting over those hurdles that everybody would have been willing to put in front of you.
Ooh, calling for a deep run. Yeah, I mean, dude, like, could they not just break playoffs again with this lineup based on how good they played? The teams they've beaten already on LAN, like, I mean, maybe it's an outside chance. Maybe it won't look like it when it happens.
We'll have our eyes on it. Pressure on Mistum. Gets ahead of any molly damage. Frag grenade. Oh man, he's hanging on for dear life, but he's gone unchecked. It's the stairs push that nets the opening kill here for the Ninja CT side. They don't hard clear him. Mistum making the most of that one. Hanging on for dear life. Pays off with the double kill. Tess cleared out for the staircase. Total collapse on the approach of the A site. Ninjas answer early.
Yeah, they do. Great hold. Really well done. That was a full sort of classic attack coming in as a split onto the A site, and Ninjas were ready for every single thing. So every T crossed, every I dotted. And another great round for Mistum. He's sort of looking like a South African JKS. Maybe he can be the Australian representation.
Okay. Sure.
That we're missing on the international scene.
Yoka floating out catwalk. Mid-pinch getting prepared. Window boost. We've got a jungle player. We had a con guy. There's still the one in the windowsill. Kixan missed.
Yike.
He missed his climb through. That's an audio cue for Yoka.
Oh, come on.
Dies. Wow,
still
the fact he
wins?
recovers that.
He's got
Gun
X
in
factor
hand.
sometimes, man. Crazy.
Great crosshair placement. Opens up the catwalk split excellently. And the fact that the apartments player then went down into underpass. There's going to be a critical fight here between Blue Phoenix and Shush.
Yeah, now
Timing
oh, but Phoenix is coming back. And then they're going to hear the plant.
Nikado's on high alert, though.
They haven't seen anyone on the B site, so...
Ooh, Shush was looking underpass. Blue Phoenix steps ahead. Tesses, Nikadoz flushed off the site, one of them. That's market control and a back bench anchor in Nikadoz. Missed him on a blind approach. Won't be able to win the duel. Now it's all on Blue Phoenix, who did a good job of catching Shush, but needs to somehow work his way to site. Flash finds him crossing over. We've got Nikadoz just tucking his head, allowing for Tesses instead to take that contact. Nades come through. Oh, the peek off back bench. Nikadoz bests him, and Heroic right back to winning ways.
Yeah, I saw Blue Phoenix when we, joined this game, and I was like, okay, well, there's going to be another Israeli talent to come into the scene. And, he doesn't have those sort of star player stats on the young ninjas, but there is something crazy about the talent that region produces. Good effort in the clutch. This really was the kill right here. Tessis was roaming by himself, so could have ended up being a 1v2 for Nikadoz from bench. Should have been a bit more manageable, but instead we got the heroic 3-1, the successful window lurk, and the B hit this time.
No swing at the top of mid. That fight that they've so regularly been getting these last couple of rounds isn't there for the taking. Three defenders on A. Shush left inside of the ramp. Critical moment here for Heroic to just churn through an early T-side success story. Mac-10's giving away the utility. You know what that means. Kicksands are about to get rolling. They go for the boost right ahead of the peek out from Kixan. A good clump of players here from Heroic with no indication either for the CTs. Fomus pinned against the wall. Nades coming out. Kixan dives the site. He's looking for the second frag, but Jokic kept his head down. Oh, good damage. But still, there's a chance as Maxter has support. Silence arrives in time. And it's man advantage back for Ninjas, 30 to the clock. With Shush coming from top middle down towards Con, there is still an emergency plan in place. Still enough time to avoid that double B stack, and all you have to do is find Mistum with this 5-7. He keeps his head down default.
He's so tucked right now. Did they spot him?
Nope, they don't know. Tesses going for the plant coverage, not good enough, but it could still be grabbed. Cat player finds a little damage. Now he's going with the open plant, peeks that jungle, shut down, and wonderfully played again from Mistum.
Yeah, if the call wasn't just run at him, I don't know what it would be. So that was good. Yeah, nicely done from Mistum. Definitely could have been a situation where he got cleared or that was covered, but luckily for the Ninjas, that wasn't the case. I like the lurk in place by Shush. He kind of made his way up connector on a good timing that allowed Tessus to run the whole way as he cleared Cat. You can see Shush missed a couple of bullets right there. So that will be costly for Heroic. And I think when Saw first joined the Heroic lineup, which was just such a crazy quick thing that took place, he apparently didn't coach for them during the RMR qualifiers and then only started working for them at Cato after they played a couple of matches. Like they had not even Kicksan said he had not even worked with him in person yet. But the thing that I learned after was that he scouted Kicksan and was the reason that he got bought into the team in the first place. So saw maybe Kicksan could be given a lot of credit for like making this team work really fast, but Saw's actually the reason he's there in the beginning.
High praise coming from a coach who's worked with Snappy for as long as he has.
Yeah, and you got to
what
think
a good IGL looks like.
There's someone on that roster that could definitely scout talent on that ends lineup.
Nikados sees this as an opening. Just tries to go swinging through the A site. Instead, it's 2 down quick. Nothing gonna happen. Needed something special to keep this lead in their hands, and instead it falls to Kicksan towards the B site. Solo, bomb outside of the ramp. Nerds can hit hard with the Desert Eagle, but off the mark this time. And so this Ninja CT side starting to grow some legs. Looking better than it did on Vertigo.
Mm-hmm. That angle, my God.
Yeah, I mean, how hard are you trying, bro?
That angle is crazy.
Settle down, shall we? There we go. All cleaned up, 5 alive. Ninjas in pajamas looking good, looking better. Uptick here since
that a C?
What's up?
Was that a CS:GO angle? Like, obviously another one on first window. Boost up in the site, but the one from Skadoodle looking over that box.
Kind of sweaty.
Kind of sweaty. Shower time. Now this will prove whether or not you're a good IGL Kicksan. Make this work.
Yeah, what do you have in a round like this? Oh, opening kill from a Glock. Okay. Step 1.
Window lurk. Okay. Oh no, he's out of it. Wait, there is a plan here.
No way. Blue Phoenix.
Oh my God. There's no one in B. How does Kicksan do it?
I'm just saying that bomb goes down, no doubt.
There's actually no one in B still. They're playing from Cat too. This is how you actually lose around. Oh man.
Oh.
I mean, it's fine.
Is it?
It's totally fine.
Everything? Okie dokie?
Yeah.
A-okay?
Undokie.
Oh, no. Missed him. He'll find Kicksan. Maxter into the feed. Okay. Hunky-dory, as they say. Nikados, he's back behind that bench, desperate. Gets another with the Glock. Bomb at the halfway point, 3 kills. You take that. I'll give Kicksan some points. Nice departure from middle. They had ninjas chasing ghosts in this one, and they get some money they had no business finding their hands on.
Get the cat kill, walk in a B plant, get 3 kills with just Glocks. 1 flash, and just Glocks. That is squeezing water from stone. This is ridiculous.
Nice angle from Shush, too. Like,
yeah, you can get so tucked there now. I just realized.
Deep in the corner. Silence half checked it. Just expected there would have been somebody a step out further. So, with such little info on the bomb site, he was so scared about Van bench. Guns back in for Heroic. Love that little warning sign to the ninjas, right? Okay, great. Your CT side has some legs, but Heroic a step away from kicking them out underneath you. We get the double set up in mid. One half of it goes poorly. The other is a success. Maxter holding off to the underground. He could leave if he chooses to, either through mid or B. Silence pressured towards A, as again, that fight in middle is being set up. Yocab comes through. Solid double kill from him. And Tess' 16 health should not be enough. So the ninjas in pajamas from a 4v5 looking to take this one right back. Very responsive, right? For better or for worse. Last round, trying to get fights in middle when it wasn't quite there. This round, same thing. Throw themselves at it, but then don't hesitate to come stack A.
No kidding. I mean, there's some of the best rounds we've seen so far. Definitely the hate defenses. And it started off with mid control, so like responsive, as you said. Very, very quick rotations. Very good at defending A. pleasantly surprised for sure. And a great shot from Silence from Ticket as well. Now, Heroic did attack without a jungle molly, top con smoke, and in the 5v4. So they were looking for battles. I didn't see what kind of util they had there to work with.
We wanted a little life from the Swedes today, and we're getting it. Got Heroic on the back ropes. Another solo AK round. We saw Nikodas try to swing A with it last time. Didn't get the ball rolling whatsoever. TeSS at bat this time. Now we'll see if they can actually start to exploit this fast response that's been coming out of the CTs every time there's a fight in mid. You've already caught them with that overextension on Cat. Shoot that smoke, opens up a portal for Silence. TeSS and the AK sent to the Nether Realm. Now last time Shush didn't press his luck through the window. This time he will commit fully with vent open, but eyes on it. Silence holding in from Market. No free cross for Shush. Yeah, deep angle.
Yeah, NT.
There we go. AK pushed up and active. Oh, and Maxter, he just left the corner, which lets Kixan put the Tech 9 to the back of his head. Blue Phoenix will fire off, finding Nikodas down Cat. AK hits the ground once more. 33 HP for Kixan on the Market flank. He'll find Silence with his head turned. Gets revenge for Shush. Won't be able to manage the anchor in Blue Phoenix. Nertz looking to swing through.
He is.
Doubling back to window. It's a game of cat and mouse. Blue Phoenix has gone back and forth. So is Nertz one step ahead. Now Bomb was left in ladder.
It looks like it died in a, I mean, it was left on the ground in ladder,
yes.
right? No,
yes,
yeah,
Nikodas threw it in there.
Right.
And now Nertz has to double back. Missed him. He has no clue. He backs up into it. And Nertz doesn't clear it, never suspecting that Mistum is in there. We get a 1v1 that gets a little weird. The bomb possession decides this. If Nikodas had brought it with him, that goes down on site. But he leaves it behind for who to pick up?
I don't exactly know. Like dropping a bomb in ladder, it's just a noise that you don't really want, right?
And
just
Kixan's
like
on a market flank. Kixan's already on the market flank in jungle.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't drop the bomb enough, then people are going to keep giving it to you. You know what I mean? Like, you have to let your team know that you're not that guy. So I kind of understand it from that perspective. Like, if you're too good at always planting the bomb, then you're gonna be the guy who carries the bomb. So you've got to be like careless here and there. Otherwise, people will take advantage of you.
Well, he's got it again. Looking for redemption. Or
yeah, and then he remembers like he is the opper, so yeah, he should have it.
Go Nertz through window to start. Yo kept setting up utility. Blue Phoenix between two targets, saw the top of TeSS's head, then spots Nikodas, takes that duel and loses. Kixan may be dead, but so is Shush. It's the double hold on A that gets Nertz behind enemy lines. Opper rotates and hits it. And Ninjas in Pajamas continuing to stay on fire, looking for that 7-3 lead. And with 3 players stacked up inside of the A site, doesn't look like it's going to be any easier for this low HP Nikodas to find an opening in. The shots are connecting from top to bottom across the board for Ninjas.
Yeah, not going to lie. I wouldn't even test these A guys anymore. Like, they've won. They are so good. All their shots are looking right. Another one on the train line from Yokab. Couple oppers on the team now. And the young Ninjas are having fun, for sure. I mean, regular ninjas.
Yes, sir. The regular ninjas who happen to be younger than the other ninjas.
Yeah, right.
Nice reactionary shot there, jumping back to Ticket. I mean, I thought that's a dead man walking, rotating a little haphazardly, but
maybe they could make ninjas in pajamas and then make that the academy lineup, and then call the young ninjas the samurais, and then make them the main lineup.
Yeah, but ninjas and samurais are very different things.
Yeah, but samurais are still more highly paid, right?
Surely. Missed them. Oh, there we go. Sit down. Your pistols mean nothing in the face of the top Falc. Holds Deagle's shots towards Ticket. Denied. Nikadaz stuck out and sandwich on his own. Surrounded, pressured, and dealt with. 8 to the trot. The ninjas in pajamas looking for that 9-3 half.
This is their half. This is not their map pick. So thought the fireworks were on Vertigo. No, they still continue. Okay. They got the professional hand warmers. I think Heroic have been trying to give them a hard time, but their aim has just been too crispy.
Across the field as well.
And like, so impressed by Mistim, who I feel like I've seen years and years ago playing maybe in, you know, an NA RMR or minor or whatever. Oh, nice shot. But he's still only 22.
Okay.
Yeah.
Youthful exuberance. But a 3v5. So uphill battle here to close out the half. Oof. Ooh, you love it. Kicksand to call from the sidelines. TSS also down to 15 HP. So this is a 3v5 that suddenly feels far more doable. First step taken. Connector player is going to remain tucked. Bomb is up here in B on TSS. Now Nerds. Do the A players rock the boat first? Looking like it. And they tug on that defense to bring them over. That's 2 members of Ninjas already evacuating the B site. Again, we had this affinity for a fast response from Ninjas, whether that's mid or A, and they have done it yet again. Could very well end up costing them a B plant, and the retake may be needed to close out the half. Shush all the while getting dangerously closer and really starting to sell this.
Jesus. This split is beautiful. I mean, they have B site open completely. They have them scared about A. They have a free route to cut off the rotations afterwards. Like, this is an insane round from Heroic.
All with no contact, right? Oh, and the collat. Just like that, if there was any chance of Ninjas realizing the error of their ways and getting the retake going, seems like it has slipped too far. Massive anchor spot here from Shush. Nertz, contact to Cat, costs him half his health. It feels like they realize Market cannot be a part of this retake, but then the catwalk gets engulfed in flames as they arrive. So a beautifully set up split. The fact they do that, again, with no gunfights, right? This uncertainty that just is a huge gray cloud over the Ninjas will cost them a 4th round at the end of this half. It is a hard-fought battle for Heroic to even get 4.
Believe getting caught, but still, you win the round. That's what matters most here for Astralis, and this is your map pick as well. The condom men made it in the building.
Should be a dead man, and it is! Zaru secures it. A triple kill out of Monsieur Elbow, and now we've never had a trumpet. Outstanding.
That sign said love to Lucky, but since yesterday, Samurai, I've become real paranoid.
No, we don't trust the signs anymore. Yeah, there you go. That's the right idea.
He's playing CS, that can't be taught. And he's barely joined this team.
They've one-upped it again.
Done it one more time.
Oh no. You hate to see it. An absolute catastrophe.
That's a rare rank. Something to be proud of, honestly.
Yeah.
I think that has to do with calling your own number, getting into the zone, and we'll see actually if this roll. I was gonna make a bet on that one, but Never mind. You know, get your
You win some, you lose some. There we go. You can do it again. If you get to blue,
if
what
this
happens?
is blue, Liquid wins. If it's purple, Liquid wins.
Oceans all around.
If
The
it's blue or
tide
purple, Liquid
coming
wins.
together.
No.
And
Liquid win. That's it. Liquid are winning it.
Yeah, I'll buy that. I'll buy that.
But they turn back because they're so afraid. And then they walk into Apex, the only two Frenchmen to take it in a major on French soil. Isaac with everything on him. Vitality shot. It's a full house from the French. No holds back. No surrender.
2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Passa uma. 1, 2, 3. Mãos à frente. Bora lá. Vamos bater no ar, já aquecemos os pés. Estás pronto? Are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready for this, man. Let's do it. You gotta clap with me. Okay. And when we do it, okay, we gotta scream. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Passa. 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 Passa.
Damn, man, how are they going to add up all those LAN clips and then throw us back into the online realms of Counter-Strike, Mohan?
Yeah, what the hell? Maybe they're just trying to get us hyped. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's like on Seinfeld when they have artificial audience like laughing in the background, a laugh track basically to get casters hyped. Smart.
I think that we need those as a reminder as to what these players are actually going for, right? That OVO Arena in London will be packed in June to seal the deal of this season. First season of CS2 2024. Ninjas in Pajamas with a 4-round lead over Heroic Map 2. So the dream is very much alive. Even if you're sat at home right now. Nerds, you better sit up straight. Had a phenomenal first pistol round. We'll see what he can do on the defense. We'll see if Heroic can just hold back Ninjas now that they have to come to them. Clean shot through smoke. Okay,
Nikitas, the king of smokes.
What is that? We saw it on ramp towards Vertigo. He gets a double kill in this one. At a 5v3 retake queued up without ever seeing Blue Phoenix or Silence. You can't help but feel bad for him. But their teammates could still hold strong with bomb down. We're going to get the 3-player CT swing. Yokub in the corner. All of it to do. Far too much to ask. Default being held onto by Mistem. 3 more players. Good gush in the background. But good God, it's quick. Because Heroic bank on those 2 smoke spam frags from Nikadas.
Well, what have you got to say, man? You got a play like that where Nikadas can just get 2 kills through the smoke? Like, of course you're going to win the retake. It's too easy. You get the hardest kills in the beginning. No damage back, no way to refrag. Wow. And it was 1 on the cross, 1 to Palace, too. Jesus. Don't shoot at this guy. If you think he's behind a smoke, he's going to kill you. And that's what we've learned. I heard that he switched to donk sensitivity after Kato.
You should. You get on the kid's crosshair, too.
Yeah.
If you've got the lizard eyes for it.
He's got the little cross, tiny, yeah. By the way, playing on 1440p, playing on 1440 by 1080 on 1440p is amazing.
Yes, yes. Welcome to the club, bro. 2K gamers.
No. Are you playing on stretched on 1440p?
Oh, no, just totally.
Yeah. Yeah. I
take
both
everything back. You're not there yet.
Usually playing on native, but just saying, it's kind of nice.
Silent cross beyond the connector zone with 2 eyes prying over top of it. You got Yokub set up. But that next smoke just starts to stall things out. And with everybody in middle here for Ninjas, now that uncertainty. Have they pushed ramp, Palace, or apps? Are we sitting ducks right now? They'll just hold for peaks that are not coming their way.
Whack. It's online, baby.
That was a little frisky. The one guy to run a risk. The one player to peek towards mid.
Oh my God, Valve, fix that.
Shush able to recover. Timing luckily doesn't get away from him for the fumble. Shush trying to hold back more than just the one, but we've got this quick push through murder hole. Yokub's now a problem for Shush because that takes his eyes off the bomb site.
But they're still going A.
The MP9 from Cat. 20 seconds to the clock here, getting squeezed. They've got Tetris, Ticket, and of course, bottom mid still to deal with. 2 kills back. That is exactly what they need. 10 seconds. Kicksan over top the stairs. And he's got himself locked in with a health advantage on the 1v1. Yoka with the flash off the backboard. What the headshot from stairs.
Dude.
And Heroic, hang on.
He's so smart with it, man. He tried to create a timing where it felt like he was going around triple. And then Yoka went around the other way, and he was waiting the whole time. Nice 1v2 from Kicksan. Nice attempt to get in, but overall, it was like a really good hold from Heroic and like Shush's kills, Shush's damage, Shush's information. Seeing all those players in the connector was a little bit too much to get back from. They also pulled out a very interesting lurk in the middle of that round, getting in through the window. But that's where the fun ended. Because that clutch means that this game is definitely now back on for Heroic.
Haven't seen a single AK round work out for the T side yet on Mirage. Heroic tried it twice. Nearly got there. Responsibility is that of Yoka. Ooh.
Oh, it's a big fake. But they're running underpass. They're running underpass.
Okay, Cat player hears it, stops one in their tracks. Molotov will cut off the... Nope, not the bomb. That one gets by. Nertz shaves the support away. Palace player sets up a great distraction as he tries to throw himself through the skies, but Nertz is able to answer fast. And he'll close out as well. 3K for Nertz to hang on versus that solo AK attempt. It's a good opening kill from Palace, but then it's almost like they reacted too quickly, and TESS is on high alert. That's what gave Heroic an easy chance to respond.
They didn't put enough in place to know there was no Cat player. Like, TESS just started the round there. So what they needed to do here was have somebody lurking early so that he could have punished that play as people are running down underpass. So that maybe they're nading a little late, maybe they're a little late to jump up, and then you get the lurk frag. But instead, they kind of just canceled their B play and ran underpass, which they didn't have the right to do.
Damage to the Galil. Down it goes. Nikada is holding the line here, top middle. If you want to peek out Blue Phoenix, your time is limited. Got a couple stranded, they know it.
Oh, looks like a gap, maybe not. We're down to almost no nades here for Heroic, but they've got the player advantage, and Ninjas don't have that much space. No lurks coming in right now. And this default type looking round, this is where it gets quite difficult for, I think, a team that's less experienced to figure out their way in. Oh, maybe not.
Given to them.
Yeah.
Nertz comes in with lead. Follow-up, same thing. TESS found on the angle. They're all drawn towards Nikada's. Quick shot down. That's 2 kills now back for Ninjas from a 4v5 to the man advantage.
Oh, yeah.
But it's the time that's going to limit them, and it's Shush as an anchor exactly where you want him. He'll catch Maxter, Yokub, and he then pauses the team kill. Silence shot in the back of Blue Phoenix. 10 seconds to the clock. At least he's got the bomb, but he has to get beyond this duel. The MP9 slowing him down, and now no chance. Kicksan serves up a distraction. Seals the deal by a second, and even as he falls, it is now Silence hoping to hang on, off hunting. Yeah,
got him. No way.
Through default, like it's nobody's business. Heroic, they serve up some foolery.
Well, I definitely almost ate my words if Shush wasn't such a quality player. That spray down from jungle, my God. So it starts off like this, then they delay for some time, and it's Shush alone here on the A side. And I mean, there's a team kill, but he also hits him. So
yep, causes a little bedlam.
It might be interesting. It would be interesting for Threat to be watching this team. Like, I'm sure he already helps them, but
surely
to be coaching them along in a match like this, maybe seeing some differences between this and the main lineup, and I wonder what his thoughts are.
Well, I think some of the greatest coaches are usually involved with the academy teams, right? With Navi Jr. back when that team was running the likes of Headtrick and Monacy.
Yep.
We always talked about how Blade was involved with the org and kind of that speedway to the top tier. You can say the same about Cyclone, now playing on the main Mouse team. He was there with the NXT boys during their glory days of WePlay. I mean, why wouldn't you be involved with what's supposed to be the pipeline? But like, you know, the real pipelines. The ones that work.
Yeah, no kidding.
Shush.
Oh my, he's an off.
We get everything today. Shush isn't letting this A site fall. Mistum will do his damnedest with that Tech 9. But it is a rock-solid defense again. And this could end up being a series with 2 maps that are a tale of 2 sides. Because each time they've swapped over, whether that was to the offense on Vertigo or now to the defense here on Mirage, Heroic just looked that much better.
It's true. Like you said, no rifle rounds won here from Ninjas or full AK buys just yet.
You know, hope and
the
promise
Shush op is
great.
not something that I don't remember the last time Shush has picked up an op.
It's probably the last time Rain picked one up.
Yeah, or Twist. Maybe less time, actually.
We get a couple, 2 or 3 rounds a year, and we were just privy to one now. He had all the support in the world as well, playing triple box. Nikadaw's under Balk, and then a stairs player, quick to respond. Kickstand seems proud, knew he saw that one coming. Back in the hands of Nikadaw's the top mid. Yeah, that's wild too, right? We see Shush op while Nikadaw's is MP9 under Palace. Wait a second.
And it works.
Wait a second, rewind that round. What's going on here? Now the pressure's on Nikadaw's to give us a double kill as well. Pressure on Kickstand not to die.
What is going to happen in this setup? They're both waiting for the same thing. And now the thing is, Jacob's going to flash or miss them to pop mid if they... Oh, wait, was that missed? Oh my god, he's walking right by to do a free frag. Oh, poor Mistum gets sold. Oh, another great shot. There's the Shush moment. Oh, okay.
Goes
Shush
one better. We know who's the main op. Silence. He'll respond back finally. Puts an end to Nikadaw's reign of terror. But yeah, that jiggle back from the doorway of apartments just lets the gap unravel everything. And that's a bit of an embarrassing one. Because you wanted the same thing, but the T side not as dedicated to just the full attention. Still a little time if they want to try to slip up catwalk. We've had a lot of these T rounds boiled down to the final 20 seconds. This one will be no different. Smoke grenade, Molotov, flashbang to get in. Nice kill from Silence. That's 2 critical op shots to reopen middle. And now this B site. Maxter, turned attention, got Silent off of the plant. He has to hit this next one. And TessS doing a wonderful job of just keeping himself alive. Excellence from TessS. Back market to the bomb site, adding another to the tally.
Yeah, I think Silence just needed to put that bomb down. That actually, there was a chance that he could play back in the 1v2. And there was not really a chance that TessS could have rushed him down. But no chance he could have planted less than 10 seconds after that point. So yeah, unlikely, but I think that was his only way of winning. Here, Ninja is on a second timeout. Nearly out of time, though. This is getting quite difficult. They still haven't won a rifle round here on the T side, right?
No, sir. It's been a dry spell. Final timeout as well for Threat to get involved. They've got to find a solution to the T half, but a couple immovable pieces on this defense right now. It's a yikes moment here, unfortunately, for the Ninjas.
Yeah.
As was this one. No bomb plant, no chance at the 1v2 clutch. Forced off of it. TeSS just playing with him. And the dry spell continues, so they stack up towards the B-plate. We got a Khalil on Maxter. A faster play out of Mistum straight into the window. He could very well get past Nerds.
Yes, he could.
But I think he made one step.
Did he? Yeah, I heard that
one
too. But it doesn't seem like they're worried about it. And I don't know if Mistum saw this crack spot. It's going to slow things down a touch, but he's still probably going to get the kill.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but if Kixan stays tucked in, and then the other player's behind the arch.
Oh my.
Mistum has suddenly just lost eyes on all the targets. He's got to try to pull the trigger now.
Okay.
Get his. Oh, okay. Here we go.
Okay.
Nice recovery with the second frag, just slipping the net beyond Nerds. A single footstep could have cost him, but maybe Nerds still thinks it's inside smoke.
This is actually not a lost position, it looks like, even though it's a 3v4 retake. So they do have to tighten up, make sure not to lose any more kills. They haven't got their hands on all the guns yet, have they? I guess it doesn't seem like it to the CT side. They'll get out of there. So there it is, the quick Mistum lurk. Another good move from him so far in the series. That definitely became like a losable moment. And I had myself thinking, should he have just like searched that kill down? But he couldn't have really gotten, I mean, getting in front of Van might have only got him killed because Kixan's just looking in that direction, right? Could have jumped up on top of him, but you make noise that's a little louder in CS2. You can't really do that silently anymore. So I think he did find the best option, even though this was a little scary.
Good recovery there with the second kill.
Yeah.
Spamming at Kixan. If that gets away, ooh, things suddenly felt so winnable, and instead he hangs on. So nicely done, making the most of it. There was definitely a 3-second period there where he thought he had dropped the ball. Again, still no rifle round wins for Ninjas on this T side.
True, true.
Very easy answer. Plug the gap through the window / murder hole crawl. You know, most boats spring a leak. Just about how quickly you can plug them. I don't know. I've never been on a boat, to be honest. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I believed you for a second. That.
Right. It seems.
I mean, it feels like a lot.
Said that once.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
He's a boat guy.
Yeah.
A skipper.
So, yeah. He's gonna buy a cut knife.
Ooh.
The knife of fishmongers.
That's true. We can see Tess has eyes on that hole again, just kind of concerned about it, as there's no control in middle. The occasional peek out at Nikadaz. There it is. Trying to climb in again, huh? Keep your windows locked. Blue Phoenix exposes his back to the op of Nikadaz. They're concerned about Palace. It's not in play. We got TeSS in a good pocket to hold off the bomb carrier. Again, we hit the 20-second mark. This has been the folly of so many T rounds out of the Ninjas. That bomb carrier's got to push out from connector. Now they've got an ace up their sleeve. They've got Nert sitting back, firebox, waiting.
Did they give up on him? No, surely not.
They spam some shots. They've got him pinned in, and they get him in the end. Plus, on top of it, the ticket kill. Kixan with a peek over stairs. Spotted out by the ramp player. They have managed. The Ninjas will tie this game at 10 off of their first rifle round win. And yet this one, once more, felt like it was a hell of a squeeze.
Yeah. But that's good. That's good. That's progress. At least get a rifle win. And it definitely was very close, but they did everything right. I mean, they had called out heroic spots with the right amount of pressure. They hit their shots. That was good. This is nice and careful. Oh, that's how Maxter grabs that.
Okay.
Crazy.
Bending bullets. But a round's a round. That's 10 secured.
Oh, I just realized tomorrow we also have Monty playing, and who is replacing STY? Was that known?
No idea, to be honest.
Okay.
I think we got a registered... There should be a roster lock. I remember seeing the roster lock article on Blast TV.
Ryu and Gimsey are the 2 new players that I see.
UK's Gimsey.
Right.
Hugo Byron was getting all excited about that one.
Oh, okay. He said, "Give me some Gimsey." That's what he said.
Yeah. Governor.
Give me some Gimsey, governor.
Look at the situation we're in now. 2 rounds back-to-back after that streak of victories out of Heroic. And we have 2 M4s on the field. 2 M4s and a hope of getting back the lead, but Blue Phoenix, 5v4. It's a 1v1 in the Palace aggression that comes up to Ninja's favor. Now just a deagle on Nikadaz. You go in with the full-blown exec, all those grenades in the face of no utility from Heroic. Look at this sea of utility. Keep everybody outside of the bomb site.
And nothing through the smoke this time for Nikadaz.
Nothing at all. 1 M4 kept. Second one, of course, on Shush, lost in Palace, so that one's irretrievable. TSS will stick around, perhaps, looking for an AK. The Ninjas in pajamas with a little life late in the game. And we asked for them to take a chunk out of Heroic. We wanted them to dent them at least with this showing. Announcing, of course, that all of the young Ninjas were stepping forward to represent the full roster today, as long as it's done by the veto. And so they did it last second.
Yeah, a map taken off Heroic, that would be something special. And then it would open up the potential for the series, which would... that would grab some attention, that's for sure. People would be like, oh, Ninjas won versus Heroic, knocked him out of the showdown. And then they look and it's like the young Ninjas lineup. But I did see the other day when Crimbo like tweeted because they had lost to the young Ninjas with the new big lineup. And I think he felt like there was a bit of egg on his face. But he was actually one of many souls that the young Ninjas have taken. They're building some confidence in matches like these.
Obviously, there's so much in the air about what the Ninjas organization's going to do with the current departure of 3 players that, you know, maybe some of these young gentlemen think they do have a genuine chance at that call-up. Be even better to see, you know, if they did this with Rez and Alex, it'd be one thing. I liked it, the fact that we get the whole crew. And a map win over Heroic is nothing to scoff at. Sweden on high alert. But we saw it with Cloud9 Rare Adam earlier today as well. He gets to the finish line. He just can't close. Uzi couldn't clutch them all. Heroic see nothing towards middle. Get the op on Palace. 2 players to the staircase that could very well get smoked off. Frag grenade's been thrown out already, so Shush will have no line of sight to help him from the jungle. He's just trying to dodge targets. Does a very good job of avoiding the fight, so he at least gets the one. Now TSS to pick up slack towards Ticket over the top. He controls the spray. Down goes Joachim. And the bomb's gonna try to cross the plant in the front of it. Silence, he'll take over the staircase. Nikadaz, good answer out from jungle. TSS round 2 comes back, and the response is there.
Oh.
But Nikadaz, with the op, holds it all off.
But there was no plant in all of that. So they had just waited a little longer. That would have even gotten hard to figure out for the Ninjas. I wonder what happened there. TSS maybe stopped the bomb planter with his first jump up kill. I'm not exactly sure.
I think bomb plant was on the 3rd player in.
Okay, yeah.
He was trying to cross front triple there. It's dropped. Missed him looking for that front triple plant.
Yeah, it's frustrating to lose like that, where it's just a player jumping up on Ticket 2 different times in that round. But that's the kind of bravado that Heroic should be playing with. Uh-oh, that's hard to take A now. You just lost Palace. They got to volley that out. Run right by under balcony into a double kill here from Nerds.
Pressure, though, the timing, right? Far faster than anything we'd seen. Hopper, watching Ticket. Nobody held the smoke. Nikadaz not able to get the double kill. 12 on the line for someone. Tesset again, perched on high. Pushes through, and Heroic securing their 12th.
Yeah, he's just been like Zeus, sitting in the clouds, waiting for an opponent to strike down.
Chucking lightning every time he gets vision.
Yeah. And just like that, they're smiling again as if it was not even close.
Double kill here from Nertz.
A couple of big A defenses in these last two, and a lot to do with Shush's first kills. They're going to try to run it back. They go early enough versus the mid control. CTs won't have info right away. They're definitely trying to throw some kind of fake here. But the rotations are in fast positions. This one comes down to Shush one more time.
Cap hanging on. Shush swings it again. Can't get himself a second. Why not try it twice? The slam into the A play. We've got that push up from Kixan. Oh, he loses the duel. And OT looking real likely now. No anchor underneath the palace means no hold for the A site. Ninjas in pajamas not afraid to try that one a second time. This time far more successful. Silence out from apartments holds off. Nertz with far too much to do.
Yeah, as their final out and into a spot to get one kill. 2 are low, 3 in total.
40 health for himself though. Trying to rush the process to get over. Bomb beyond the halfway point. Missed him with the confirmation. He's crossing over, now up close on sight. Time ticking beyond 10 seconds. Nertz desperate and down for the count. Ninjas push OT.
Okay.
To not falter, to not overcomplicate, and to go right back to that A site in round 24. You love it.
Yeah, it's a brave call to make, and they answered their own issues with the attacks, and they also got another rifle round here in the mix. So good follow through. And it was really, yeah, it's definitely Heroic thinking that's not going to happen again. Focusing early round into mid control, holding, and then playing fast rotation. But when Nikadaz died and Tasses did, that's when it just tipped the scales a bit too much. So into OT we go.
Quickly, Shush is dead. Is that the opening they need? They're sensing it, taking a glance at the A play as the mid-hold out of Nertz comes out. And that little stutter that didn't allow Blue Phoenix to go deep onto the stairs has now opened the door for Nikadaz to hang on to the corner. He's got Nertz's support out from Khan, a triple from Nertz, and then Nikadaz is able to activate. Silence is falling down beneath them. Missed shot, that is it, a death sentence as he's found out in the open ground. They could have just overwhelmed A, but the mid-fall takes the wind out of their sails.
Did they read the exact setup? Because the second guy walking through the cat smoke, I feel like he didn't even deserve to go. That was some heat-seeking bullets that came through. I just had a feeling it was a double play here. Maybe they heard him. Oh, I see. He actually got a glance off the nade. Gotta love those new smokes. There they are laughing again as if it wasn't close. Every time they get in the lead, Connor.
All you need is one. How quickly you forget about struggles.
Just to say, we're the best right now.
Winning feels as though it's always temporary, so you got to enjoy it while you got it.
Good point.
We're getting that performance out of Nertz now. We're getting that performance out of Nikadaz.
Mm-hmm.
Those that we expect to high perform. I think that, you know, just again reveals just how lights out Kixan was on map 1. Now he's got a lot to do this round, holding off on B site where there is majority gathering, where Tessas has lost control of Catwalk but still sits up in window. Oh, Nertz through smoke finds Mistum. Whether there was a gap on connector, we'll see. Kixan locked in as the rumblings of the commit come through. He hangs onto the corner and still Blue Phoenix finds him. But it's his teammates that fall. And as he sits on 10 HP, Nertz gets out from the window, caught off by Silence. We're going to get more pressure coming in from Marketplace. And more pressure on Blue Phoenix to do a lot with a little. 10 health. Down he goes with ease. Now all on the Opper. TeSS draws his attention. And then there's just nothing to shoot at. He's looking in all three directions. Now they have to start sprinting. There's the missed shot that could very well cost them. Retake is getting going. Clean one to Shush. A second on Nikadoz. Low health here for TeSS, who gets the frag. Taps the bomb, picks back up the kit, and it is all good. But things are getting sketchy, and 2 of 3 beautiful shots out of Silence.
Yeah, I thought he was for sure dead after not hitting that jumper, but still, nice no scope, nice attempt in the 1v3. No big clutch for him so far, but some nice shots and some nice moments.
Close. Tough
to
follow. That one felt very real for all the ninjas, and so did pushing this to OT. But a clean sweep on the defense in the hands of Heroic. And when they've had a player under balcony for the A plays, it's where we've seen some multi-kills and more success.
Mm-hmm.
Stubbornness from ninjas to just keep on hitting. Here it comes again. Smoke to Palace, temporary player crossing over towards, and sure enough, Shush has to activate. One and done. Him and Nertz locking Nikadoz into the ladder. He tries to get away from the nade and holds on with 15 health. TeSS tucked on ticket.
Oh no.
Kixan calmly crawls through. Blue Phoenix takes a bullet to the face and still carries forward. This is that one round that ninjas are looking for. That one to work with before the clean sweep on their CT side.
They kind of know Nikadoz is still up in the ladder room. There's a nice shot. Silence dinked.
Nikadoz has to run it. Down he drops. So ninjas find their way through.
Okay. That's actually, it's all quite surprising. It's that round compared to the other ones that just took place, but that just really means, you know, ninjas could have had a clean sweep in this half. They're a little bit more sharp with it. But still the 2-round lead for Heroic. And we've seen as soon as they get into the lead, even if it's only one, they're already smiling from ear to ear.
Nice clean shots out of ninjas, kind of like a throwback to what we had on their CT side, those insta-kills. The dinks leave a mark. That 13th round could make the difference.
It's Gizmy, not Gimsy. I said Gimsy.
Gimsy, Gumbo. Gimli. Something like that. Sliding out, huh? We never really saw Heroic press their luck inside of the ramp itself. Little jiggle from the bricks on Mistem to try and sell it. Slides out, gets his.
Nice.
Kixan can't answer. Nikadoz will connect to the player top ramp, but then a jump down miss shot. That's a huge chance. Ooh. And Nertz come through. 3 kills in an instant. And they lock off that last CT, who does manage to push beyond the spire. And Shush, he may not suspect it. No, okay, he'll plant.
I think Nertz knows, yeah.
Blue Phoenix.
He's trying to scare him.
Definitely applies a little pressure here. Shush trying to fall back off the bomb plant. Smoke should enable it. Top ticket kill comes out. 34 health left over to try and topple Nertz. Top fragger for the server.
Going for the headshot angle. He knows Blue Phoenix doesn't have a smoke.
Oh, but he just picked one up. He's gonna tap it. Smoke in hand. Nertz with the jump spot. Goes back to the bomb. Completely changed up angle.
Oh, he can't find him.
Nicely done, Blue Phoenix. Fights through the Molotov, keeps Shush on site, and then outdoes Nerds with the picked up smoke.
Wow, that's well done. That's well done. And even defusing on that side. Not just throwing the smoke right on the bomb, making sure to eliminate any points of reference around triple. Made that as hard as possible, and somehow that 1v2 is won. That picked up smoke.
Easy. And honestly, that wasn't full coverage there. If Nerds comes out stairs, I think there's a chance he gets a glimpse, but no hesitation from Blue Phoenix in multiple instances that round. You love to see that. Confident clutch. Get a glimpse of what Ninja's had in store, right? These big all-in A-pops queued up now for Heroic. Smokes over. His shot, not ideal. Blue Phoenix with a volley on his feet. Nope, it bounces over, but Tessa still just shoots through it, finds his head. And a clean 5v3 out of Heroic. I mean, that is like a hot knife through butter. Could not have been easier. I mean, absolutely pieced up. If that op shot catches one, maybe. But instead,
they're coming in from 3 good choke points at least right now.
Back's turned too. Nobody's watching. Nade's out. Nobody's watching. Mistem fires off. Nikados needed to recover that one. Silence stuck behind smoke. Maxter slipping through as well. There are players going unchecked. A near lineup on the stairs. Maxter activates. Flies out to Nerds with the double kill. Nasty flick.
Holy.
And Heroic back in with winning ways.
Yo, Nerds hit the second one, dude. What? Wow, that was a good save. That was definitely very possible. I think Mistem did have good target selection again, saving the op for second, but Nikados is very good at those kinds of shots as sort of combat op moments, so. Close call, but not perfect in post plants. Definitely could be taken advantage of it. Nearly the skewer as well from Silence. Razy basically transferred from Nerds. So, well, okay, before we even start this round, there's already a kill. Silence is down. Out into the window. Nikados took a spawn right there. But let's get this over with quick. 15-14 could be the last round here for the Ninjas. But could be OT. We've seen some Heroics.
Oh, nothing again, man. Multiple rounds with no A-hold. Oh, Phoenix good recovering fast enough.
He's in front of the molly as well. Ooh.
Yeah, but that
only hastens his death.
Yokup right there to follow. And now it seems as though, yeah, we've pushed it the distance, but Heroic, much like Cloud9, pushed to the limit, map 2, still pull through. A couple of bomb sites with no hold. Spells disaster for the young Ninjas. Another attempt, as it is at least Nikados down. 3 sets of eyes honing in on the Palace. Utility to fall in front of him. Big shoes to fill, with the young Ninjas stepping forth for the main Ninjas in pajamas to try and take down a Heroic that is looking hot in recent months. I think that they have stepped up and showed something of promise, but at the end of the day, it is Heroic with the win.
Ooh, a close map 2 of Mirage, but Nip unfortunately not able to cross the line. Good performance from Maxter, but it's Heroic who take a 2-0 victory. Bubsky, I guess, expected the win, but this isn't exactly how. That's actually a pretty good fight out of the youngsters of NIP.
Yeah, and especially on the map Mirage, right? It's one of the few good maps Heroic have had here in the start, so it's kind of interesting to see how that evolved. And surely they did better what the main team would have done. So big kudos to the young guys over at NIP's academy.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, shout out to Maxter, Blue Phoenix, Mistum had some pretty good rounds in there. Silence was, okay with the AWP as well. But I mean, if we focus on the Heroic side of things, in a format like this where it's single elimination, you don't want to win a close map in overtime against a team you probably feel favored against, but you're just going to take whatever win you can get at this point.
Yeah, I mean, a win is a win, and that was what the players is going to go with today. I don't think anybody is going to go out making their sandwich now or whatever they're going to get for food and be like, damn, that was a great game. I mean, they got the win. They got into the next round of 8, so I don't think they're going to be too scared of what they did today. But yeah, on the NIP side, just a great performance overall. They should actually have won that Mirage, in my opinion.
Okay. Is there any particular reason why? Something you like that they were doing? Some players popping off, or strategically looked good? I
think strategically, Heroic was not in the best spot, but it's obviously due to it's being hard to anti-strat a team. You don't know it's going to show up, right? I think they expected Rez and Alex to show up today, and they didn't. They had the full academy roster. But we looked at many of the mid rounds coming in from the NIP side. I think they actually did quite an extraordinary amount of mistakes considering their experience. I think I would have liked to see them converting a bit of the easy rounds. I think that 6-8 round and the 7-8 should really have gone into the favors of NIP, but it feels like they're stressing a little bit. It's also a big game for many of these guys, and it can be a career-defining performance. For example, you said before the game, or like just when it ended, that Maxter was the one who really performed to an extent we didn't really expect, and he's going to be one to look for in the NIP roster. I wouldn't be surprised to see him stepping into the initial first roster coming in from the main team.
Yeah, for sure, especially because we've already seen him there as well, and maybe that experience even helped him a little bit kind of compete with Heroic in this series and these 2 maps as well, because he did a good job, Maxter. Unfortunately for them, I mean, it was kind of like how we ended the first map of Vertigo, where Nert's kind of got to have one of those games where he kicks his feet up and gets to chill in kind of the background. He was there full force in Mirage. Wonderful map from him from start to finish, and that's going to be hard. There's no one on that NIP, the academy players that can match what Nert's can put out into the server.
No, and there's also the disadvantage for Nerd sitting at his home country, right? He plays with like 60 to 70 ping at times, so it's a little bit different from Nerd's online to LAN. I always think he brings an extra level to LAN. Also speaking with him, sometimes it changes up a bit, especially considering 5 to 70 ping is a major difference.
Yeah, gets a little bit weird. Speaking of weird, we have a loser interview, so that's weird. That's new. James got a chance to sit down with Mistum to talk about just the one series they've played today and what it's like getting kind of promoted to the front lines.
Mistum, certainly a good fight, especially on Mirage against Heroic. But I want to start by asking, when did you learn that you guys were playing as your full Young Ninjas roster for the main NIP today?
It was yesterday, before our match was Fnatic or something. I was getting some food, I come back and I'm like hearing, oh, we're playing tomorrow. And I'm like, okay, well, that's more motivation. So, yeah.
Certainly some motivation to step up and play an event like this. I want to touch on Vertigo, that it actually looked pretty good for you guys, right? We go 7-5 first half, but then your CT side wasn't quite there. But I would say the scoreline didn't really show fully what was happening in the game. It could have been a lot closer.
Yeah, T-side felt really good. I think if we won the anti-eco after the pistol round, it would have been way more dominant. Could have been a lot better. But our CT side, they just played disrespectful. They were running around, they were taking their timings. They just kind of made us look foolish. So no matter how structured we play or how good, they knew what they wanted to do and they executed it well.
Did that change your approach that you wanted to have into Mirage?
I think our approach was still the same, but I just kind of said to the boys, like, whatever you do in a face-it pug, do it to them, because they did it to us. Like, if you want to pick up a double AWP, if you want to swing, if you want to run, do your thing. Give them no respect. And we did that, and we did good.
I really like what I'm hearing from you there. And in terms of doing good, right, okay, 8-4 first half, but then they start to claw it back, right, and it goes into overtime the whole way. You lost your footing a bit of the way. Are you still proud of achieving that, even though you lose 2-0? Are you still proud of what you're able to do in such a short amount of time against one of the better teams in the world?
I think, I'm proud of the progress. I think I'm not proud of the result because I think we could have done better, but the progress that we're making as a team is definitely something we should be proud of as individuals.
Yeah, certainly a few things to be proud of in that series for the young NIP players. So Heroic are going to move on, going to eliminate NIP for contention here in the Spring Showdown. And next up, the next match we're going to take off is the other side of the bracket. We're going to switch sides. We got Falcons, we got Metizport, we got Simple. Bubsky, how excited have you been for this matchup since it was announced that Simple would be stepping in for Falcons?
I mean, I knew a couple of hours earlier because speaking with Magisk, it was a big surprise to me. I don't think Sonic and Simple was ever set to be playing together, but now they are. I think like there's so many thoughts about this player. It can be potentially very good, it can be very bad. Like it's so hard to define what is Simple going to come in with the server. People have been like on the forums, like looking into his FPL stats and like trying to, okay, Simple is not up to his old level. Is he up to his new level? Is he going to play the AWP? Is he not going to play the AWP? There's so many different thoughts about Simple returning. From my point of view, I think it's going to be great to see him back. I think he's going to bring some explosiveness that Boros missed, and all of a sudden he's going to have a better understanding than what he had earlier as well.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of opinions and ideas swirling around his return, but well, perhaps the most important one is Snappy, the in-game leader he's going to be working with for the event. And James got a chance to talk to Snappy about Simple a little bit earlier.
Snappy, obviously the RMR was very disappointing, but it's all focused on the showdown for you guys. But having Simple now on the team, you already said in another interview that he's been making some crazy plays, but how much practice have you had with him, and how ready are you to use it?
We have had 7 days in total, 7 practice days with Simple so far. And obviously going up and down, we're still a new team. Now we have to integrate a new guy, obviously a very, very skilled player, but it's obviously a challenge for everyone in the team, and also for Simple. He's playing a new role, but I do think we have done we've done what we could, and I mean, you can always find comfort if you have practiced and tried your hardest, and I think we've done that.
And in terms of that practice, adjusting him fitting into a new role, how much of a change has it had to be for you guys in the team, and how much space does he need?
I mean, I'm going to treat him like a superstar, because that's what a player of his caliber deserves. He's going to get good positions, and he's going to get good weapons and stuff like this. And that is how I'm going to treat a player like him.
And has some other pieces moved around in order to facilitate him?
I mean, obviously, I don't want to get into too much, but I think you will see over the upcoming days, hopefully, because that means we're playing more than one, right? So, yeah.
Definitely so. And in terms of the showdown, like you said, right, 1 game a day, see how far you can go with it all. It's single elimination. But after not making the major, how important is the showdown for you guys?
I mean, it's important. We want to go to London, but at the same time, we are in a tough spot as a team right now, and this is a long-term project, and we knew it was going to be tough at the start. I think you can see it with a lot of the newer teams that it is just tough to build a new team, and consistency can be hard to find. We did good at Katowice, and then we went to Armagh and we couldn't qualify. So it can go very much up and down when you're a new team, and hopefully the showdown will be up.
And in terms of it being up, do you feel like with this current change that you're one of the favorites here for the showdown?
I would say that the major favorites is obviously Team Spirit. They won Katowice, qualified in the Armagh. So yeah, I think they're in the same bracket as us. So I would say that we are probably the main candidate, I would say, in that part of the bracket to challenge them. But Spirit is the favorite in that bracket. And in the top bracket, I would say it's probably Heroic or Cloud9.
All right, well, let's hear it.
Well, some interesting comments from Snappy. I mean, first and foremost, obviously saying he's going to be treating Simple like a star player, because that's exactly what Simple is. But he was a little coy, and it makes you feel like there is some truth to it, that this isn't just like Simple standing in. We're just going to plug him into Boros spots and kind of let him do his thing. It kind of felt like he alluded to the idea that they're kind of shift a few things around to try and get Simple as comfy as possible for this week of competition.
Yeah, I mean, Snappy says it, right? He deserves that. He has proven over the years that he is one of the best, right? And I think it's going to be hard for him to slot into a role where he's going to be the anchor on B Mirage, for example. That's not going to happen. They're going to have to change around a little bit. And I think it's going to be interesting to see the dynamic between Sunpeus and Simple. Is Simple accepting that he's not going to be the main AWP? Because we saw that with Guardian back in the days, and that wasn't a good look from my opinion. He was still like a relevant rifler, but he was nowhere near that like explosive AWP taking over games. And we all know how that story went of Guardian being removed.
Yeah, well, I think the question too is kind of like, at what point do we? What are the expectations for this? Because is there a world, a reality, a universe where at the end of this week they're like, this one great, let's get Simple into this team full time, because that kind of changes perhaps the conversation. So in your mind, when you see Simple standing in, are you like, there's a chance this Falcons team could be onto something with Simple coming in as a fifth? This could actually end up being something permanent moving forward.
I think it depends a lot on Simple's attitude. Is he hungry to return to Counter-Strike, or is it just to keep him busy? Because to join a team with the likes of Sonny and Magisk, they don't deal with bullshit, right? So in Na'Vi, I think he could do a little bit what he wanted to do. It was his team in some aspect, but working with the likes of Sonic and Magisk really changes the perspective. I'm not saying that he hasn't done that before, but we did see Simple super tilted at times in the latter part of Na'Vi. So I'm going to be interested to see how that's going to evolve in the next couple of days.
That's why it's kind of so cool to see him, even, coming in. And he said, towards CS2, maybe it's not even worth being an AWP, or maybe he wants to explore being a rifler. So I'm with you. I think that interaction with Senpaius is going to go really well. You made the comparison to his time stepping into Na'Vi with Guardian as well. That felt a little flat, a little bit weird. And I know he's spoken, in various interviews at that point where in that team, he felt like Guardian at that stage had kind of lost a step and was getting a little bit of frustrated with it, that he's given up this AWP. And you have, Guardian, a legendary player who's lost confidence in himself and not utilizing it the way it should. So I think as long as Senpaius is still performing like we've seen Senpaius do for a couple of years, I think Simple's going to be more than happy to sit on a rifle. I'm just scared mostly because I feel like Simple's going to get judged by how well he played, 5, 6, 4 years ago. And that comparison is always going to be really hard to stack up to. But that's what makes this matchup so exciting. That's what makes it so exciting to see him playing within this Falcons jersey here at the Spring Showdown. We're off to a break. And when we get back, Simple is going to be playing CS2 with Falcons.
Welcome back, folks, to the BLAST Spring Showdown. We got 2 spots in London on the line. One of them on this side of the bracket, predicted to maybe be going, the way of Spirit. But Falcons may stand in their way. And I mean, let's be real. If we're talking about Falcons, it's the talk of the day. He has returned, Launders, okay? Some people said that he'd left forever. Some people said he was going to go play Valorant. The king has returned.
But
Simple is in the server.
Yes, he is. He's back, baby. There he is, Simple. That's it.
Look at him.
It is kind of crazy. I was like, whatever. I mean, we just seen him play like a few months ago, but it is kind of wild, first of all, to see him in a new jersey.
Yeah.
In a Falcons jersey, in a Navi chair. Like, this is...
yeah, that's a little... That's true. Yeah, lean back, Simple. Lean back.
I mean, I get it. You've literally been on that team for, almost your whole life as a CS player. You probably accumulated. There's probably a lot of things in that room that say Navi on it still, but now he's on
like
Falcons.
The hat in the background.
Yeah, like the hat in the background. I mean,
he's still on loan.
He's still on. Yeah, maybe we could auction all that stuff off. That
Meanwhile,
that generates some good charity money.
Look at this chair, Launders. Look at this chair, Launders.
Yeah, that's funny because he was just on Vitality, obviously. So
yeah, that's true.
He had that the entire time he was on Vitality. Which, to be fair, they might not have played a single online game.
Yep, very fair.
I don't think they were in any showdowns. We'd have to double check. But yes, yeah, we got the Ents chair right for Snappy. That makes sense. So, and we got Sun Pius. Sasha, drop me up. Sun Pius.
Yes, sir. Can you believe it? The Sun Pius / Simple combo is one that has got me very excited, I've got to be honest.
Sasha, drop me AVP.
Do you think he will? Or you think he's going to keep it?
Simple's going to drop it. You know what?
Sure.
Because Simple, since he's the GOAT, he's the best at everything. He's also figured out that rifling is the way in CS2 anyways. True. So in order to be #1 this year, you've actually got to switch guns, which means he had to change rosters because there was no way someone else was going to op on that old Navi lineup. So he's not only found a way to become the best player in the world again, but now he's also found a way to switch to the rifle at the same time. And so on the Falcons, he's carved out a place where Boros was replacing Nico, who they couldn't get. Every other piece made sense with Nico in the mix, and then they had Boros, who just had too much pressure, too much to prove, and obviously isn't Nico. That's like a really high bar. Now, if there's one other player that maybe potentially could be Nico in the world on a rifle, maybe it might be Simple. So we've seen a stint of Simple rifling in the past. There was a point at which he said, I don't have the freedom to like take rounds under my control. The op is slowing me down. I've always wanted to be a rifler. And then we saw Simple rifle. And it was pretty insane. That's when we realized, wow, he actually could probably just be a top 5 player with the rifle as well. Now I think most people believe that just on its face. Now it's going to be time to prove it, though. Because he's in Nico's position. He is on the team with Zonic as the coach, with a tier 1 IGL, with all the pieces you need that know how to win championships, and he is the focal point of the roster. He has the op. He's set up to succeed.
He's also coming back now into a Counter-Strike that has been updated to his standards, it seems, right? Our recent change with the Peeker's advantage seems to be going over very well with everybody. It's kind of what he wanted. So
he was kind of right about that too, right? He said
he was kind of right about that.
Unfortunately, I was like the first one to say, come on, he should have given some feedback to Valve. But you know what? It was all out there. And if you did come back in 3 months, the game did get better. It's actually so much better than when he left it. So,
and let's hope that, he said he had some personal things to all get in order and whatnot, and nothing like a few months off to do exactly that. So very excited to see this, Simple. We had a podcast, Natu's podcast. He had Snappy on, and there's a quote from that podcast of Snappy saying, the things Simple is doing gets crazier and crazier by the day. Now, I'm kind of taking that, there's two sides to that coin, because the last time we saw Simple playing officials with Navi, he was up in arms, playing Novas every round on Inferno, jumping through with shotgun. Like, when that, what kind of crazy are we talking about here, Snappy? Is it crazy in the sense that his M4 looks better than anybody else in the server every day of the week? Or is it crazy in the sense like, Kixan bought a Negev back at the RMR
that was
and
a nice
Simple's
play,
trying to tap into that? I don't know what's going to happen. We haven't seen Simple take this long of a break, and now that he's back, what version are we going to get?
Yeah, it's going to be like Puzzle Factory crazy, or is it going to be like that chick in the meme who's like balancing a bag of chips on her head in the grocery store type crazy? Like, oh, she's so crazy. And like, is he just going to be, like, oh, it's so crazy he's rifling and getting 3Ks every round. I haven't seen this before, or who knows?
Or, Simple with a tinfoil hat playing XM1014 every round.
Yeah.
The time will tell. Meanwhile, of course, on the other side of the server, we haven't even talked about their opposition yet.
Cedar.
We're talking about Metizport.
Metizport. By the way, Connor, let's just set the stage here. This is the team we picked to win this match.
Yes, we did. And Swedish Counter-Strike has gotten so desperate for wins that they have begun cloning people. Adam B and Susp, the new Swedish twins. We used to have Relaxa and Freddy Frog.
Now we have Tim and Adam.
B and Susp. And hey, man, genetics so good, you gotta have two.
If you look closely, you can tell which one took a warm vacation. That's about it.
Yeah, that's about the difference, right? That's about it, man. This is a promising little duo. You get that brotherly competition side by side and good stats to go with it. And of course, we've got Nilo in the server as well, who has been touted by many a player at the end of 2023 as a hot prospect and one to watch throughout the HLTV top 20 of 23. This name came up multiple times.
Yeah, and I'll say that, unfortunately, I think the two most important roles for Sweden to fill are not the ones that Nilo is playing. That's Op and IGL. So there's no JW, there's no Pronax right now. And I think that without that, it doesn't matter how many good riflers you have. Those are just players. Those are the most replaceable pieces. But I think the big problem for Sweden is going to be from the really putting a dampener on this one, on this find of a great Swedish talent to come up. But I'd just like to say that, I don't want to see somebody else get, wasted. Like, for example, you see Brolin go to Mouse Sports. He's playing so well right now because he's finally under, like, Shuhei, who's, like, solid as an IGL. And it's just, like, something like that could happen to Nilo. Something like that could happen to any new Swedish rifler who comes up if there's not the right caller at the head of it. So, of course, on this team, we've got ZTR, who has experience calling for Young Ninjas, for Ninjas in Pajamas, for now Metizport, and actually Metizport in recent form have been very good. So he's a guy who's actually building experience as a caller who might not be the same guy that we remember. We want to give him the benefit that, okay, we haven't watched his entire journey up until now. He's learning, he's growing, he's developing. He could become a much better player overall, and maybe he's building up to his chance to become a top caller in Sweden, because that's what they need.
Fingers crossed. Then we see Jacquinho, another player back in the server that we haven't had for a little bit of time, kind of at the tier 1. Somebody else looking to kind of take it to the next level, and all of them coming in from Sweden as well. It does feel like there's something brewing over there. I don't want to get my hopes up too high. I said today would be all about Swedish Counter-Strike. Could be, yeah. Or mead, perhaps.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have to brew mead, but they're doing something over there.
And Jacquinho from... You didn't mention it, but Fnatic specifically, for the people who don't know the name. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was opting. He opted on Fnatic for a little bit. He was definitely his HLTV page was barren. He didn't even have a profile picture when he first played on Fnatic, and everyone was like, "What the fuck? Who is this?" And then they played with him a little bit more, and then it was sort of a buzz type of situation where it seemed like the players around him knew about him, and they sort of picked him out from a bunch, but it wasn't like he was farming FPL or anything like that. And so since then, he's just been bouncing around in the scene. We've got this up-and-coming prospect on your screen here as well.
Yeah, I've heard a thing or two about this guy.
Yeah. So what do you think, Connor? I mean, last year I said we'd probably get Simple. I actually think I said... I might have called it, actually. I might have said top 8 last year. At the beginning of the year last year, I said that. But we all knew... Simple's probably in the second half of his career. Of course, he's not going to be at the peak for 7-8 years, right? Surely not. So what do you think this year? Do you think that where do you think Simple's going to end up? Let's say it's guaranteed top 20. Where do you think he ends up?
I would say that Simple is probably still a top 10 player in the world.
Okay.
That's my anticipation. Now, obviously, I think with the last set of HLTV top 20 ratings, we learned that results are very heavily weighted. So maybe that kind of skews it in one direction or not. I don't know if, Falcons is it yet, or if they'll really kind of, hit their peak in this year, or if it's going to be 25 or what's up. But I would say, on Launder's HLTV top 20 list.
Just Launder's top 20 list, not Launder's HLTV.
Sorry, the Launder's top 20 list.
Yeah.
I'd say he makes top 10.
He makes top 10, okay.
Yeah.
I think.
And that feels like kind of a minimum. I think there might be some shakiness to him as well, because what we saw at the end of CSGO, I mean, I think there was he'd be the first to admit it, because Simple, I think, he's self-aware. Like, some of the play at the end before he took that break was indicating that maybe he needed a break. Like, it didn't feel like at Pro League when he was buying these shotguns versus like, there was moments where I remember I was there in Malta, and we're in the studio, right? Very intimate setting, and literally like 4 rounds into him buying shotguns on Inferno, there was like a couple 2Ks, there was a couple like deaths that caused Bit to pick up slack. We literally heard Bit just be like, okay, man, maybe now's a good time to stop buying them. Like, the IGL couldn't rein him in. Nobody could quite get him to stop, because it's Simple. We heard the interview with Snappy. He's going to set him up like a star, because he is a star. He's going to get the best guns. He's going to get the best positions. But I want to see a Simple who plays the best guns and the best positions to the best of his ability. I don't want to see joking around anymore. I think if you took that break with the claim that the game wasn't in a good enough state for you to kind of compete.
No. That's not why he took the break. Well, that's not what he said.
Well, that's what I'm thinking maybe that was it, man. I think Simple was a little worried.
No, it doesn't ruin your point if you get it right. He just said that he just had like some outside issues that he wanted to attend to.
Yep.
So
which is important.
Yeah.
It's important, and that's what I would have said too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I trust him.
Right. I mean, he could have also been unhappy with the Na'Vi lineup, right? That's also a real thing. They weren't, maybe didn't see the potential. I think Wonderful's doing a great job over there. I mean, if that were the case, he'd have definitely hung him out to dry a little bit, but Wonderful got a good opportunity off of that, and they're the major. They're doing a good thing.
Careful.
Right now.
You're not allowed to compare them. That's Wonderful's request.
Yeah, Simple and XQC, it can't be compared.
Don't do it. But yeah, when Simple comes back, I think he genuinely has something to prove. I think that's going to fire him up as well. Like, I'm saying these are things I don't want to see from Simple, but it's not what I expect to see from him, to be honest, right? I'm bringing it up as a talking point, but it's not my belief. I think that he's going to give this his absolute everything, because I think that, now there's a conversation. The ZywOo Simple debate was one that went back and forth, and one that ended up kind of ending in Simple's favor, because we didn't get enough of ZywOo. Had ZywOo and Simple started playing at the same time, then I think there's an argument there. He had a little more runway. But now you've got Donk in the play. Now you got Monacy coming around. You got Nico still up at the very top. Where does Simple go if he's not around to protect his legacy? And I would love to see Simple just come back, take this as like a very refreshed point in his career, and just shut up any naysayer that had anything negative to say about the GOAT of CSGO.
Yeah. And he won CSGO. He closed the book on it.
He did.
He did. Even if it was sort of felt like by a hair, because ZywOo was that close. ZywOo never had a 2018, so we can say that. So it's kind of up to Simple whether or not he wants to take this game seriously, right? And if he wants to continue to play, then he can continue to be compared and criticized. So surely he's up for it.
Now we get it. Off of this slow start, it's Metizport straight into the B site. All in rush. Simple, nothing. Suspin at him. A couple headshots. The B site crumbles. The retake needed. We've got a couple collecting themselves back. Market looking to swing out. Smoke coverage for the corner players. Good. Madden dropped by ZTR. Sunpius is going to get the ball rolling somewhat. Still Mad advantage. Clean couple of frags as Magis looks to push out forward. Sunpius now comes in to join him. Time's ticking. Susp comes through with yet another. And it's all been Pius. 3 USP kills into the pistol. 2 more players to find. Where the hell have they gotten off to? 1 backdoor, 1 arch side, and he gets clotheslined. Metizport with first blood.
Yeah, hell yeah. That's a nice one there. Good entries here from Metizport. And again, I was sad to see Adam and Maxter split up, but I feel like Adam and Sus makes even more sense since they're literally the same person. So it could be the Swedish Kovac, you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. Fingers crossed.
2 of the only green logos in esport in CSGO or CS2. Both playing in the same match.
Rest in peace, the old Team Spirit Dragon.
Yeah, true.
OG.
Actually, old Heroic also had a green.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a logo that's been through the ringer.
Any other green logos at Sprout? Sprout is one.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed.
There it is. You're already seeing it. Simple on an M4, Sunpius on an op. Right there. Yo!
Welcome to CS2.
Yeah.
It's the deck, man. Just jump spotting. Nice kill out of Sus.
That looked like a pretty safe jump spot as well.
CTR, another one. Scout shot off the mark. Metizport coming through with a nice, comfortable 5 versus 3 into the A play. Nobody to contest this bomb plant. The M4 that Simple had finds nothing in the hands of Madden. It's all in Ramp and Palace. Madden getting away with this M4, even delayed. Yeah, he's going to start running. Try to keep that for the next one. Metizport start strong. Their pick, of course, of Mirage. Can't forget that.
Yeah, but you can't punish Big Mirage, okay? If Falcons aren't good at Mirage, they ain't good at anything. You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying.
And we got Simple playing Vertigo. Not a map that he plays a lot. If it comes to it. In 2021, he was the #1 player on every single map in the map pool. Out of every single player, except for Vertigo, since that was the only map they banned.
I didn't ask you back your own opinion on Simple or where he might end, think, in your list this year.
Oh, this year I'm thinking like a top 15. Like, for example, if they get eliminated from the showdown and Simple's on loan for Falcons, then maybe they don't hire him, you know, because he didn't make the cut on his, he didn't pass the tryout, you know what I'm saying? And then what? He has to find a new team, so it's just a very scary time to bet on the future, I would say, for him.
That just slips in. He's got Madden Ray with him. That's that M4. Don't forget about it. 5-7 gets away with nothing. And tucked in, Jaquinho, distracted by the player's sight, but he gets his kill. And that locks Madden into an unsupported 1v3 on ramp that he can't manage to hold off all of. Simple with the Deagle in CS2. Sign me up. Fast rotation over towards Ticket. Him and Snappy looking to combine here. 4 players out in the open. Missed shots from both. And so Metizport locking in that 3-0 start.
Looks good. Good spacing, good trading. Time to keep it going, and this is where ZTR knows the trouble begins. He's got to, and he wants to, start off on the right foot, manufacture a good sort of first rifle to kick this half off. Full strength in from both sides. Now, this might be Falcons playing with Simple, you know, subbing in for Boros or, like, replacing Boros, but still 4/5 Falcons. Like, they have a bad loss and obviously a really rough showing at the RMR, but they've been playing together for some time now. Like, they have built something here.
Yeah, built something with success, right? We saw some flashes of it. Playoffs in Katowice. Snappy. Damn, doesn't get away with the lineup. Nilo, good trade. Madden able to slip out from window and will catch the trade frag off guard. Now he's just stuck along the wall. Molotov on his feet. He's going to smoke it, trying to hold on to his position as Simple comes in with good cover. ZTR tracks the smoke trade. Bomb to be picked back up, and ZTR takes Simple out of the round. Luckily for them, it's a dunk out from Magisk, Sunpius, simultaneous cat hold from the A site, and Falcons on the board.
That nade was big money. Great cover right there for Simple to help out. Madden was just delaying for time on window pillar, so if he hadn't taken out window or they scaled to the side of him after he smoked out the molly, then that could have put everything into jeopardy. So yeah, the most fun part of this match, for sure, all jokes aside, we'll be watching how Simple approaches the game exclusively rifling. It's not like we haven't seen him rifle before. He's rifled tons even while he was full-time opping, but now starting out rounds of the op on full rifles. That's a new story.
Ooh. Madden locked in. That MP9 only good for the one. Simple falls back from Cat.
And ZTR's teams are very good at contact explodes, very good at grouping up, very good at trading. If there was a specialty that I remember as somebody who hasn't watched much besides looking at the recent results, that's something that I can say is trademark ZTR.
It's always fun when we don't see a player kind of have tier 1 opportunities for a little while and then they get that shot back at it.
Mm-hmm.
Snappy will find Susp. It's that underpass play coming through for his favor. So man advantage, get the stack inside of the A play. Sunpius missed shot on ramp. Just locked in to hold off Palace, but they do start to cross over. Sandwich, Tetris under question. Peek out from Magisk, successfully finding one and then locking himself in under bout.
Okay.
It is excellence from Falcons. No sweat in that one. That felt so comfortable each and every step of the hold.
Yeah, that was much better on the A side hold. I didn't see much of it, but everybody holding down their choke points. Got to kill a piece. I think we should establish ping situations for everyone. Because there's sometimes always people playing in, there are sometimes people playing in interesting places when they're playing their online games, whether it's at home or in boot camps in certain places.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think on the player cams, we should just have their location and internet stats. I want your upload, download.
I want a net graph on your player cam.
Yep. I want your IP address.
I want your social insurance number. I want your marital status. I want your mother's maiden name.
And a small clump of hair. Smoke out towards B site, no interest there. Snappy crawling through the tunnels last round. They'll double peek it, no problem.
Let me tell you something. This split is going to work unless Simple can do something about it. He's the guy on Cat right now as they're about to approach connector. So I don't know if... no Molly here for Cat. So there's a big chance for him to fight back, but he starts to actually recede into the site. Oh, I didn't notice they had 3 on A. There's the 2 in the A ramp. Maybe they'll be just fine. But they're kind of looking in weird directions right now. They have... You know, this stack up, but Sunpius is watching for a lurk. First shot gets missed. Magisk activated.
Pistol,
great shot.
Good. So the CTs hold on with 3. Then we do get the double back, so not all for naught. But 20 seconds, Jacquinho over towards the catwalk. I believe he got the better of Simple in all of that mix, but it's just the quick pop up from connector into A. You'd think with that missed op shot, things were getting a little sketchy. The pistol dink to Sunpius, but they hang on. Another solid A hold where, you know, much faster than the last one. Everybody flooding outwards. But still, Team Falcons showing that nothing will be for free. No plant. We're tied up early.
Yeah. It did appear they were hard to find. This shot to kick things off was so nice. That allowed Magis to focus forward on Palace. And this play could have been dangerous, but it wasn't a full investment here from Metizport.
I don't know why. Metizport just sounds to me like some kind of football club. You know?
Yeah.
Like.
Oh, well, I keep thinking Vinceport.
Okay, yeah, sure. Oh, okay, yes. Metiz.
Yeah.
Metiz. Vincels. Rise up.
Vincels, yeah.
You found your team.
Yes.
We got Barnaby versus Metizport this weekend, boys.
Desert Eagles on the ramp. AK in the hands of Jacquinho. Good clump up on the A play. Little damage. Nades come out. It's disruptive utility, no doubt. And Magis capitalizes. Here's that spray. Thinks he's probably blind and nails them. Ramp holds looking good. Susp with the Tech 9, though. Little resurgence here. Double kill in the 2v5. Sunpius revealing his position. Bomb's looking for a way over, but that is a huge task with no utility. Anticipating maybe some kind of a ticket fight. That could be a way to crack open another chance at this, but he's working with a minimal 11 health. And it looks like Snappy should be a little more passive than what Susp would like. Never mind. Snappy takes the chance, presses out, and in doing so, opens that door.
Yeah, that actually worked. Literally, Nilo has pushed back Sunpius, then helped get this frag for Susp as well. Now they're in a 2-on-2, and the pressure from the up. Oh, connector flash. This allows Nilo to set something up. Maybe. Oh, that's a dink. Oh, the nade.
Dunked on.
The nade wins the round. One fell swoop.
All's good.
Nilo's sort of like a Templar assassin. Like, you don't know really what he's doing, but then he's making the round move forward.
Yeah,
he's like,
what do you know about
around.
Templar assassin? I don't.
You know, I watched Yatoro win TI live this year. Okay, so.
Oh, okay. Well, now I'm out of my depth.
Yeah, that's right. He operates in the shadows. It feels like that round you could see him making things happen by just appearing and disappearing.
Scary for a moment there when Snappy got caught, but nice slowdown situation from Metizport. Doesn't net them the round win. We've got Falcons in the lead, where they are anticipated to be, considering I would say this is the team expected to play Spirit in the semi-final. By semi-final, I mean the qualification game for London. Everybody cheering for the potential Simple versus Donk show, no doubt. But we only really want that if it's a good form from Simple. So let's keep our eyes on him. He's been on this catwalk forward or backwards. This round given a bit more agency. Not running any overt risks. Again, sat inside ladder, keeping eyes both directions. There's a bomb top middle with no clear indication as to who's going to pick that up, unless it's a late one from the A rotate, Nilo. But what is going to be left by the time he finds it? Because Madden has opened up shop versus Susp.
He's not going to be aware of this. Oh, wait a second. Okay, he's dead.
Yeah, he'll come back. He'll get this. See ya. Tucked away in the cupboards. Simple comes out. The monster under your bed.
There was one under the bed?
Yeah, Simple. So when you think it's clear, he comes back. He tucked in. Make her play this one safe. It is smooth sailing out of Falcons. ZTR's little creep out through the murder hole should be caught out by the Opper. And even if he doesn't get killed, 7 seconds to the clock. Better run and hang that gun up. Metizport just losing a little steam there. Jacquinho walking into Simple's trap, it seemed.
Is that ZTR's AK? He's got 4 glaive stickers on it. Very cultured man right there.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. It's almost illegal as a Swede to have that covered in glaive.
Yeah,
but,
true.
I guess actually, never mind. Glaive's Polish now. It's okay.
Almost forgot. Lukasz.
Lukasz. Sad death for Jacquinho, thinking he would cut off rotates. Little did he realize he was the prey.
See, that's how shallow the in-game leader pool is for Sweden. They've got to look up to glaive. It's tough times, man. Those Pronax stickers are just getting too expensive.
Yeah. My favorite Swedish in-game leader is still Hampus.
It's still Hampus, okay.
Still Hampus.
Yeah. Mr. Poser.
Long gone is Ninja's Hampus. Made with Jacquinho's name on it. Simple racking up some frags here. Now, there's a very real chance that it's just everybody contributing tonight from Falcons, and nobody has an off game. It's going to be tough for Metizport to crack through. Again, making waves online as of late. I think those back-to-back wins over Furia were nice, legitimate victories, but here's Simple. Making a bit of a rumbling. This one AK joined by the Galil of Sus. They're just giving Simple something to jiggle with. He'll dance with Jacquinho, no problem. That is a trigger for the window climb where Adam B does catch Simple right back. Nicely done. Swarming quickly for that at least trade frag in the middle of the map. Bomb to be picked back up, 40 seconds. And Magis catches Nilo taking a little peek, a glance out from Palace that costs him.
Yeah, and they have some pious holding ramps so that he can actually escape from that spot. And they didn't climb stairs or get up connector at the exact same time. So the spacing was off this round. The peek from Palace came in a little early. But because Sun Pius misses his shot, maybe the T's can get up into the site. Magisk is now behind them in CT spot.
Closes down nice and easy. ZTR thinking he had a little space, but Magisk is over on the corner. So Falcons again lose a couple kills. It was a nice little pop from Metizport, set up from middle. You get the trade frag on Simple. That feels like an open door, but everybody else ready to close it quick.
Yeah, essentially they needed to not die in Palace and then they could have had something going. But yeah, we are seeing Simple sort of play ladder room almost every single round, and it's going pretty damn well, so why not? One more round here for the Falcons now that they are on fire. Whoa, how far in front of this mall are you going to get, son?
Easy does it. No risk needed here from Madden. I like Madden's risk assessment because sometimes he just gets crazy. And then other rounds, fond of a fallback. I just think Madden's a fun little X player, or like X factor.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody who benefited from CS2. Great friends with Devil Walk, for the record. Again, we get this wrap around the A side out of Metizport, but no certainty for Falcons. Still good read from Snappy, calls that fourth player. Simple in window as opposed to Cat, which means the T's have found that open space. They've seen that Simple's not here. It's ladder room locked in by Susp. Concerned about the Cat, Madden's able to push out from the jungle. Now things go swimmingly for Falcons at the start. Magisk swing away. This one's perfection. Yeah. CT side on this A site is looking locked in.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, they had the connector jungle smoke, and there were CTs playing on the inside of both of them, so that was easy to hold on the cross. No problems here. Looks like Simple's right at home. Zonic, coach of Simple Device and Zywoo.
Yeah, imagine. How can you not succeed?
Yeah. And Jisk, the only one to play with all three as well.
Yet another legend.
He also played with MSL opping. Can't forget that.
He's seen it all. Both ends of the spectrum. Yo, I take that back. The MSL op was the real deal. It had something.
It was the MVP.
There was something there for a week. CTR just stranded, man. Wish he had a teammate to work with. Wishes he had a thread to pull on. Wishes he had a bomb on his back. But this is Falcons starting to put up a brick wall. Magisk has destroyed the bridge to Malmo. No chance for Metizport to cross over. ZTR ain't even gonna pick up that bomb, so he's walking in, and to his near demise, we get ZTR with the one frag, a quick swarm out from Madden. You know Madden, he's coming for you, and he offers up a second headshot. Now he has to go grab that bomb. Sunpius is low over towards Ticket. Simple, the top stairs player. He knows where everybody's at, but too little health, too much of an ask, and an 8th round in a row.
Oh, he's got a tall pagoda tattoo on his forearm. That's what we've missed from ZTR.
A pagoda, is that like a gazebo?
It's like they stack up. It's like a temple that's stacked really high that you'd find in like Vietnam or not sure which country has which name, but
must have gone on
a fair few pagodas in Vietnam.
Went to Southeast Asia, found himself, and came back to lead Metizport.
Did shrooms in Vietnam.
Missed shot from Sunpius. There's an open door. Final round of the half, right? It's been a dry spell for for Metiz. ZTR. 5v3 setup. Magisk is going to take the peek. At a double man disadvantage. You got to get the ball rolling. He will do so. No pressure elsewhere on the A site. This is still definitely a recoverable one, and it would be a real testament to Falcons' form across the board, top to bottom. If they can get back this mid control, looks like it'll be given over. We haven't had that simple highlight reel moment in the first half as everybody holds their breath waiting for the big debut. Well, here's 3 players to come at him from Palace while he's on the op. And they fixed it for him. Missed shot. Not going to be
He's ideal. A rifler. Get off his back.
Oh, Adam B with the double. And Metizport continue to follow through off of what was an excellent chance. So nicely done by Adam. Grabs the bull by its horns. Slams his way into the site. And the final hoorah from the Swedes after what was a 3-0 start to the 8-round Falcon streak is 1 added to the tally. A final round of the T side before they'll swap over. Falcons holding them off.
And in terms of loss bonus, there'll be a second stage next round. That's going to be $1,900 per player. If Nitro saves the orb, they're still in a lot of trouble here, but he doesn't really have a choice now. MIBR will find double digits at this point, but will they find the final frag? If they do, it will almost guarantee the next one for them. Quick scope comes in. Nitro nails it, just trying to fight for his life at this stage. And we'll see if this is going to be enough. Fallen low HP, it looks like, oh no. He's got a kill. No. He can do this, Anders. He can do this. He's coming in, and I think he's done it. He's pulled it off. Team Liquid win the round. It's Nitro with the ninja defuse from hell.
But they're already going to be saving. Electronic actually will catch Config. He was sneaking in to try and catch them rotating out of the A bomb site. So I still don't think they should be going for that. They're sort of running into CT spawn as pretending like they wanted to go for it, but that is never going to happen. Simple has a kit, so I don't know. kill Blamef and rush and then defuse the bomb. It can happen right now.
Yeah. That could definitely happen. He's got the deagle. I mean, 2 headshots. Simple could definitely deliver that. Oh, no way.
No, he's too far away now. I think he'd have to run.
Dude, no.
Oh, no.
He's got time.
He's got time.
He can do it.
He's almost there. Oh, no. Complexity. I can't believe it. They didn't check it. They left the bomb site. And Simple ninjas the round. That's why I didn't get the gun, Semler. Who needs it?
Oh, get out of here, Anders. Get out of here.
They've done enough to force Glaive into the clutch. A swift breeze would push Naf over, leaving just the leash to finish this. He already has 2 kills to his name. He's the only reason that Team Liquid still find themselves in the post plant. Op in hand. Naf seen, dealt with swiftly. Alish does not decide to peek. Instead, he holds the cross, and now he's been spotted. Glaive closed that gap, and he's gonna have the smoke. Does he stick this defuse down to the 2-second mark? Alish starts to spray. A minute. Oh, it's gone. Impeccable.
Looked like Fiku was going to be dead. A missed shot for Rops, and he's hunted down. A double kill for Fiku now, and a 4-on-3. This is looking very good, although Kerrigan, I don't think he'd find that angle. It looked like he wanted to test the limit. Last one bullet. He was already walking back. That's sick.
A little fadeaway there, but that's going to be it. After the timeout, OG just go for the simple A exec, and now we see that 2 of their gun rounds off the back of just full on-site hits. There still is an attempt here from FaZe. They're positioning themselves to look for 1 more kill, but it doesn't look like they're truly going to commit to this. It's hard to justify running into the bomb site at this point. So that'll be a 5th round for OG. Okay, at.CET's going for a ninja defuse.
Yeah.
He actually wants this.
He's going straight for it. Smoke up. Oh, they're trying to get back. It's not in time. They think that's it, but it's not. Oh, what a play.
The return of the king going swimmingly. Falcons up easy. 8 rounds, the streak. And of course, 4 at the end of that T side for the boys of Metizport. Vincels rise up. Everybody hang on for dear life because now it's the T side. And I'm curious to see Simple, AK, where's he going to slot into the T side of Team Falcons? We saw him kind of left to his own devices over towards Catwalk, out of the gate for the defense. But now he's a part of the pack, headhunting alongside Sun Pius.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what this team shapes up to be like on their T sides. I mean, Simple is always a very sort of mobile player, changing positions constantly. But this pistol round will certainly be a little different. Nilo, not Nilo. Sorry about that, folks. Nilo, his contender. Goat versus Goat, some would say.
Nice taps. Beretta drops Simple. Adam B catching a headshot from Ticket. And a nice clean double. Beautiful pistol out of Metizport. That's 2 for 2. Remember that 3-0 start had us putting Falcons under the magnifying glass. It was all smooth sailing after that, but 2 pistols in their back pockets. It's a good way to bring back this CT side.
It is. It is.
Bubsky asked during the break in the green room chat, he said, guys, I think Adam B and Susp are brothers. Very observant of you, Bubsky.
He's so innocent in that way.
Yeah. Rumor on the street is it took him 3 hours to set up his green screen yesterday.
So maybe he was only casting 12 hours a day before because it took him too long.
A welcome addition to the Blast crew. Nice bomb plant here from Falcons. This is just Tech9's, right? So let's take it seriously because the retake, they've got tools for it, but they were allowed in for just totally free. A wave of utility gets them the positioning, and somebody didn't check ticket, but Jacquinho is able to turn around. You let them in, and this will be your end. I told you, keep the windows locked. Team Falcons come charging forward off of the back of a full-blown exec. 0 defenders in position to stop it, and it costs them the momentum at the start of the CT side. A few exiting frags, but so be it. Falcons will not take their foot off the throats of Metizport.
Yeah, it does look scary, even though they are completely out of utility by the time the bomb is planted and all the smokes are coming up, that there are 5 players of this quality all in the positions they want to be in. You have Tech9s and things like that, and you have Magisk, of course, hitting shots like that. Wow, didn't even notice. The Warden up in Palace really made the difference, but that's the risk you run going for retakes in the first place. So tough. It was a happy moment for Metizport last round, but now they're down to 1 gun on Nilo, who saved it. Na'Vi always had very ornate T-sides, very detailed, very specific. And I think that's something that might actually fit quite well between Snappy and Simple.
No peek here. CT is smoked out of the window as well, so they wanted a glimpse of to what's to come.
Yeah, I mean, you can not participate, but if you continuously give up space, eventually the round gets harder than you realize. So they at least have the stack going in this direction on this low buy as they jump out, and Nilo can't get his.
He'll pick him up. Magisk finds Jacquinho. We've got a insurance policy in ZTR who has gone unchecked, but oh, Sunpius, great cover. Just as he gets the dink onto Magisk, he gets cleared out of the bomb site, and it is Simple to double down, clearing out the jungle player and the ramp flank. So all's good for Falcons. I think it's just as you were saying, right? You let them get a little too close, and we saw how quickly they just decide to jump. You know, Snappy loves to just put his foot on the throttle. Smoke inside con to block off any potential cap peek, and everybody's just eyes open. Look at the X's around that A site. Everybody was there, but nobody holds them back.
Yeah. And it was sort of unfairly, you know, criticizing them for not looking for info, but they were stacking because they didn't have a full buy. So they picked the right site and everything. They were close to getting a lot of kills. Just couldn't net it out. Overall, a very safe split here for Falcons. Apart from, of course, missing out on the major, this team with Simple, you know, being kind of the only question mark is whether or not he's up for it, whether or not the rifle will work. This could be a great situation in terms of the roles, how they fit, and the players that they have. Especially with Snappy at the point of his career where he wants so many trophies still. The same for Madden, the same for Sunpius. And then you have players like Magisk or Simple who know how to do it.
Easy pickups here on the catwalk. Pistols have no damn chance. Team Falcons, they got blood in the water. That 3-0 start for Metizport feels ages ago. And what we get now is just a fully functioning Falcons, right? From top to bottom.
Yeah.
Is that a mating call or what was that? What was that, bro?
It's the Falcons. That was... I'm the mascot. That was the Falcons mascot cry.
No, I think I'm the Falcons mascot.
Why? Because you're the biggest Simple fan?
Yeah, that's why.
Okay.
6 rounds of the lead. Smooth sailing, Simple's return. All roads point towards Simple versus Donk. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I'm going to get ahead of myself.
Yeah. Now that would be great. That would be a great matchup to get at this point.
Especially when we know we have Falcons in a position where, with no major, looking to lock in a LAN.
Yeah.
London's nothing to scoff at. There's some great teams qualified already.
This is the side of the bracket you want them on, though. Yeah, having to play against Spirit to get it.
And this is also the last season of Counter-Strike where a non-major event will be the final event of the season. So,
which is definitely a good thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Be a nice thing to say bye to, yeah.
Sign off with London. Adam unraveled as he's forced out of his position. Jaquinho taking a little peek, but didn't want to take too much of a risk. The problem is it's another forfeited bomb site. He'll go for the boost with the...
Hey, the bomb! It's right there!
Okay.
If you need another pair of glasses, Jaquinho, he was right in front of you.
Targeting systems a little misaligned. Needs a software update, but hey, it's still the 4v4. And Susp has cracked open Magisk, who was just sitting inside of the palace, but offers a route in. We've got one tuck behind Firebox and a great distraction served by Simple. He'll lose Snappy back sight and also Falter. Now it's just Sunpius. ZTR's defusing that bomb, but it's a 10-second stick. Sunpius has to swing. That's 2 kills down. Gets him off the defuse, which means thrown round. It is a 12th locked in for Falcons.
Oh, yeah. Nice try, actually, in the end. I mean, that really does come down to the fact Jaquinho could have just ended the round before it began by getting his kill opposite default. This bomb was being planted, but he doesn't even know he missed that opportunity.
That's the definition of tunnel vision.
Yeah. It could have been the CT. That could have been T-side. Oh, ZTR could see it. Okay. I mean, then there's no excuse. The guy beneath him could see it through the smoke. All right. Let's give it a go, Metizport. One last chance for the Vincels.
Ooh, Magisk. He's going to rip it apart, huh? They try to go swinging at the A ramp. He does it on his own. Nilo in with the one hold towards middle. Not the lights out performance from Nilo that... Oh, that's an interesting nade. Little bounce on that one. Susp eats a piece of shrapnel, tries to hold back sight. We've got a whole pack of Falcons coming for him. And meanwhile, ZTR's doing a great job of hanging on. Simple doubles back around and will falter to the MP9, so suddenly B-site feels closed with the bomb as well, dropped and spotted outside apps. A sudden turn of events here. Maybe there's a bit left for Metizport. Some bias. Beautiful 1v3 clutch last round. Not able to get it going this time. Leaves Magisk to do the heavy lifting, 4 health remaining.
Might be him just walking away. I don't know how he'd be able to figure this out.
Just wants to sit in the comfort of the palace thrones and hold.
So did Susp also play in the Academy League? Because I remember this. I remember his name. I just don't remember him on the Young Ninjas.
I don't remember Susp at all, to be honest.
At all.
Now I'm,
okay.
you know, now what happens if I got them confused? I don't know.
Yeah. So let me go ahead and check, since he was playing on 0-0 Nation for a bit here.
Counter-terrorists win.
Good dink from CTR on Simple. As he peeked out from Catwalk. That angle is getting held, but he still offers up some damage. And Metizport will offer up a little more here on Mirage. Simple with the op. Sunpius on the AK. Trying to play the spawn, I presume. And in with the kill to Jaquinho. But frags go back and forth in middle. We get a clash of 6 players, whereby Falcons come out on top, barely. Madden 22 HP left over. Sunpius stuck behind boxes, but he gets flashed out, so good a chance to escape.
So I guess just quickly, he did play on Young Ninjas for 3 games that I see. Oh, actually a few more, not necessarily at the We Play Academy though.
Okay.
So, and then, yeah, he's played on a bunch of smaller teams, but this is his best one so far.
There's a chance Adam was sick one day and they just put Susp in instead.
You never know. Here they are. They're going to try to use telepathy to make this mid this mid-round happen. This is their Kovac moment. Their Swedish Kovac moment.
Opposite sides of the map, though. And at least ramp goes completely unchecked. They're going to fall out for free. Now, Snappy 100 health, the other two barely standing.
Oh, they think it's just B for sure, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, here for Adam. Of course, at Blast on the radar, we don't use numbers. We use pictures of twins. So
the one time
the brothers are coming in from middle in some sort of an order. And as they come out from connector, you know, this is against the clock as much as it is the 3 remaining Falcons players. There's a nice clean one on Madden, but it still boils down to Snappy with the full health. The utility's good for the retake. We got to give it that. They're going to try to get on top of the bomb. Somebody's going to have to come out and spam it. 2 seconds left of the defuse. Nobody's getting them off it. Sus holds on. Just sticks that defuse to keep the Swedes alive.
There it is, a Swedish Kovac moment between Susp and Adam B. Okay. Walk in, throw some nades, get in the bomb. Why do we overcomplicate things when we play CS? When I see rounds like this, I ask myself that question.
Got to hold one button.
Yeah.
Walks in, hangs on. Good coverage from Adam. Gets the player out backside. And the game goes on. Sus looking to get active, pushes in. We've got Simple right here, though. Trying to catch him before he can fall back. Loses the duel, no trade.
Ooh, nice one.
Yeah. Locking horns with Simple, no easy feat. Maintains Apartment's control and keeps Falcons back. But again, middle's been offered open. We've seen what happens when Falcons get up into connector to split that A site. Three defenders hasn't been enough in the past. Adam B takes a glance down Con, but then moments after, Falcons do slip up. Jacquinho's gonna have to be sharp here. Pack of players come out. Sun Pius, it's a clean frag. No kill out from Adam B despite immense amounts of damage. The whole pack trying to cross over. They'll get clipped.
Oh, nice one, Adam.
And Nilo comes back out from the ramp. All is good here for Metizport. Corralled into the A play with low HP. They'll hang on and keep this game going.
That is a straight up fantastic round from Adam right there. I mean, got the spray down in connector to get some damage, took out Sun Pius on the stairs. Madden sticking out a bit on the back of triple. There's a third one at the end, clean. It's 12-8. Why you have to be mad?
Back to pistols. AK, solo AK simple. It's been a while.
Oh, cool.
That highlight reel moment, this could be the round. To close the map to boot. Again, they get dangerously close. No contest in middle.
Yeah, always be careful giving a good team space.
There we go.
But there's Nilo pushing back a little bit.
And Adam B as well. Instant headshot out of the middle of the A site. So windows clamp down on, connector shut out. Now Magisk finds footing on catwalk. ZTR's coming to take this back, but see Magisk.
See a little bit right there.
A little shoe, little size 12 sticking around the corner. ZTR still with no target. Simple starting to go up connector, back exposed. Magisk takes the brunt of it, and then ZTR doubles down. This is a beautiful one out of Metizport. Clean sweep of the majority pistols solo AK. 3 rounds to force this OT.
Yeah, I mean, they got pretty hyped when it was 6. They won that round, that 2-on-3 or 2-on-4 retake between the Adam Susp combo. And now there's actually a real chance, 2 rifle rounds away maybe from taking this to overtime. So time to go full focus. They know people are watching this game, you know? That's something that, this is Simple's debut, but that's also just a chance for Metizport to piggyback off of the attention. It'd be a hell of a team to take down as well. They've won some games, but nothing versus a team like this.
Pack of players coming at Adams and Sharp, but this time it's nothing. Jacquinho empty-handed, Magis double entry. We get the good response out of Nilo to do something here to try and keep them alive, but Snappy jumping over. Keeps man advantage in their hands. Susp and ZTR this time to try and work the clutch. They've got nades to burn out Firebox. Snappy could be time limited. Magis, no. Leave it to Magisk. When push comes to shove, when you need that little magic. 4th on the round, and he will be the closer. His highlight reel finish, and they push Metizport down out of map 1. Mirage claimed by Falcons. Considering how flat-footed that first half was, nice to see a little life out of the Swedes. We'll see if map 2 bears more fruit for them.
Welcome back to the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. We've got Falcons taking map 1, powered by Magisk right at the end, closing things out. And I guess really, Bubsky, powered by the very strong defensive side. The CT side, they managed to scrape together 8 rounds in a row at one point during that half. And I mean, they were all over the young Swedish roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did well, but considering they won both pistols, I think the scoreline can be a little bit skewed. I think Falcons with
misleading.
Yeah, exactly. Misleading is the right word. So I think they actually did well considering the circumstances on the Falcons side. I think Simple is going to be the topic of discussion. Did he do anything fantastic? Not necessarily. Did he do anything bad? Not really either. Like a very average performance from Simple.
Yeah, and I guess you can't really, again, like you can't really complain about that. Map 1 victory, and like we had all the other players as well. Like Magisk obviously had a good game with a triple kill in the closing out round. Sun Pius was taking primary op duties, and he did a good job with the weapon. I think Simple took it by spawn on the T side like once or maybe twice. But other than that, yeah, it was kind of Falcons just getting the job done. They didn't have to do anything all that crazy.
No, I also think they have more responsibility to the fans now. I'm gonna be honest. When you remove Boris this early in the project and get a player like Simple in early, I know it's early days in terms of like the team is relatively new together, but like it's still the core of ends with 2 new additions. I don't really buy this whole new concept that Snappy needs time. I think they have had time, but obviously not as much as he would have liked. Simple should be an impact changer, and I think we see the first steps here.
Yeah, and I think we'll obviously see how that can build into things as the showdown goes on. But for the moment, going to be content with the wins and the victories. And yeah, Simple is always going to be kind of the focal point in this kind of a matchup that seems like it's such a disparity between the two teams. And we really don't have a whole lot to go off of in terms of Simple. We're going to play some of the clips, and you'll just see it's just solid, average Counter-Strike, which I guess you can't really complain about.
No, I mean, and this is also a different Simple we're going to see. We're not going to see the Na'Vi Simple where he's going to get dropped off all the time. He's going to get all the priorities. He's going to have to jump for the teammate sometimes. We saw it a couple of times in the connector area that he was actually the guy going in first. And with the old Simple, we didn't really see too much of it, and it's also reflected in his statistics.
I guess the question then becomes like how much of that, how much of, and this is only map 1, so we're going to have a lot of conjecture here, but how much do you attribute, not a drop off, but like Counter-Strike has just changed to the point where it is difficult for one person to hard carry the way that Simple did at various times. And we see players who can do it, but more often than not, it is these kind of like solid average performances where you're just kind of getting the job done.
Yeah, I mean, I think the chain isn't stronger than the weakest link, right? And I think that was the case with Boris. I think we saw a team that lacked the necessity of firepower and teamwork to get to that next level. Like they had good results at Falcons, like the semifinal at Katowice. They beat Na'Vi very convincing on this map we just watched. So I'm not actually too sure what Simple is going to bring long term, because right now it just seems like he's going to be joining this roster on loan. And if he doesn't frag out, like what is the future? Because you're going to put out a hefty amount of money if you want this guy permanent, that's for sure.
Okay, and let's touch on some of the other pieces as well, because obviously Magisk is still doing Magisk things. There's no concerns there. Sun Pius is still solid. He's been iffy in the start of CS2. And you're telling me you didn't really kind of buy the explanation of Snappy that you need a whole lot of time, considering this core has come over from ENTS, right? So what is the next jump up that we're going to see out of this Falcon squad, if there is one? Is it actually just kind of Simple getting his individual form back and working himself into the team, or is the kind of focal point of this squad going to have to shift?
I mean, if he doesn't want to put pressure on the team, I think I'll happily do it. I think this team needs to perform. Like, they have some really significant names. They have the best coach in the world. They have a very promising IGL. They had the 6th best Orba in the, this number 6 player on the rankings last year. So obviously, I think also expectations from the organization is that this team is going to be making deep playoff runs in this year. And if they're not, I think it's been a failure. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, and I think, I know talking with Magisk and doing some podcasts with him back in Katowice, he kind of echoed a very similar sentiment where he's just like, if this team doesn't perform, if I don't perform, if Sun Pius doesn't perform, if Snappy doesn't perform, then everyone's kind of on the chopping block. And obviously, qualifying for London would be a great first step and a great way to kind of alleviate, I guess, some of the pressure or some of the pain, at the very least, of not qualifying for the major.
Yeah, and I also think it's now me personally knowing Magisk, like it was a hard choice for him to leave Vitality. And I think at times, I think you will regret that when you're sitting in the middle of the RMR and actually losing that last game. You feel like, what the hell did I do, right?
Yeah, what have I done?
Yeah, exactly. And but obviously, I think he will have time with the new people, and they'll build a new story together. But it's just that initial feeling that you get once you leave one of the best teams in the world, which was Vitality last year. But yeah, what a CV Magisk also has at this point, playing with Simple in maybe not his prime, but at a really good step in his career. Saiwu in his prime, Device in his prime. The list goes on.
Do you feel? I mean, we've been underwhelmed, and there's been a disappointing start for Falcons. Obviously, it is, you've touched on, and I mean, you can't really argue that with failing to make the major. But considering you have the core of the top end squad, you have Madden, you have Sunpius, you have Snappy, and considering you brought over Magisk and Zonic, like it doesn't feel yet like this team is even showcasing necessarily the firepower that they have within these ranks. Like it doesn't feel that convincing that we're even seeing enough to be excited about where the team can go.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if you get that same feeling.
I get it, especially when Boros was on the team. It just felt like it was just a bunch of individuals playing a game, and sometimes they would have a really good game and win. But objectively, like, if we remove that RMR part and assume that they would qualify, you would be like, damn, the Falcons is looking really interesting. But that one tournament changes the entire perspective on this team, because they did go to the semifinals of the Katowice, and a lot of better teams on paper didn't do that. So if they made that RMR, I don't think the look would have been as rough as it is now.
Yeah, maybe our perception has changed because it was just such a devastating loss. Sure. And yeah, I guess the question, I mean, you also do ask that question. I know you didn't put a whole lot of stock in it, is how much time do you actually need before we get to see that potential if you levy that at the team? Do you have like a number in your head of how many months a new team should get like this?
I mean, I think 2 months is a fair period. Like, we see Heroic, right? They say they are not up to speed either, but they are performing considering what they have to do with their material. So I think it's about what types of players you have. I think they've gotten, not their dream lineup, but they've gotten a really well-constructed lineup. So I think it just puts a lot more pressure in the start of things to get the ball rolling, really.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we have so many of these strong lineups kind of forming together out of cores that have all kind of struggled. Obviously, Falcons being one of them. Obviously, Astralis being one of them. Liquid being the third big name that kind of really struggled. You know, Heroic not quite coming online yet. So all these new rosters coming together, I think players are finding it's not as easy as they might have assumed at one point to just bring in great players and all of a sudden have good results and be headed in the right direction. So a lot of upheaval early on in CS2, but so far the Falcons in the showdown, all is going exactly as planned. Map 1 victory on Mirage. They've got one more map to close out this series, and then, as Snappy said at the interview, they get to move on and play deep into the showdown and try and qualify for London. So we're going to head to a break. We'll be right back with Scrawny and Launders in map number 2.
Day of the Swedes, we were promised, but it's really about Simple and Falcons because that first map, pretty class. We had some clean comebacks, a little retake here and there, a smoke stick that pulls through, but at the end of the day, Falcons just looking cut from a different cloth.
I think the Simple debut, you know, he's got a future. We were excited about Donk, but I think Simple really could overtake him this year. I think he's going to get the contract. You know what I mean? Like, this is what's actually interesting is like watching this game. It just looks very cohesive and good as it should. It's 4/5 Falcon with an upgrade, so it's like it should look good. But of course, there's the room for like, oh, maybe Simple still doesn't like CS2. It's not working for him. It's the rifle's not working for him. But none of those things seem like a problem. So, if Simple's not a problem, how high can the Falcons fly?
On their road to soaring. The question is, you know, does Falcons get Simple or does Simple get Falcon?
Okay.
You know, maybe Falcons want to keep him. Maybe this is Simple trying out the team, not the other way around. He is the CS GOAT, after all. Find themselves on a T-side endeavor here on Overpass. The map choice of Falcons. The side pick of Metizport. Saw promise out of a few individuals, saw some clean headshots at times. It's also a level of team play from Falcons that looks top class. Adam B, stuck behind Rock. Hangs on for dear life with 3. Nicely done. Shaves him off. Good supportive flashbang out of ZTR behind him. And we know that T-side rounds on Overpass are far and few between. The pistol could have bode well. ZTR tries to press around smoke, and it's a cleanup from the Swedes.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Round to be proud of right there for Adam. Holding that pretty much on his own. But as you mentioned, there was a good flash that came in. Still had to stand his ground. And yeah. From the T-side perspective, the map can feel miles across sometimes. And it definitely only feels bigger when you lose the pistol. We got the deco here from Falcons.
I'm down. Talent across the board. Nova overextension from Metizport on the A play. Just Jaquinho hanging out around the half wall. And it's Madden up first. I saw your breakdown of the Team Liquid counter Tech9 fumble that cost them.
My very fair analysis.
Very fair one-round analysis to prove that it wasn't Canada's fault.
Yes, of the greatest tragedy in Canadian history, that wasn't Canada's fault at all. Any thoughts?
I learned a thing or two, and I will never re-peek bathrooms with an op.
Yeah, that was hard to watch.
The round of all time.
It was.
This one gets chewed up, spat out. No bomb plant, no frags, barely any damage until that last deagle shot goes out. So nice clean conversion from the CTs. But we saw that 3-0 start back on Mirage. We got our hopes up that the upset could happen. And then all hell broke loose for Falcons' favor. So hold your breath, folks.
I had all the good memes for Liquid ready, you know, to call Canadian, to say it's 3/5 Canadian, Team Liquid, how they're so awesome and everything, and then that anti-eco happened.
Well, that's okay. You can use all your lines in London, maybe.
Yeah. True.
You know? They're not dead, Mohan. They're just dying.
They're dead adjacent.
All right, upper bathroom setup with 2, plus a 3rd inside the washrooms. Madden falls first. And no trade frag in that direction. Sunpias catches the 3rd player in. Oh, Jackie, what? Just flies through the fire, upgrades to the M4, completely stops this in its tracks before Snappy can respond. Oh, nicely done from Simple, just waiting on the angle. And of course, Nilo gives him the shot.
Yeah, this brings it back for sure. I mean, suddenly it's literally Falcons' round to lose. Oh, but this timing is big. Simple looking for his first 1-on-2 on Team Falcons.
Has a free chance to cross over. CT is willing to just play the retake. So this means Simple is going to put bomb down, get gun in hand. Still a few pieces of utility to work with as well. What's the play, Simple? Does he still have that game sense? The approach comes in. He's tucked into the corner. CTs would have to line up to trade. They'll be expecting someone out here. They'll jump over, offsets him, and Adam B swinging with the MP9 for the trade. We get Metizport to the 3-0 start.
So far, the Swedish co-batch are undefeated in the 2vx situations, I think.
They power up.
That's the other story going on simultaneously. Good round from Nilo, up until it's almost a better round from Simple, the way that he plays around. Coming into the molly early to learn that Nilo can't escape, and so waiting for him to go for that cross. But the rotator's coming in from Khan. That's what it's all about. There's no shame losing to an MP9 in this game.
Yeah, you got to get used to that.
Yeah.
Jumping MP9, no less. I would love to just hear Simple as he rambles off, you know, in round losses and clutch losses and whatnot.
Who is this pig?
Yeah, how much how much smack talk?
What is this?
Simple, there he is.
Whoa.
Back in. Nice flash out of Snappy to set him up, but we get the kills back in from Metizport. So keeping this one even 3v3. Simple's going to hunt down ZTR. He could sense something's up in the smoke. Little re-engagement here, low ammo. Good decision not to re-peek on that one. Keeps the bomb in control and banks on Sunpius coming through with the frag to Jackinho. So Simple opens up a site with 3 kills. And from a lost 1v2 clutch, laughing in their faces as they beat him, he knows what's up, busts down the door on the B site, and Falcons in with 1 early.
That was really nice control with right. And it's one of those moments where you're like, yeah, he can do both, right? It's not been like, I mean, I don't disparage anybody's names. There are some players who are like only good with the op. He's never been one of those players.
True.
None of the elite operators are really. I think maybe Shiro's like the closest, but it's not as if Shiro can't rifle. He just doesn't much. But when he does, he's still insane.
What about Sunpius?
So, yeah, I mean, Sunpius is getting... Wasn't it Sunpius getting like 1v3s with his rifle?
Terrorists win.
He did have a 1v3 with the rifle last map, actually, too.
Then we don't put him in that list. And he better get used to more rifles, if you know what I'm saying. We already saw Simple.
I don't get it. What do you mean? Oh, because Simple's going to take it from him?
Yeah. He said, come on, bro. I got the spawn.
Yeah. He said, Sasha, you're supposed to drop me AVP.
Where will the line be drawn? What if he has the second best spawn? Ah, come on. Although less spawn points in CS2 nowadays. That's true. This is on the new patch, right? So, yeah, hold up. We're talking about no forward op spawns on the A site for the CT side.
Wait a second. Wait, how does that work?
They have removed spawn points from the game. There are no... the A site CT spawns?
Yeah, on the grass?
Like, yeah, the ones that are kind of forward. Those have been completely removed from the game.
Did they do that on every map? They removed certain spawns?
I believe they removed spawns on 4 or 5 of the maps.
Oh, what the hell? I read a part of the notes that thought it had something to do with networking or something. They changed the spawn positions. I didn't realize they actually...
No, Boss Man was hate maxing.
Oh my god, yeah, I was too busy hating.
That was the big deal as to why, the NARMR played with the previous patch, so it was still a thing. They didn't want to kind of lose, like instant smokes.
Wait, so if we were playing on this patch, Liquid would be at the major? Is that what you're saying?
There's a chance.
Wow.
Nice off shots from Jacquinho, locking it in. 3 op kills in the gun round. No entry this time. The op on A site overpass, a beast. And Jacquinho proves it.
Yeah, clean. 4-1 start here for Metizport on not their map pick. Showing the range a little bit. Nilo, excuse me, has been very good in the bathrooms. And it's good to get a Jacquinho round in there too.
Back in with the buy.
So is Nilo's pathway knock Falcons out of the last showdown and to get signed to NIP?
Maybe. If I'm Nilo, I want to know who else is on NIP first.
Yes, I think that's
what I mean?
Really, that's sage advice to like.
Yeah.
You have to be careful.
Everyone's making promises. Simple in the pocket. Short peek was just inching closer. Early bout in this map is kind of been about Simple cracking the B side open that one time, looking at it again with numbers behind him. The double monster push set up, so Susp and Adam and CTR inside of the site with a nice time flash. That'll scatter Simple back for a moment. Stalled out for now. Still no fourth CT, but here comes the commitment, no doubt. Sunpias to lead the charge. Galil is good for one, and Simple strikes him. Sunpias able to open up the bomb site. Nilo from above dies, and that is a Galil with 3. Sunpias can rifle.
Yes, yes he can. That was really nice. And even the timing from Simple, and I mean, they had to go through 3 people in the site in pretty good positions to stop that split. Only lost Simple after he got a kill as well, so it's not as if the setup was wrong. They did go and seek out information. They just could not sustain versus the sheer firepower coming in. Par for the course for Falcons on T side. 4 rounds. That's what they're looking for.
Terrorists win.
The moods felt fine for Falcons.
Mm-hmm.
You think it's easier or harder to tilt at home?
I think it's easier. I think it's easier. When you don't feel like anybody's around, like you can just get in your own feelings.
No
what do you think?
Drag you out. I'm always in a good mood, man.
Uh-oh.
Nice shot. A little uncomfortable.
Yeah, he doesn't get chased down.
He's got support though by the tree.
Again, support him. There you go.
All's good. Simple tries to get out from Monster. Good trade out of Adam CZ 75. And with the pistol, they have taken man advantage, grabbed a free gun for Adam to have on the B site as he's currently still hanging on alone. Snappy's going to go in and test him.
Uh-oh.
Good call from Snappy to just charge forward, but he's taking all the real estate he can, trying to put the smoke up as the bomb is in tow. ZTR swings around the side. No coverage from Magisk there.
No plant yet.
Nice flashbang over the top. Magisk tries to spray over, but it is indeed Nilo to come through with the triple.
Yo, Nilo, great map so far. Again, great holds on the A site, in CT side. Sorry, in CT bathrooms. And now rotating over towards B.
Didn't see what Magisk was watching in that, as we had Snappy going for the bomb plant with the heaven smoke, or rather not the bomb plant, but with Snappy pushed up and heaven smoked. Players just allowed to swing out from graffiti like a devil. Unravels the forward setup, sets up Nilo to come through.
Oh man, I thought his house was falling down, but it's just one of those attic rooms.
Yeah, a house collapse on stream would be. I don't know how I'd cast that. I don't know what I'd.
That'd be new. Well, I'd hope you bring the energy. You know what I mean? I'd hope you do it well.
And the structure is falling. Imagine. We've seen fire alarms before.
Yes, I have been the victim of fire alarms.
Yep. Oh, Magic.
Very loud here.
Softened up. Adam B trying to make some moves. Snappy caught off. Looking front back as he just throws himself into Nilo's crosshair. Yeah, what's he looking at?
His own teammate. Yeah.
Nilo playing the postage.
Wow.
Nice slide back. Good accuracy coming out of him. Now he's giving us that performance, right? That's something special. 13-2 as he posts another double 8 rounds into the game.
This is his Axile moment.
Well, Magic
like an overpass CT rifle performance in bathrooms.
Yeah. Gets the blood flowing. Gets the people talking. Simple offering over the utility, but ZTR calling the appropriate stack. 2 down in the water. Jacquinho with the op cover. Sunpius throws out a frag grenade that goes a little too deep, doesn't find the wounded Opper, and now it's going to bank on the entries of Magisk and Simple. Hell of a duo to be swinging in sight, but a team flash. Oh, catches Magisk just as he goes for it. Sunpius leads them to their slaughter. Little awkward on the approach. This is Snappy coming in and watching Nilo as he emerges, at least. Nino's job made easy. Sunpius, the 3rd player in, but yeah, that one got away from him.
One's pretty easy. Metizport, something's in the water here. This is already shaping up to be an incredibly dominant half. It should only get worse with this round, and look who's up on the plate. Oh my god. First of all, simple shot, but Nilo ready for 2. Extremely ready for 2.
Short water held on to. Monster still in question. Tech9 push out. And closed on. Sus not going to let any entry, no bomb plant. Barring Simple's Deagle, we're done here.
Yeah. And that is damn near quota met for the half now, because it is special situation. They're playing against Falcons. They need to get every round they possibly can. Well, they're in a good position to do that as well. Ball in Falcons court. They picked the map. What are we seeing here on T side? That shows us that this is where they want to be. Haven't seen it yet.
Now the only things that have really happened is these simple entries into the B play.
Metizport it's one of Metizport's weakest rounds. They got 13-1 by Into the Breach on this map. Their only win is in overtime 16-14 versus Sengao in the last 3 months.
Somebody's got to step it up. Madden still 0 kills. Magisk, Snappy 2 apiece. Still trying to put the best foot forward. B-side looking pretty easy for the taken early on. We get this 3-player extension out through bathrooms.
So this setup actually is a perfect counter, I would say, to what Falcons are doing right now. Oh, this smoke. Oh, Nilo finds a massive one. Dude, this is with full information, right? On A. They have full bathrooms. They even have someone sitting inside of Con as well. So it forces the B play. Adam's ready to spot it, playing nice and safe.
They hold on to the post instead. Simple's going to go deep here, try to shave one off before the retake comes through. 5v3, you know it's coming. Tons of utility as well. Multiple smokes, Molotovs, everything they need. Presuming nobody dies like that. Simple, quick kill. Snappy won't be able to get off site. Simple locked in, can go no further than the first. It is a rock-solid retake out of Metizport. And Madden is going to be pissed. 0 and 9 as he gets caught with his nades in hand.
Nilo 17 and 2. And that search on A. I mean, even if he didn't find the kill. Ooh, Madden not on the board yet. Even if he didn't find the kill on Madden, he was about to leave. They had full on info on A of 124. I wasn't excited about this setup because he got that kill. I was excited because, well, Metizport had won the A site, no pressure back, and there was no B play happening at the exact same time. So they gave time for the rotations. They didn't push any CTs back. And so you got to ask how much effort Metizport have put into Overpass, because they were playing so much better than their recent games on it. And, I mean, that's a combination of Nilo having a great game and the great setups that they brought today. To be honest, everyone's chipping in.
Now putting the op forward too. Again, they'll try their hand at Monster. Oh, wallbang with the nade. Nice damage to soften up some Pius. Flashes come through. They look good. Jaquinho trying to keep his head on a swivel. Oh. Beautiful turn back onto Magisk, and he's ready to go for more here. Snappy's going to track him through the smoke. Susp also cleared out of the site, so suddenly Falcons looking like they've got a little teeth sinking into the B site. Frags out from heaven. They've got the vision, and Madden has his first. Simple gets chipped down. ZTR from heaven dies out, and we do indeed have Falcons following through.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's nice that they get their second round now. You got to work hard for it.
I'll go one better, Mohawk. It's their third.
Oh, it's their third. Okay. Which, that's not small now. I mean, it's their third with a chance for fourth.
Yeah, part of the course, get a fourth, walk out the CT side.
Yeah.
That's the strat. Madden's on the board. Snappy had some impact there. And maybe, if they're lucky, Nilo will cool off come the second half. Simple again, looking for the headshot on the boost. Sus playing it safe behind pillar for now. Jaquinho looking to press. Ooh, Simple nade coming for him. Instead, Pius takes it. Excellently done.
Oh, coverage.
Beautiful setup inside of the water. Feels like that pressure's been coming through from the B site quite a few times from Falcons, and this, as opposed to like what we saw versus Madden over on Fountain, it's just another setup that I think counters Falcons' approach.
It was option coverage right there. I mean, they had lots of things in place to do extra damage, fall back, rotators come in. They didn't have too many people there or anything.
Different look at the same result.
They just keep trying to force their way into B.
Yeah, I think they could take it down versus the brothers, but strong-willed, broad shoulders, and well-equipped. Utility in abundance again at the 42nd mark. The smoke's gone down. They've got a Molotov on ZTR elsewhere. Falcons gonna have to play down the clock a little. Banking on an underperforming Madden at the moment to entry through Monster. Simple chucks out a piece of util to get him in. Madden full blind. Nice utility out from Susp. Again, right? The supportive utility deep on long from ZTR, down on B from Susp. Metasport's util looks good on the map, and I think they've taken Falcons by a bit of a shock. A 9-round CT side. You go ahead and win another pistol, as they have so consistently been doing, and we could be talking map 3.
Are you tired of your favorite oppers suffering from knee pain and discomfort while camping?
Oh, my knees can't handle this camping lifestyle. Feels like I'm aging in dog years. Oh, my knee. I might need a chair now. I think I will camp with Metizport because, it's over for...
Introducing the Camper's Chair. The in-game item that'll revolutionize your camping experience. Say goodbye to knee pain and hello to comfort.
I thought camping was tough, but the camper's chair makes it so easy. My KD has never been better.
It's so much better to have this chair. I feel so good now. It's really better.
Don't be a victim of knee pain. Get the Camper's Chair now. and transform your camping game. It's so comfortable. Call now.
Well, suddenly, folks, we understand why the boy himself, Nilo, came up in so many predicted top 20 ones to watch, because that was a hell of a half. That is the kind of star-studded performance that it felt like Metizport needed in order to go tit for tat with Falcons. And there was no tat on that one. They sucked. Unfortunately, we're talking a mere 3 rounds on the half, Mohan. Beautiful retakes from Nilo down on the B site when needed. Easy for the Swedes.
That was some, that was some pure class rifling out of Nilo on the bathrooms. Very clean stuff. Impact every round. You could see it. You could feel it. He is still, in my opinion, like a Templar assassin, just sort of floating between positions, eliminating targets without saying much or moving much. But that was a good 1-2 punch between him and Jaquinho.
Mm-hmm.
It's very possible without a pistol, this is still bad for Metizport, because this is like one of the better halves, maybe one of the best halves they've had so far on Overpass, and T-side, they score either 40% or 41% in their last 5 games. I don't know how much to read from that, because they're clearly playing so much better than their stats right now. But they technically don't like this map.
See if Falcons can bank on a strong CT performance. Pistols have gone the way of Metizport all series, but this time it's a 4v4 right back, and it is a herd of Swedes running down the A site. Sunpius gets hit for 10. No sweat. Many Swedes. 4 of them on the front of this bomb site. They use the smoke to get behind Dice. Adam's gonna go ahead for the plant. Retake called in. We've got no kit. Now we've got Nilo in with another frag. ZTR playing around the side of the smoke too. 2v4 is what's demanded of them. And Magisk, slow game alongside Madden, not able to stop them. Double digits in an instant. Metizport holding the reins.
And how many kills did Nilo get on that round? He was at 17.
17 on the half. When we jump back to the server, we'll see.
2 kills, okay. This man's already 20 and 3 or however few deaths he has.
Ooh, a little last bullet frag on top of it. Oh, they've cleared the runway for takeoff, no doubt about that one. We get the force buyout from Falcons.
So you've got the Brolin of tomorrow. You have the Adam B, Suff, twin Kovac of Sweden. You have the future JW, and you have the punished ZTR with a second chance. Metizport.
Metizport. It's promising. Solid online wins and looking to add another one to the tally with this Team Falcons best of 3. To do it at the BLAST Showdown. London's wonderful in June, I've heard. Some Pius hopping around, hoping to make contact. We do get this scramble out of Falcons. If they can win the force buy at the 45-second mark, maybe they can get this train back on the tracks. Simple's going to push down alongside it. Here's the push come through. 5-7 with nothing. Madden double deagle. There it is. Low health Adam, but that's all he needs. The MAC-10 drive-by comes through. We get the 3v2 as the scout hasn't been able to offer too much just yet.
No need for the plant.
CTR tucking into the dumpster corner. Going to be very difficult to unravel this one. Magisk, you'd think, has to come flying out. He's got a swing, and he lets his guard down to the close position. There it is. Nilo holds off. ZTR closes, and Metizport 2 rounds out.
Yeah, this is it's just shaping up to be a very special map for Metizport. They have done so extremely well so far. Might not even get a chance to see what Falcons have to offer on CT side. Again, not their map pick. Metizport somehow, like, this is a perfect place to go for Falcons, and you take one glance at the statistics. They've won 1 out of their 5 last games. That is Metizport. They have 40-41% T and CT side. Win rates, they don't have much to show. Like, there's no, I wouldn't even be surprised if Falcons, you know, hardly watch their games to learn. Like, that is just flat out a map where if you take Metizport to it, you're probably going to win. As long as you just, air quotes, play your own game.
Vertigo with the wings.
On the Falcons are positive right now.
Nope, Simple lost that throne. Simple still playing that one M4. Boost him over towards Graffiti. Exactly what they're going to do. Try to throw him up. You'll catch ZTR jumping into sight. But then Adam B, double headshot back with the AK. Clean as you could ask. The 12th one comes for free.
Dude.
Let's go.
Don't tell me Neil's going to end this game like 23-3 or something.
Yes, sir. Looking
versus
like
Simple, Magisk, Sun Pius, after everyone's been talking about him in one of his biggest games. Okay.
And after a pretty muted first map, right? You know, you kind of want to ride the hype train. Your expectations are up.
Definitely.
And then he just looks like one of the pack on the first map, but now it just leaps and bounds above the rest. Although not to take anything from Adam or Jacquinho, I think their impact has also been very real.
They've definitely been all chipping in, for sure.
Yes, sir.
Like, they've all done something interesting. Whereas, I don't think Falcons have done anything interesting. If we look at that first half, like, that was, like, pretty vanilla into losing. I think the credit for the creativity and innovations definitely all goes to Metizport in a world where... The other thing is, like, did they know this was going to happen in the veto? Like, how deep did they practice in terms of maps? Because, like, they had time to think about Falcons, but, like, how much prep and how many maps did they go down? So I think Falcons could have taken it a few different ways.
A question for James Banks, perhaps.
Maybe it was just such a clear punish. They were like, all right, let's just focus on that.
Punishing right now, no doubt. Magisk 3 kills, Snappy 4, Madden 5. I mean, Magisk was just lights out back on Mirage. Everybody was. Totally shut down by the Swedish schoolboys, as I've heard them referred to. Teaching him a lesson in overpass at the moment, but Simple, he's got a textbook of his own. There's 2 kills deep on long A, so this one's not done just yet. Approach through Monster, perhaps, while the numbers are still thinned out. We've got Magisk locking him in. Clean double kill from him.
Little jiggle to keep himself sharp, and Adam tasked to the 1v5. He'll respond with 1, 2, potentially a third. Madden up close. He'll end it. 3 stand for Falcons. Still a long road, though, to avoid vertigo.
Yeah, that was a big round because of Simple. He had that great spray. First of all, 2K. Second of all, taking out Nilo as a refragger as well. Just showing once again that he can hang and bang with that rifle. That makes him the only player with more than 10 kills and positive on Team Falcons right now. So they've got some work to do to catch up.
Going through that. Yeah. CTR really the only limitation, but guns can be grabbed if this pack does find its kill versus Simple or Sun Pius. That's the 2A defenders right now inside the bathrooms. Neither team playing long. Trade potential high here for Metizport, and they could just flood into that A site. Simple walking back into Sun Pius's angle twice. 3 times. Still, he gets the shot. It's Simple down empty-handed. Sun Pius looking to hang on. And it's Adam B with the double kill to soften up the site. We've already got Madden out on behind the truck. And he will catch Adam off guard. His 2 kills, are they in vain?
Oh, that was beautiful.
Madden, nicely done. The replays, but here comes Jacquinho. E3 clutch queued up with the double. And only Magisk left to kill. A slow approach up from the B play.
Oh, he's terrified. He thinks that the rotation's already come in. He has the sight to himself right now. Magic's just a rotator. He just cannot believe this right now. Magic might even think he's going around a B or something, playing it this slowly. But he has the time to play with, and Magic doesn't really have a way to take advantage of this. Oh, the fake plants. Okay.
Little reposition. Molly on the stairs. Magisk silently getting closer. Smokes it, tries to charge him, rushes out, fires off, and gets shot upside the head. Jacquinho, baby. V3. We said Nilo wasn't all that Metizport had in store. Propped up by Adam and Jacquinho. Those 2 players offer 5 frags and a clean clutch to close.
And look at how confident. He's like an evil villain at the moment. Look at that smile. Look at that smirk.
All right, Zonic. Oh,
Deagles.
it's Deagles. Okay.
Right.
Okay, Zonic,
There's
the
a
Deagle
twist.
King.
One
Wait
more.
in the day. Oh, Simple. I thought that was Zonic to get it. It felt good. It sounded like a Zonic headshot.
It's a rough start, but he's just shaking off some rust. This will get better as we go on.
Right. Here we go then. Simple, probably up there, the best with this particular weapon. Zonic probably
with all of them, really.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem here. Simple. He'll be happy to do this. You cast Simple in a 1v1 tournament recently, right? The Omen Challenge?
Yes, and there's Sonic.
There it is!
Number 1 on the board. All right, now it's on. Okay. All the pressure on Simple, of course. We haven't touched on that. He's got all of it on him.
Oh, you can see those boxes being deployed.
Oh, no.
Sonic, no, not like this, no, get back, get back, get back, no!
Get away.
No, not like this.
Oh, dear.
No, he can't get back up, Jason.
Oh,
he can't find it, he's getting, he's doing it! He survives. He avoids the humiliation of the crater, but he goes into a headshot. It's Sonic, 2-1.
It doesn't make any sense.
How has he done that? He almost falls off the ledge, but he pulls it off. This is unbelievable.
And the box almost taking Simple out here.
He is sweating at this point. Simple doesn't know what's happening.
He got it again.
It's going down. This could be one of the most historic upsets of all time, Jason.
This is absolutely spectacular.
I've never seen anything like it.
Coming in out of nowhere, subbing in, and he's shocking the world.
This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Counter-Strike in its purest form, the 1 versus 1 Angel, and Zonic is thriving in this environment, looking for another kill, damage inflicted. 1 more bullet will do it. Can he get another frag here? It'll be absolutely unbelievable. If he pulls this one off, it'll be a 4-1 lead.
You have to imagine Simple's just getting more and more pissed off. He's almost got him down.
1 more.
Simple, a little bit afraid now as he backs off, and somehow Zonic is avoiding all damage.
Oh! There it is. Simple will pull one back.
Shake it off.
But remember, all the scores, every kill accumulates to the grand total, right, Jason? So
yes.
Every time he's actually finding frags in Sonic, he's doing his team a service. It's not all just a 1-0 conclusion at the end.
Well, another chance. An off angle. He's not going to mess with those surf ramps any longer. Simple out in the open. He's found it. Patient with the shots.
All right, well, welcome back to the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown, and for the first time today, we've got a series on our hands, tied up one map apiece between Falcons and Metizport, and I mean, I guess it's kind of weird to be saying that's a huge upset. That's a dominant upset victory, and you got to give it Nilo 22 kills to power Metizport to a win on Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, take a bow. For some reason, a guy who's part-time, who's still going to high school, is able to dominate some of the best players in the game. Sunpeo's simple matches was no match for Nilo on this second map. It's really impressive, and he has the biggest talent to come out of Sweden since Brawlan back in the days. And that NIP let this guy go, it's a freaking mystery, man.
Yeah, there's been some talent sliding through the cracks over at NIP, hasn't there? Another guy who is part of the academy team, a part of the projects, and guess they didn't know what they had. Let him slip away.
I mean, from my understanding, he's still part-time at school, so obviously he didn't maybe have time to go into a full-time team. But like, just keep him, man. Keep him for a couple more months and wait until he's done. He's like a very unique talent in terms of when we talk about Swedish talents, right? We haven't seen much coming out of the scene. From my understanding, I can only really come up with Norg and Brawlan, and then all of a sudden this young guy steps into the scene and absolutely annihilates Simple on freaking Overpass, which is one of his favorite maps of all time.
Yeah, and I mean, he does it, and I mean, not just him, but you're also dominating, you know, the greatest coach of all time, Magisk, as well. Sunpius and Snappy and Madden, no slouches either. So great performance there, but it's just one map. There's obviously going to be a third map that they have to contend with. And I guess really it's kind of the nature of this win on Overpass that is so surprising and shocking. It felt like the T side of Falcons couldn't even really get anything going. There was like they couldn't get a foothold on any round to really gain momentum in the opening half.
No, I think that's the brutal reality of starting T side and going over to the CT side and losing the pistol initially, right? It's a bold pick to have Overpass as your best map. I feel like we've only seen maybe Virtus.pro have it like as a consistent one of getting the ball rolling. No team has really figured out how to get a consistent amount of T sides, 6 to 5, which is really what you're going to be aiming for. And Falcons certainly didn't do that, only with the 3.
No, and I guess too, it also comes down into, I mean, this is where you kind of get into the conversation of what Snappy has kind of mentioned is like, you know, moving pieces around, 7 days of practice coming into this, you know, you're probably moving some positions. We knew, for instance, that Simple wasn't going to be playing what the monster anchor that Boros was playing in this team as well. So like everyone's kind of shifting a little bit of positions, and it throws everything into a little bit of chaos. But the fact that the chaos was that chaotic, I think, is so surprising that nothing could even come from this team of legends. So they get smacked, man. And now we start having like the weird conversation of like, this would be crazy if Simple comes back and to step in for Falcons for this event, and they're just eliminated after one best of 3. Like, that's not actually possible, is it?
I mean, it's gonna be an expensive loan, right? Paying Simple whatever he gets for that match, it's gonna be the highest salary of all time for a single game, that's for sure. But what worries me a bit is that Magisk is actually in his usual roles, right? He's in that anchor position on Overpass, like he's the support guy again, because obviously now Boris is out of the team. He makes space for Simple, but it looks like it's such a confusing affair. I'm not sure if it's the time. I think that's the only logical reasoning we have now, is that they simply haven't had enough time together. But it's looking rough, man. Losing in this fashion.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, maybe not having enough time, but reality is like this is still just like a kind of a lone project, almost like dipping your toes in the water. There's not a whole lot of time that you're gonna get with a kind of loan like this, so kind of needs to be figured out to a certain extent. Obviously, the drop off from Magisk, I guess you'd have to kind of wonder what it's like within, you know, the Falcons team speak as a new roster with a stand-in as they're just getting beat down on map 2. That's got to be a very quiet awkward atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, I've lost a couple of interesting games in my career as well, right? Especially as being favorites as they are. And when you go into a format like this where it's all or nothing, you can only really lose, right? If they win, it's everybody what expected, and if they lose, everybody's gonna have a laugh at them, right? It's not a fun look, but they've tried it before. They're used to being the favorites in certain different teams, but I think one player we also need to mention at this point is Snappy. Like, Snappy hasn't been able to get his individual level rolling, and I think that was what we kind of praised him for last year with the ends, that he also had initially good games sometimes, but this series it's been looking rough, man. 39 ADR, that's really low against the likes of Metizport.
Have you ever tried or been an in-game leader for any of your teams, Bubsky, just out of curiosity?
I feel like I've been a very vocal guy. I am the device IGL type of guy, you know what I mean? But no, I've played with Magic as an IGL, where I was like the second caller, if you can say that.
Yeah, I mean, I just know, like, for Snappy, I know in his head he's just got to be like, so many moving pieces, right? Yeah. Like, you've had this project underway for a few months with Boros. That had to have been stressful to a certain extent, trying to bring all these pieces together, trying to assimilate ideas from all these different parties. And now you've brought Simple in, one of the best players of all times. So while it's like maybe a positive distraction, it's still like it's got to be disorganized in his head when he's trying to figure out exactly how to call some of these games and how to move this team around the map.
This is an extremely hard case for Snappy. There's many cooks in the kitchen, and everybody needs to be able to perform, right? And everybody needs to feel comfortable, because nobody's gonna take the role of the support player on this team except Madden and Snappy. So they have to facilitate the other threes to like feel home and welcome, and that they can actually play their game. And right now it's looking a little shabby. Obviously, early days, super hard to judge anything, but that overpass, I think it's going to sting a lot on their confidence, because everybody outside at least is going to be looking at this team and be like, damn, Boros was the problem, right? Now you have the best player coming in, maybe as a rifler, I know that, but it didn't even look much better, did it?
Don't really have another problem to point to at this point, do you?
No, exactly. And I think teamwork is a major issue for this team right now. It feels like they're disorganized, especially seeing that T side. It's hard to see where the project goes, because if they're out of this tournament, they're going to have a really long time until they're going to play something else.
Well, we got the next map coming up in just over a minute, so let's dive into Vertigo as a third map. Now, if you look statistically at Metizport, it's a 64% win rate across 14 maps. I think the 14 maps is the more important number there, just how many times they've played it, because win percentage is going to be skewed by who you're playing against, obviously, and what level of competition that is. But obviously, if you want to talk about, a stand-in coming in the form of, even in the form of Simple, they've played this map 14 times, and you've played it none as a 5-man unit. So all of a sudden, it's I don't know. Like, if there's one key to victory for Falcons on Vertigo, establishing on Vertigo, what is it in your mind?
I hope that Simple has played a lot of pucks in Vertigo, because famously Na'Vi never played Vertigo. Simple hated the map. Now he's forced to play it in a deciding game on his loan to Falcons. So it's going to be really funny to look how he's going to play. I have no idea where he's going to play, because simply we don't have any data to look from. I would assume that he's going to be playing on the mid/A rotation role together with Sanpeus, switching up the orb in a couple of rounds. But it's going to be interesting for sure.
I mean, I don't even know what goes through your head if you're Falcons right now. Imagine losing the RMR, getting eliminated from the major, not going to the major, and then picking up the best player of all time to stand in for you at the tournament just 2 weeks later, and potentially losing that in the opening game. That's got to be a weight on everybody's shoulder. So look, buckle in. I'm gonna have fun with this one. Everyone at home, just go get yourself a drink and enjoy the fireworks that are about to happen if this goes down. Vertigo, map 3, deciding map in the series. Losing team is eliminated and goes home from the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. Does not have a chance at London. It's Metizport taking on Falcons, and we'll be there right after the break.
All right, folks, map 3 of match 3 of day 1 of the Spring Showdown. 2 spots in London on the line. We thought that Falcons were destined to go play Spirit, but now suddenly they find themselves down a map.
Whoa. Don't say we, okay? Because we picked Metizport to win this series.
That's right, we did.
It's you who thought that Falcons were going to take this one. But you didn't know about Nilo, baby. And Nilo had a great CT overpass performance. Okay, that's where you're set up to succeed as a rifler more than any other map, probably. All right? That was an excellent map. That definitely showed what he can do. And he didn't look worried. He had great moves, great kills on holds, great kills on rotations and everything. But now what we're looking for is a series carry. Mirage is one thing. Overpass is a welcome return. But now it's Vertigo. There will be a pressure on Falcons, who knows how much practice they have with Simple on Vertigo of all maps. And for Metizport, they got to be leaning on Nilo now because they've seen what he can do versus competition like this.
A dominant performance back on Overpass, but one that was definitely propped up by the assistance of Jacquinho and of Adam B. Some really nice AK entries out of Adam. Good op close for the map. Jacquinho. We'll see what they have in store for the third. Magisk, it's a one and done. It's Adam with a double again as he approaches the A site. And guess what? Bombs B.
Simple stuff right here. Let's go ahead and take a look, actually, because even when Simple played on New Navi, I know they started playing. I want to see his Vertigo.
Good trade. Little legs left on this.
Oh, there is.
Happy 2 HP, but nice shutout. So looked like it because they ran towards it, but it's a clean close. And
Vertigo has
all the pistols.
Play it. Dude, they didn't even play Vertigo. Simple's only has two maps on Vertigo in history. One was a 9-16 loss versus Heroic in 2019, and one was on Edward's team in the Kingwin Legends in 2022 in a show match.
Ah, yes. Everybody remembers that.
So we're watching Simple's third map on Vertigo. Again, I'll say this again. In 2021, he was the best player on every map in the pool. And, during that, after he won PGL Stockholm, except Vertigo, the only map they didn't play.
And maybe they're going to be banking on somebody else, because hell of a time to pull this one out. Welcome back to Counter-Strike. Here's something new. Adam B crossing over to the pillar. Gonna clear Magisk out of sight. Sun Pius with the one. It's looking to me like Nilo's going for a quick sprint in just in case. The presence here from the CTs indicating they want their fight. And here comes Simple. 59 in hands. Nice kill on the player in the background. Beautiful headshot on the burst. But Nilo, he's here to close it. His second and third of the map thus far. Metizport converts.
It would be so funny if it was like a tryout for Simple, but it ends up being a tryout for Falcons.
I mean, it's just a loan.
It is just a loan, yeah. We don't know.
Maybe
oh, yeah, so for people who don't know, this is a loan for Simple to come into Falcons to see if this works, to replace sort of, to replace Boros in his role to be the star rifler of the team. It's not a forced fit. It's something that actually could make sense. So the question is whether or not the loan will play out, if he'll stay on the team, and who, wants this to work, and who's actually going to search for more options. Is it going to be Falcons, or is it going to be Simple? That's sort of the question.
Bomb has been planted.
Still to confirm it. No way back in on this one. No kit, no util for Falcons. Question remains, will Team Falcons win a single pistol in this best of 3 series? Right now, 0-5. Another good start out of Metizport in this T-half. Snappy, looking for an upgrade with Madden. Some guns here for the taking. All right. Nothing's for free. Jacquinho escapes through the CT spawn. 2 up for Falcons with a 3-0 start out of Metizport again.
Yeah, they'll be happy to take that. That's all that matters for them. And some nice calls, man, from ZTR. Like that pistol was a full bait. They bid on it completely. But they're playing really confident with it right now. And this isn't a double elim tournament, so yeah, Falcons are, if they lose today versus Metizport, they're out of the Blast Showdown. There is no second chance. There's no, like, time to evolve or whatever. This is the one official and one chance they get. And listen, to play versus Metizport versus some of the other teams in the first round, that's pretty good. That's not a bad place to start, so they would be expected to win this game for sure.
And maybe this is the only time we see Simple in a Falcons jersey.
It might be for sure. Who knows?
Cross back, we got Sunpius posted. Sunpius definitely somebody who can do his thing with the op on Vertigo. CTR trying to get the troops all together towards the base of A. We've got rumblings above with Snappy running all over. Utility kit getting dropped. This is a stacked A site right now for Falcons. Just Sunpius holding middle. Very good read from Snappy at the moment. They've also given full ramp control over. Exec not chucked out, but Adam just goes in with the duel. Madden, oh, huge lineup. 3 kills to Madden. They won't suspect a third. Snappy hiding out in the corner long enough. Jacquinho to another clutch. And Sunpius there to stop it. Madden with the triple mowdown.
Yeah, it's a very good angle, obviously, for Madden right there. And this is a map that's a force fit with Simple coming in. It makes sense as a third map just because the core is so good at Vertigo. Snappy's so good at calling Vertigo. So it makes sense that this is going to be a map that he's got to be open to play if he wants to try and play on a team like this. It's just an interesting sort of new adventure for him. Not only is he like playing Vertigo in his, you know, third map, second official in his career, but also he's rifling. Fun times, fun times.
Yeah. Not the Simple show most signed up for. Not the run he himself signed up for. And now they're going to charge him down towards spawn. Simple getting chased. Oh, Free Fire Mac-10 around the corner from Jacquinho. Just spams him down. That puts an AK in Nilo's hands and a chance here to continue the pressure. We get that late mid lurk from ZTR, at least slowing him down so Nilo does get out of that pressure cooker. Bomb is planted, smoke's thrown forward. Now Jacquinho's got health and that X factor for the clutch.
Low HP Nilo.
But his aim is undeniable. Snappy looking to jump forward here. Nice clean on the site. Forcing Jacquinho back around towards Tetris. Smoke on top of the bomb. Snappy's gonna stick this down to 40 HP, but also down to 2 seconds. He's got a snap. Oh, Jacquinho! 3 kills in another 1v3. Back-to-back maps.
You gotta be kidding. And both the rifles as well. We were talking about oppers and their rifling. Well, he also stands above the bunch as a hybrid, apparently. What a clutch. That last bullet looked like a stray because he was still sort of like crouch sliding, right?
Yo, we get that on a replay. I mean, that did not look on him. Snappy just gets Snappy just dissolves inside of the smoke.
Yeah. Like the way he played it was so good, but when he went for that third shot, like I think it was literally because he was moving, he got the kill. Either way, he's spraying in through a smoke, right? In the general area of the bomb. So, and either way for Metizport, they won that, another 1v3. That's kind of a critical point in this half to get that 1v3.
Oh my, indeed. Jacquinho got that clutch in him.
Like, this is really well played. But then right here...
Wow, look at the time that's left.
Crazy.
Like 1,000, like 100th of a second.
Yeah. A tick. What did the clock say exactly?
Honestly, man, it looked like a 0.1.
Yeah.
And it's a headshot nonetheless. Just beams him off of it. Sends a shiver down Falcon's spine, because now suddenly you're locked into an online game versus Metizport, who are feeling it from top to bottom.
The reward only comes now, though, if they win this round. Like, that wasn't a 2-for-1. That was a clutch to scrape by, but their money's still in jeopardy. So both teams have a chance, actually, for either Falcons to get back into this game right now, or for Metizport to just really walk away with this half.
Miss Molly. Magic's able to hold the position because of it. Oh, that almost cost them two. It's a team kill and a frag to Magis. To recover from that mistake in a round that hinges more than one on the line. Op shot from Jacquinho gets Simple out of the play, and then Adam catches Madden as he follows off the construction. Things were looking rough, and the recovery is now great. Nilo in with the next one. Sunpius on a flank in a 1v3 with everything to do, or else it is money busted for Falcons at a 5-1 lead to the Swedes.
Jesus.
Missed Molly quad almost cost them.
Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, after Overpass, which I just can't even... Overpass is inexplicable, right? I can't even understand how they could play so well on Overpass. They got no games to prove they could. Like, it seemed like a series where they got to win Mirage, then they can have a chance on Vertigo. But they played like a tier 1 team just now on Overpass. And clearly put in a lot of work. And form is looking good today. Setups and calls are all looking good. We didn't see any rounds lost to time. We didn't see any discombobulated entries where people are like shooting each other in the back of the head. The trades have been very sound. The timings have been very good overall. They look like they're not really scared of Falcons in any meaningful sense, the way they're taking trades. And in fact, they are outgunning them.
Only time I feel like we saw Metizport play with time a little too dangerously was back on Mirage with a few of those late A plays, but even that, you know, cracked through once or twice. Overpass, flawless. Vertigo, hot start. But you say it's inexplicable. The thing is, Mohan, this is the Blast Showdown. And at the Blast Showdown, inexplicable things happen.
Yeah, true.
Okay? Starry 1v5.
Expect the inexplicable.
Expect the inexplicable. The Showdown motto.
Fair enough.
Okay. A single elimination gauntlet with a huge land on the line. For two teams to join very much qualified orgs at the main event. Three best of threes separate you from the London land. And this first one, not boding too well for the Falcons early. 7th round, and Magisk not able to stop the crossover, so this is a bomb in the sight. Peeks out, will kill one, but no support nearby. Smokes out for the rotators, and we get Nilo catching Simple top box as he was trying to utilize the auto shotty.
That's our favorite gun for him.
Retakes impossible. Nice deep angle here from Nilo is again.
Wow.
All right. The Templar assassin indeed, sitting in the shadow of T-Spawn as Snappy goes chasing.
Yes.
6-1 against a force.
The night is dark and full of terrors, Nilo.
And where is there to go from here?
Terrorists win.
Saw Falcons lose some rounds early on in this series. It was, laughing it off and rebounds in the follow-up. Now the seriousness of this situation is sinking in. Metizport, no joke.
Another critical round. Actually, money's in an interesting spot. They've kept a little left over, so things don't get too screwed up here for the Falcons, so. I can't speak too soon on that. Uh-oh. That's a free kill.
Double out of some bias. More players here. They're stuck out behind Tarp. Snappy barely standing. Nade's going in on him. Misses. He gets out. But who would you rather be?
Definitely Metizport. If it's going to be the re-aggro or the walk back, either way, Falcons are going to be scared of either option. And it's hard for them to reclaim on the ramp. They can come and try to look here, but now this, I think this jump spot is actually just going to get them killed. Because they can hear it. "49 seconds. Oh, they're actually worried about that. Flank down, B steps. Engagement about to take place that dictates the situation. Sus comes out ahead.
It's going to give Magisk a little time, a little warning to slip into a deeper spot. Utility over the top, though. It's going to take something wonderful for here from Magisk. He hears him ramping up. 20 on the clock. ZTR comes out. Nice turn. Oh, Magisk just can't hang on. So close to finishing off Susp as well. Would have pushed it to the clutch where Jacquinho does his best. And instead now the flank. Madden up the stairs. Jacquinho wary, but the second player backs up. Jacquinho from the other side. Spam damage from Madden. And that is a clutch back for Falcons. Finally something their way.
Finally a mistake here from Metizport. That is the opening. And that's Jacquinho. You know, that was two players who weren't aware of each other, right? Jacquinho was taking a more shallow angle while his teammate was walking out farther. If he was going to cross over, that needed to be covered. And he saw Jacquinho walking towards the stairs, thought that he had his back. So that's an opening for Falcons. They need to take that right now. It is the third map. It's just a matter of figuring out what they can do with it.
Tech issues. I believe Nilo's got some connection problems. Saw him drop a couple times there after he was dead. Get that sorted. Get this momentum back on track. We saw some fine-tuned play from Falcons buys. Single player surviving, though. Still in a tough spot. What's funny about Adam B and Susp's cameras, though, is that they are clearly in the same second floor of the same building because they have angled roofs in the different directions.
Oh my God. Wait, what?
Go back to Adam. See it top left.
Wow. They're literally a wall apart right now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they're a wall apart, yeah.
No way.
Or they're in the same
They're
room.
equidistant on this different sides of the house.
Could be the same person.
They both have a ceiling fan? No. This wall, it looks like he stole it from a club. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Man, oh man. (10:40 p.m. Central European Time). Some lights on, some lights off. Darkness is where Nilo does his best work.
Sweden's always in the dark, baby.
It's true. That missed shot too from Jaquinho, right? It's one thing to let Sus die, but you had a chance to take it back.
Yeah, you take it back because they wouldn't expect you to be there because, like, why would you if you let your teammate die? But then you miss.
All right. Double op setup coming out from Falcons here. Simple and Sunpius. Hefty investment round 9.
Yeah, true. I think the B ending is, I think it's the pretend A B ending, to be honest, for Metizport, that I'd be worried about if I was Falcons. Because their full attack was pretty hard to stop earlier. They don't know about both ops, though. Aggro comes in. Wow, Sunpius. That's a scalp.
Damn. Laser beam out of Jaquinho's
Crazy.
AK. We've seen him work it so far. A couple rifle clutches.
Yeah, they're actually just taking advantage of this fully. But, I mean, they got to be worried about sandbags in this spot. Yeah.
Molly, but... Oh, wow. Nilo almost gets caught. He'll be dinked down to 13, but hanging on. Adam catching Snappy. Simple, the second op moves in. Pops Jaquinho.
Still got it.
Like the easiest shot. That's my goat.
Online, offline?
He still got it. Swarmed in the A site, 7-2 T side. And money goes back under question for Falcons. Their attendance at the showdown and therefore London, all in question. The Spring Showdown doesn't hold your hand. Doesn't care about your feelings. You lose, you're gone. Too bad.
The worst part about it if you're playing, the best part about it if you're watching. You don't win pistols, it's going to catch up with you. You have slow starts, it's going to catch up with you. Having a bad day, that's it. No do-overs. Nilo goes 23-3. Too bad. Too bad, so sad.
ZTR trying to keep his head in the game despite a slow performance on this third map in comparison to the other two. Having a hard time getting those frags, but taking a timeout, talking it through.
ZTR definitely, he needs something like this in his career, you know? And he was so heavily criticized, like coming from Young Ninjas. That was when Academy was just yielding so many good players that they decided to try that. Then getting bumped out, you think, oh, it's hard to recover that in your career. And then he did.
E-fight, big one. Snappy goes at it with Magis and with Simple. Oh, but the trades come out. ZTR's second kill of the map. And it opens the B site wide for the taking. He's going to be mad at to try to run over, but Nilo will beat him there.
There's no full flank right now. No nades coming out just yet. ZTR is worried about getting run down, but you got to be worried about letting the nades get into their spots.
Yep, no doubt. Boys, luckily, that one frag was all they had to soften him up. Madden's able to press into the green. He's going to try to take his chance on the smoke. Everybody's pressing up along it, and ZTR comes through with the kill, but will they expect it? Sunpius holds off.
Ooh, that smoke.
And Nilo has so much cover. Now the question is, where the hell could he go? And the options are endless. Sunpius against the clock. Nilo holding off along the side. Sunpius walking right in. Oh, and the cover of the pillar pays off. Another clutch goes the way of Falcons.
Oh, that was just a hard smoke perspective-wise, I think, for him to figure out. It looked maybe like it was open on that side, but the pillar just in time to catch Sunpius, covering his exit. That is a breath of relief, to be honest, for the Falcons. They close out this 2v1 situation. There was no way for ZTR to stop that from coming in. We know Sunpius can pull off a clutch for sure. And maybe another opening for the Falcons. Thought maybe it was just all stolen away, but especially because Sunpius wins that round, keeps us off. This buy looks quite healthy.
Simple on an off angle. Milo his victim. Jacquinho his second, and additional damage. Nicely done from Simple. We're getting output from him in these last couple rounds.
Big time.
Magisk walks down the B site. This one's toast. The 11th is Falcons. The recovery is on.
Yeah, time to sit up straight. I mean, it's still going to be hard, even if they win this next round. It's a pretty good start here in this first half.
Three of the last four, shooting for the fourth. And finally dealing with a Metizport on lesser weapons. Bunch of damage, and Adam has been so instrumental on some of these opening kills and runs towards the A site. Molotov for the sandbags thrown out. They're trying to flush him in. Madden, he's got the smoke coverage to get out or stick around. Flashbangs come over the ramp. Simple's looking to extend out with him. And the sandbag player's taken down. Madden just swinging for it now, but right into the MAC-10 of Jacquinho. We've got a yellow player as well to come through. ZTR's got the trade, and Snappy can't get the best of him. Still man advantage, still 2 CTs ahead of the smokes on the site and fighting. And now a little pocket here for Metizport to play behind. Sunpius with the threat of climbing over. They change places, and now short side's gonna get cleared out. They'll take that first and then decide what they want to do. Milo, it's a fake plant once.
Some damage, nothing on the flank. They put a couple eggs in the basket of hoping to find something here, whether it was off yellow or on the big flank, but yeah, timing for CTR, what a shot. Clean one. Buzz cut here for Sunpius. 2v2. The problem is nades.
Better late than never. ZTR coming out and looking for the clutch, looking for a 4K. Finish it off, but no, sir. It's Magisk to clutch, and that is three of them on the board here for Falcons as they do manage to claw back some kind of a half.
This is going to be a bloodbath today. 6 teams, it's quality over quantity, and everyone seems to be on their game.
Welcome to BLAST Pro Series Copenhagen for the 2nd year in a row. It's going to be another tremendous day of Counter-Strike.
Your explaining days are over, because you are sportsmen.
To win this may actually be a harder mental task than winning the major.
Seems like the fans are ready. Are you guys ready? Wow. It's time for the final ingredients. Let's get the teams out here. Swing! Never mind, swinging 6 HP!
Contention here. Double orb setup picked up.
It's another duel for Zipex. There it is, the kills. And there's just one player left. Trying to work into the bomb site, but he faces a legendary team.
Back in the action. I know, my heart's racing right now, like 1,000 beats a minute.
Are you ready to take it up a notch, Copenhagen? Then let's go!
This is going to be good. NIP taking on Na'Vi.
I'm excited for the idea of having Simple in front of this crowd. The best player in the world playing in front of 12,000 plus people. That's going to be exciting.
Step by step, NIP is losing players. They just don't have the ability to recover from it.
But now it's Dennis, the last one left, trying to fight it through. But Na'Vi, they have looked absolutely incredible, and Simple is there. Your new BLAST Pro champions, Na'Vi.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up to the BLAST Pro Series Copenhagen 2018 champions, Na'Vi!
I want to win this tournament, and I ask my team to do this because this one is a really exciting tournament.
Simple from hoisting trophies at BLAST with Na'Vi to now finding himself a few rounds down against the likes of Metizport in the showdown. The return of the king, they claimed, and on a map that he has only played, what was it, twice before in officials?
One official, two show matches, or like one charity match, one show match.
My. What a situation they have thrust Simple into, and what a situation that they have reclaimed. Falcons 3 clutch rounds to close that one out. One from Magisk, one from Madden, one from Sunpius. Those are the 3 of the 5 that Falcons end up getting. Now they are still 0 in 5 in terms of pistol rounds. Feels like now would be the perfect time to finally get one in the bag.
Yeah, let's see if they've been watching Liquid demos or not.
They got Nilo to get through. Second to the B play. We've got no other defender here. Heavy A stack for Metizport, anticipating something other than this. Banking on the retake with no kit.
Well, they got rushed down, so maybe this is it. The first potential pistol round win for Falcons.
Flash over. Madden gets the first. CT's all grouped up. 2 kills each way. Here comes the press outwards. Jaquinho's looking to make the difference. Magisk nicely done off the boxes. Snappy's deep down on the stairs. The final boss if needed. But Magisk just plays with him and posts another multi-frag when they need it.
That is so good. That was so good playing off that. It's very hard to play off a small piece of cover like that. Make sure you go to the better side and take that duel. Nice shots in for Falcons. And it looks like the players on this team are starting to wake up a little bit. These clutch rounds coming in. It's just enough saving graces at this point where I think they feel like, all right, can maybe see the victory. Now if Metizport want this, they're going to have to kill the mood too. Clean scout here for Falcons. Magisk walks into the B site.
Bomb has been planted.
Have an easy cleanup. Yeah, see ya. Layers. Him and Sunpius close it down on the bridge side. And we get Falcons converting. Feels like there has indeed been a momentum shift in this third and final map of the day. But we've yet to see the CTs with guns. Simple second vertigo showing. That is still just...
he found some good angles in that first half.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't have like an amazing half or anything, but he didn't look super uncomfortable. He made like a weird peek on the ramp. Obviously, there's going to be some stuff. I think he's just hoping it's not so much stuff that it costs him this game because, well, this game is the tournament.
Yep. CTR ahead of that one. Adam with the opening kill, but out in the open, the other ramp players here ready to exchange. CTR trying to make the difference from short, but it's Madden again. The multi-kills on the rifle.
2v2, and there's MP9 players. They want to get better guns. The bomb is actually in front of these CTs. They can see it fully on the radar. But there's enough time to make this a weird round, and so...
Did they?
Wait, they didn't see it. Wait,
there's the smoke.
Yeah, but the radar? Surely. it showed up on radar, right?
Oh, man.
I mean, if it is the case, though, that Falcons just go on a search that's a little too long, they could end up pulling off a really good flank. So we'll see.
It's one of those curses that could actually come back to help you.
It is.
Molotov
that molly's going to help a lot, yeah.
Certainly, ZTR already down at the base of ramp. He's starting to push up. ZTR's got the positioning, but does he have the aim? He's got the lesser weapon of all.
Oh, it's
He's gone for short side instead. This could be huge. Matt is not watching. Magisk shot down. And now ZTR could just be the insurance as Madden is going to have to pull out another 1v2. He's got a smoke in front of him short side if he just wants to gamble the plant. It's a tap once, and it's a peek out from ZTR. Metizport close the 2v2.
Ooh. Well, that's a good round one versus the A ramp. And there was some fight back there from Madden, but I think that's about it. Overall, trades were clearly a little bit better from Metizport and the opening kill on top of it.
ZTR coming back, man. He was having a rough map. I think 1 and 8, 1 and 9.
Yeah. Yeah, I would love to know that they saw the bomb and actually thought it's so out in the open, Falcons can't simply go with like a easy approach to it. They're going to try something that'll take some time. So why don't we take advantage of that and work on a flank? It almost feels like never the right option to simply stare at the thing that's obvious for 40 seconds and then have them run into you, right?
Yeah, don't make eye contact. First gun round on the CT side. First round for Metizport on the CT side. Sus just hoping that he doesn't get his head taken clean off. Matt just puffs his chest a little bit. We get 4 players walking up A ramp with no information whatsoever here for the defense.
Where'd that smoke go?
That's a great question. What?
That went straight, right? Didn't even make a sound.
We'll get back to that.
Yeah. Okay.
These smokes show up. And it's enough for the bomb plant.
Oh, got him. Almost great timing. Uh-oh, ZTR takes a lot of damage here, too. It might be that the setup is already a failure.
Yeah, right. I mean, and it kind of felt like that from the get-go. The no info A play, just Adam leaning back on site.
I think they got really nervous about their smoke disappearing because they just wouldn't move from their setup. I'm having trouble with that one because that went definitely straight down the stairs. So, like, it must have hit ground somewhere. Or maybe it wasn't a smoke, but what else? Didn't hear anything. I don't know.
You weren't tripping though. I saw the same thing. I swear it was a smoke, man. It was a smoke lineup. It bounced like a smoke.
Skipped off the ground, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't look like it came in at an angle to fall off the building, but maybe that's the. I mean, that's the only explanation other than a
ghost
incredible bug. Perhaps a break in the time-space continuum. But the Falcons continuing to keep the pressure up versus Metizport. Jaquinho. Oh, dude, just enough bullets.
That was clean, man. What the?
A 5-bullet burst. And it slices Madden off the play. And Madden has been instrumental in some of these rounds, particularly on the ramp.
Yes, for sure. On Vertigo, he is key. That was a nice nade on the fallback as well from Jaquinho, snapping down to 50. Now, Simple is actually the player in this moment. On a rifle, that can make something happen. He's a lurk out mid. He could catch a timing. Let's see if they just kind of walk back into this. Oh. They saw the kill feed. They're worried about it. B defense is split.
Yep. Stuck in middle instead. Simple can't hold it any longer, though. Tease barrel through. Awkward spot here for Susp. He's going to go down empty-handed.
He ran into the pillar.
All three of them clumped up on Tetris, trying to take over site. Molotov burns the bomb plant. Snappy plays ahead of it, dies out to Adam. Then we get that quad peek out from Sunpius, and he's gonna have to go huge. Another 2 kills demanded, a 1v3 in total. 35 seconds left to pull it off. Bomb to be picked up, and ZTR's duel's right there for the taking. But the Swedish IGL steps up, and a 9-8 lead secured.
That was definitely a little risky, right? He's there pushing by himself. It could have been a double push. But he's had a bounce back. You pointed it out after the first half. It was 1 or 2 kills. And now he's very much back in the game and believes in himself.
Excellent headshot from ZTR versus Simple.
Yeah. Another key one as well. Simple did show something there that could have made the difference. Oh, that's so awkward. What? And he gets spammed. That's crazy.
Yep. Massive pressure from Adam. That's coming through the tarp as he was extended beyond Crane.
They didn't even have a smoke for him, man. That was an ocean moment.
ZTR is seizing the day right now.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Like now, even about to go positive, perhaps taking over as top fragger of the map after a 1 or 8, 1 or 9 start.
Yep. As a Swedish IGL, that's definitely, that is the sort of story of the month, with the sort of downfall of NiP, as it were. Looking for somebody
nobody watches the Molly
played on NiP.
They burn him out, but nobody takes the duel. He gets out for free. They fall back. They're going to go for the white boost. It's Simple on the approach. Uncommon angle. Simple just walks into it. ZTR sprays a little wild. Magis, 2 kills straight back through the smoke. As it was popped open temporarily. Magis climb over. Can't be held. It's Adam with the double next. We've got Sunpius in another 1v3. And as he gets 2 kills, it's Susp on the long flank around.
And he's walking up. Sunpius not seeing anything, playing pretty active. And now tucked in an interesting spot. This might actually be uncleared. Like, Adam might look past it. We'll see if the timing works out. No, another one from Sunpius. And another one with rifles from Sunpius.
Clutch after clutch for the Falcons. The X Factor very much alive.
Wow.
If it's not Madden, it's Magisk. If not Magisk, it's Sunpius.
Mm-hmm.
Maestros of the clutch in a critical map 3.
What's that, 5 clutches?
Yes, sir.
5 clutches and a pistol.
In the last 8 rounds or so.
And still, this game is basically tied. So this one will more than sting, obviously, for Metizport, who had to grind to get to this point of playing this match. They can't do it now, but well, you can't regret things that are out of your control. You can only be bitter about them.
Very nice second kill from Magis, controlling the spray, transferring mid-spray, and then still just getting it over the headshot. Bending bullets over boxes. Thing of beauty, and look at what it nets them. Team Falcons now up against majority pistols. ZTR and Adam B to try and make the difference.
The Metizport do have a clear objective in this round, though, and it's get 3 kills, because they know Falcons are extremely, desperately low on money, so it's not like they're in a power position to simply run over this round and win. And it looks like it's a perfect read by the Swedes as they move over towards the B site to stack as a gamble,
man.
and they have some utility as well, Connor.
But they don't have that second gun. It is ZTR resurging with the rifle.
Hold on. 1 molly for Sunpius. So they're going to use it for quad, or they're going to use it for up close?
No. That's what they needed. Nilo, X Factor first. More damage. He softened up 2. I mean, they're going to try to push in headstrong right into the pocket. It's more deagle damage out of Sus. ZTR swings 3. And Metizport stacked the right site, closing in on it. ZTR is coming alive when they need it.
Enjoy yourself, ZTR. You made a gamble call. It was the right one. You were walking literally on top of Falcons as they were going over towards B. That's a feather in your cap. And also, it's a round where they win on a half buy where Falcons don't have much money. Suddenly, the entire mood is swept. Over, back towards Metizport, who just let it become a tie game off of a 5th clutch from the Falcons. And then they failed to win the anti-eco. This is your time in the sun, Metizport. This is your chance. People have been talking about Nilo recently. Everyone's watching this game to see Simple's debut on Falcons. And you have a chance to steal that all away.
Kick them while they're down. Look at ZTR just swing for this. In the midst of the pistol play, beautifully done by Nilo and Susp, softening them up with pistols like that. ZTR, killer instinct on the call and on the frags. 10-9 the lead, and the money for Falcons is gone. It is Madden solo AK. Single frag, single molly. And Adam B opens up. Madden the first to fall out. Tech9s can be deadly as they try to swarm in. Sunpius takes the next fight, and that's him offered over. Nice frag grenade, though. Whatever you can do to take down ZTR, get it out while you can. Simple looking to hunt with the Deeg. It's Magus now on the rifle, and he is still alive and kicking in from short. Both will attempt the approach. Jaquinho ready for whatever comes his way. And ZTR right there, prepared to swing with him. That's a second gun picked up, but with the flash. And the flash has been fantastic. Magisk into another clutch. How many can Falcons reliably pick up? He's looking for the second. Jaquinho just dancing with him on the box, trying to set up this short peek, but 45 seconds is enough for Magisk to run. And he knows that he can play games. Comes back on Crane. Sus starts to leave, and Magisk slips forward. He gets dangerously close to them. Susp on elevator, Jaquinho right here towards the jump up. Magisk right between the two, he's down. And Metizport with yet another.
Oh, and they could have lost confidence. This is when it gets scary for them, right? The team that's lost so many clutches. How bad can it get? How can these quality players on Falcons, how much can they do to make this even worse? That's the question you're asking yourself. But they're started to survive that. They want to clutch themselves. They survived this anti-eco. They are on to 11 rounds. And they're still playing to win. They chase down this frag with a flash. ZTR looks calm as he throws that. In a situation where you could be desperate to just hold your angle, not mess things up. That's what could cost you. And it's pistols again. And as much as Nilo had an incredible overpass game, it was not just him. A lot of people chipping in on this team. A lot of good calls.
CTR making real plays. Eagles didn't work out last time for Falcons. If they can get a bomb plant, start this late game war of attrition. Adam B's been so sharp. And he's not going to miss his chance to clean up some easies.
Yeah, play those angles.
Snappy and Sunpius trying to come into the site from 2 different angles. It's going to take a sea of headshots with the Desert Eagle. And they've got this one all locked in. Adam feasting.
Wow.
On the easy frags. 3 map and match points for Metizport.
I mean, did they even have the money to invest in the Deagles right there? Like, they're going to be buying again. They had the half force last round. The Deagles save this one. What kind of money are we talking about? And at Metizport, I mean, they're playing in the open here, taking some headshot fights, believing in their aim, playing as if they're on par with the players who are attacking. That's beautiful. You don't want to give people space on the A side, even if it's an anti-eco. And they're definitely believing in themselves, so. Well, what happens now? Low on utility. Metizport, no. They have the confidence. The ball's in their court. It's their game to lose. This is the round that'll be the easiest of the next 3, if they can pick it up now. The only thing that stands in their way is pressure. Fear is the mind killer.
Magic happens at the showdown, and Metizport embodying that here and now. Magic's solo operation towards B. We get a little ruse as Adam drops the Molotov top ramp. There's no follow through behind it from Falcons, and Magic doesn't try to stick around or force any kind of an issue versus Adam's brother on B. Showing a little presence, but we still got 2 members of Metizport stuck inside of the site. A third one drawn over. They've done a good job of getting Jacquinho's mid presence more so focused on B, while majority of Falcons work their way up ramp. They're working with a few smoke grenades, no Molotovs now after the sandbags burns, and the CTs put a smoke in front of it. Oh, there could be players behind this. There most certainly is. 4 members of Metizport looking to lock in on a fight for A. And ZTR trying to punch holes through, trying to punch a ticket onwards in the hopes of London. But Sunpius and Simple have started this off well enough. It's so much damage, though, still for Falcons to deal with, but not enough for Metizport to take this chance. Their money's also on the line.
Oh, man, they didn't put a lot of effort into that attempt. They had a lot going for them, and they also have a smoke for this retake. It's not that I think they should have gone for this, but I think they probably should have tested this. I can understand the temptation. Get the easiest win possible, save the guns, keep the money high for each and every round. But what I don't want to see is them hedging every single time. Because they might need every little bit to be able to grab the win. So Falcons, they see some fear now. They take a round back. They're within 2 of overtime. Overtime's guaranteed, but it's not enough. I don't think anyone, Metasports, or anyone watching thinks that if this goes to overtime, Metizport would somehow be favored. That's when it could get the scariest with the quality on the other side. So let's see if ZTR has it in him. Call some sort of pick play or play for some space. Or Falcons can really do this.
Madden finds one in the open. Freebie for him, a double down. Madden's double kills have been excellent and much needed. And with it, the A site crumbles at the very start of this round.
Yeah, and ZTR walked out with a full kit right there. How to die. Jacquinho pushing in. Hoping it's going to get end A. Seeing no utility coming out towards B, however, in response. This will be temptation for Falcons, and the correct one. Everything cleaned out, no response. No one from quad peeking. And Metizport happy to save. Again, you can save, you can hedge, but eventually you have to win. It won't be given to you.
So they let this one tick down to round 24, when they'll have to go for it.
When there's the most pressure possible to end the game. A lot of players on the other side of this server are pretty good at ignoring the score at the top. And playing the same no matter what.
Gonna try to come clear it out. This is very critical 3 saves here for Metizport. They can afford to lose 1. Oh, Jacquinho, he's down, and it's only Nilo to hold on. Economic woes. Nicely done here from Falcons to chase that down to make the odds of OT ever higher. Madden's free double.
And because they didn't test in that 3v4 retake, they let Falcons build up a little bit of economy as well, so they could sustain for this hunt. They get the full buy, and Metizports is just good enough.
No nades for Nilo. No real gun for Susp.
But one thing I think they don't need necessarily is the op on Jacquinho. He's been actually really good with the rifle.
True.
That's what he'll have to work with. Sunpias trying to find eyes through the gap. Will Jacquinho take that risk and step out? Madden's been able to just encroach up this ramp ever since these last few rounds have happened. This time, he teases them and tries to draw Jacquinho into Sunpias. It is all about the op with the opening kill. Jacquinho not looking like he wants to give it to him. 2 more smokes as well for Metizport to try and hold off the base of ramp. At the 50-second mark, they could start to let those go.
Yeah. Looking to walk away with this. Magis up front.
It's a stomp across. Just kills Magis. That's big. 5v4. Now it's
they're going to come back to A.
Yep, it's going to send them upwards. Jacquinho pulling away. Magic's death towards the B site has drawn everybody else out of the A play, and we've got Falcons on the brink of this site. Adam has to get back in. Adam has got to get some kind of footing within this bomb site, or Jacquinho's gonna go massive. First and foremost, kills Unbiased. Adam, another double. And if it's not simple, then the return of the king is cut short. His reign of terror, non-existent today, belongs to the Swedes. Eliminated is Falcons in their opening game of the Spring Showdown.
Well, what can you say about that one? Congratulations to Metizport. They've eliminated Falcons. The return of the king is a little bit more disappointing, I think, than everyone would have expected. Bubsky, initial reactions, I guess, to this upset.
I mean, it's not a good look, right? Falcons spent a lot of time, and I think we spent a lot of time focusing on Boros, like he was the issue of this team, and what's the reason why they not made it to the Arma and to the Major, and then they get a world star player in like Simba, and you would expect and assume that a guy like him would be able to deliver from day one, but had a real rough showing today.
I mean, the whole team, really. I mean, you think they got demolished on Overpass, and even this map was like, I felt like, I'm not going to say the scoreline's deceiving, but Falcons really got carried by some big clutches. Like this was not a clean game. They had to win some grimy rounds. They had to win some, like Sunpias had that 1v3. It's fair play. I mean, Metizport and the Metizport in the first half had their own 1v3 that went in their favor, but there were some clutches for Falcons that kept them in this game to a huge degree.
Yeah, and I think Matis was one of the players today from the Falcon side who actually delivered in a lot of important moments. That T-pissed around winning that example. But Snappy...
They're only pissed around of the series, if I remember correctly, as well?
I think you're correct on that one, but Snappy is also going to be a topic of discussion because he had a real rough series. I think he ends on something like 20 kills, a little bit less, 40 ADR. Definitely not a great look for an IGL of his caliber, especially going into a game against a Tier 3, Tier 2 team. Metizport, let's be nice and be realistic. So Falcons, definitely a big disappointment once again.
Well, we had on Overpass, we had Nilo obviously going nuts for Metizport. On this one, you know, Adam had a great game. 20 kills for him that he gets up into the 20s, which is phenomenal. So you've had a couple of people now who have been able to kind of frag out on this Metis team. I guess, you know, we're going to celebrate this win right now, but is there any realistic world in which they actually can go deeper into this event?
I mean, I don't think realistically, as you said, there are going to be any sort of favorites to make it through from this part of the bracket, right there up against Spirit. But I think it's important for Swedish Sears. They've been on a downtrend for many years, and all of a sudden this young team with 2 twins and Nilo and also Jacquinho and Setia also bring something to the table, and I think it's needed in that scene to have these aspiring young players who can take the initial next step, and I think Nilo for me was an especially important player for today, considering he's part-time and actually playing against the likes of Magisk and Sunpayos to this level.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to hear from the guys. We've got a winner's interview with ZTR, in-game leader of Metizport, and obviously a leader of these young Swedes. So I'm excited to hear what he has to say and his reaction to the nice upset that they've just taken today.
ZTR, a huge congratulations to you guys for this impeccable win, because I was looking at this and thinking, yes, Mirage, you would have to win that in order to have success, but they had full control of it. So how do you go from even losing Overpass to ITB 13-1 to then beating Falcons and playing it so cleanly? When we look at your results, it looks like your worst map by far.
Yeah, it was definitely our worst map, but when we saw that they picked it, we kind of expected it, of course. we knew it wasn't like it wasn't based off of their strong point. We felt like they just picked it because they knew we were bad, so we felt like they respected us because of that. They wanted to go for our worst map, and after we lost Mirage, we knew of course we knew our chances weren't that high on overpass, or at least that's what we felt like. So we just said, fuck it, let's play super I don't know, hyped and everything. So we just played without the care in the world, and it worked.
It definitely did work. And did you say anything to, I know obviously Nilo has been very praised by other players, saying he's like a next good player to look at, but did you tell him to do anything different when it came to this overpass? Because he obviously had a monstrous game.
No, not him individually, but on our Mirage T side, or just the whole Mirage game in general, you could really feel like we were not playing like ourselves. We were all super nervous, and it was like super contagious. So just everyone was not playing in everyone was super uncomfortable. So after that game, we just said, we need to focus the fuck up and drop the nerves and just play like ourselves. And Nilo really showed what he's capable of.
Now, looking at playing like yourselves, right, and obviously the nerves that come into a game, especially a high-pressure game where it's Simple's return, everyone's watching it. You were losing a lot of clutch rounds, but we got to, I think it was 9-9. You win with the CZ, 2 Deegs, and M4s. You were gambling on the B push coming in. But then after you win that key round, Abdi calls a timeout. So what was he saying to you guys? What did he notice? What was he seeing in your mood and energy?
After the round we won, he just basically told us everyone was really super excited. So it was a bit to calm the nerves for everyone. And also just he had a better view, I feel like, because, he's sitting in spectate, he's seeing a lot more than us. So he wanted to take the tactical and tell us more about their game plan and tell us tips, etc.
Props to him. That's a very smart decision to make on that. And then I want to look at these last few rounds, because you had to keep saving right. It was going to come right down to the wire. Were you starting to feel the pressure of the fact that yes, we can win, we can beat Falcons?
I think we felt a bit like that. I think you could see it in the 1v3 against Magisk on A site. It was a bit of nerves, and people were a bit overzealous and overexcited. So I think a bit it was people were thinking, oh shit, we're gonna win it before we win it. So maybe getting too far ahead of ourselves.
All right, well, getting too far ahead of themselves, but then getting themselves over the lines at the end of the day. You gotta love that. I mean, learning how to win is kind of a skill that really only gets developed by heartbreak, I guess, over time, Bubsky.
Yeah, and I mean, from that interview, I think CET surprises me a bit. I didn't assume that he was this character that was really taking a really leadership type of role. I knew he was the IGL, but being the IGL and a leader is two very different things. And I think he did that interview very well, considering the circumstances. A very stressful game, didn't seem too energetic or anything like that. So big props to him.
Yeah, he seemed calm. I expected him to be a little bit more excited, but I mean, he is Swedish, so there is that factor going into it.
Yeah, I mean, it's also important that if you're the leader of a young team, that you're not the one causing the most stress, right? There has to be a line of where you can draw it, and I think he did well. I think he also has some experience with the old NIP roster, right, where he was actually standing in with Device on and off, and so he's played with great players and know what it's like to play against tier 1 teams at times.
I mean, actually, I was scanning through things just before we kind of came back, and pretty much everyone on this Metizport team has gone through the Young Ninjas. Everyone except for Susp has been part of the Young Ninjas project at some point. So, everyone kind of coming out of that camp and finding ways to have success. Let's switch over to the other side of the coin. Unfortunately, to the losing side of the coin, the Falcons side. Well, they got some time off. Where do they go from here? What's on the roadmap for Falcons at this point?
I mean, I think we saw the face cams going through that game that something isn't right? We can see Sonic, he's clearly frustrated. Obviously, it's not only the results, but also the way they're playing. I think it's maybe on the communication side. From me working with him, I don't think he cares too much about the result, but he will be pissed if you're not giving it your all, right? And I maybe got that impression today that he was feeling that the players didn't give it at all, and that is for sure not going to continue with Falcons. He is going to be demanding more from these players, and I'm not sure if it's a simple thing or it's an internal thing, but it's so hard to pinpoint why is Falcons so mediocre.
Yeah, he's got quite a task to do, and quite a pair of disappointments to look at in
his career, right? He's been joining teams with structure, I would say, and also like good players from the get-go. Here he's really built it from the bottom up, and it's at this point not looked great.
Yeah, and he came out and said he wanted this challenge. Yep. This is the challenge he asked for, and he's got it, baby. So we'll see where Zonic heads with this one. Either way, we had 3 games today, 3 best of 3s today, and out of all of those best of 3s, we have to boil it down to just one play of the day presented by Trade It GG. Got a bunch of different opportunities, bunch of different selections that we have. Nertz is going to start us off on Mirage. A little bit of a push here from Nertz. He had a quiet first map, but Mirage, he really kind of stepped back up, and you weren't going to get a quiet Nertz 2 games in a row. He was absolutely spectacular on Mirage to provide the win for Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, Rookie of the Year says a little bit, and then we maybe have Anger of the Year, but he's stuck in a rough with this team right now, but he still has the quality. He's such a unique player. He can both bring the kills, but also be that supportish type of player. He is like the switch army knife of CS and does well in this situation.
Yeah, he had a great series despite a loss as well. Giacchino is going to be our next one up. This clutch on Vertigo early on in the map as well. This is an early dagger into the back of Falcons, and that stopped them from getting any momentum in that first half, and that's an absolutely wild clutch to win. That eventually led to them taking the map as well. Extremely critical. So I mean, Giacchino's performance almost went a little bit understated due to how much we saw guys like Nilo popping off. Like, you know, Giacchino was just solid throughout that series, it felt like.
Yeah, I mean, it was a teamwork in the end. The only reason why we are talking a little bit more about Nilo is that he's the youngest player on the team, right? He's the one who has the quote-unquote brightest future, but it's a really good look from Metizport, and they have also extended many of the contracts of the players. So NIP, you better pay up if you want some of those.
Yeah, well, we finally got some young Swedish talent rise in the ranks, which we've been waiting for years to see that scene start to recover, and maybe this is a sign of a little bit of life. Either way, James Banks has a Mask MVP check-in ready for us.
That's right, I certainly do have our Mask MVP check-in for you guys. And I want to say, stellar job all day. It's been a long one, it's been a wild one, especially with this last result. But looking at the top players we've had so far here at the Showdown, well, it's a string of Cloud9 players dominant from start to finish, because let's be honest, their game was one of the easier ones to have in there. Respect to Adam B for being able to put up that kind of a showing. You guys were just touching on him as well. But let's take a closer look at Mr. Axile. This is a player who needs some confidence building and needs some confidence boosting within this Cloud9 roster. So this is good to see, but I'm more focused on if he can keep this going and have the same kind of impact and same kind of firepower as he does up here against some of the better teams, because that's what you want to see if you want to see Cloud9 have success. It should be Boomich up there, it shouldn't be Hobbit. You'll be looking at Electronic and Axile to be doing all the damage. So Axile starting things off well, but remember, this is just the check-in, and I'll be doing it every single day to see who will be walking away with the trophy at the end of the event. Back to you.
Yeah, 4 more days before we have to crown an official MVP. So thank you, James Banks, for the check-in as well. Good to see Axile on that list. We kind of opened up the day saying we wanted online era Axile, and he seems to be getting more and more comfortable under Boomich's leadership.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't get my hopes up too early yet, but I think he has the potential, right? And that's what we're looking at. He is at least one of the players on Cloud9 where you can see a future if he can really get the game running again.
Yeah. Let's check in with our talent predictions for the day, because we all submitted predictions, which we all most definitely love to do. We're all really excited to see how this is going. Scrawny and Launders pulled off a little bit of a troll today. Launders going for every single upset. He managed to get one of them. So Scrawny and Launders tomorrow will get to steal a life from the rest of the field. With that Metizport pick. But, you know, Scrawny's out in front early with a nice 9 lives still to his name, so that's a bit... I hate that.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see who he's gonna take a battle with early on in this game, right? It's almost a snowball effect. Once you start picking one guy, everybody just goes for him, right? So it's all about being not the first guy to be taking lives from.
Yeah, just don't get last place. Let's check out the bracket now for the tournament. We've had these 3 games underway. We've seen obviously the losses and the wins today, and who's going to be moving on. So Cloud9 won their match. They're going to move on. They're going to be waiting in the quarterfinal for the winner of Liquid Saw. Heroic as well in the same boat, waiting for the winner of Complexity versus OG. And Metizport with the upset gets to sit there and wait for Monty versus Imperial. And Imperial looked great at the Americas RMR. Long travel day to get from Mexico go to Copenhagen. Monty's, you know, a little bit up in the air with Bro's departure, with SDY. So I don't know. That almost feels all of a sudden like there's a little uncertainty in that matchup when that comes along.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of storylines. You said it yourself. There's so many teams who's going to be flying in from different places. People like doing roster changes because they failed the RMR. It's all up in the air right now, and it's going to be really interesting to see if the favorites can keep calm.
Yeah, especially with this format, we've already seen a big dog collapse early. Let's get the schedule up for tomorrow so you guys know exactly what you're going to be tuned in for, exactly what we're going to be bringing you here at the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. Liquid Saw going to be the first game of the day. Going to see Liquid, much like Falcons, bounce back from a failure to qualify for the Copenhagen Major after a long travel day as well. Complexity in that same boat, although they obviously going to make the flight a little bit happier. They're taking on OG, and then we're going to close out the evening with Imperial taking on Monty. So that is going to be our action for day 2 of the Spring Showdown. Any of those jump off the page to you, Bubsky?
I think the game 2 is going to be interesting, really. Okay. You're also speaking about the flight. I can tell from a player side, flights always feel 10 times better if you came from a winning tournament and not going out as a guy who's lost a lot of money.
Yeah, for sure. Missed a chance to make a lot of money as well, whichever way you want to look at it. Either way, that's it for us on day 1. Thank you guys for tuning into the showdown. We're going to be back tomorrow. We got plenty more. 4 more days coming in hot. Day 2 tomorrow. We'll see you there.